खान को बुलाना है।
Good morning, Dr. Gogoi.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Nice to see
Fine. Okay. Good.
Very nice to see all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Dr. Suresh from Nairobi.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Again, you have joined. Very good.
How are you?
Dr. Gogoi, it's done. We are live now on YouTube also.
Yeah, because you have done or Raju has done?
Oh, we have done it.
Okay, fine.
So can you just check it?
Can you please check it? On है? Wi-Fi ना?
Yes, yes. Dr. Jaspal, it is coming.
Okay. आप कर ले join. So Dr. Chakravarti 9 बजे join करेंगे. So Dr. Gogoi, should we start?
Yes, yes. We can start.
Enough number of participants. You are saying that only you, me, and Dr. Abhishek will be there, but now there are 37.
Excellent.
So okay. We can wait only for 1 minute. We will start
Morning,
5 minutes later.
Sir, on हो गए sir. आगे sir. Okay, thank you sir.
Welcome everybody. Dr. Narendra from here, Head of Department Plant Pathology.
Good morning.
Hello, morning everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Gogoi. How are you?
Very, very nice. Very nice. All of you are very well.
I'm a little bit late.
Sir, good morning.
Dr. Naresh, good
Ji,
morning.
good morning. Very good morning, sir. ठीक है? How are you?
Fine, fine, sir. Fine, fine.
Good morning to each and everyone.
Haji, haji. So I think Dr. Brianna is also here. Dr. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Narendra.
Dr. Good morning.
Good morning.
ठीक ठाक?
Welcome.
मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गया.
Dr. Brianna की तो good evening होगी. For Sridhar also.
Afternoon here.
It's almost good night for me. 9 p.m.
It's night for Sridhar.
Dr. Good morning.
It's for Sridhar, it's night.
I think we should start now. So Sridhar is here. Pavan
is also there, right?
Pavan is also there.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Pavan. So good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good evening also, and good afternoon. So on my own behalf and on the behalf of members of Indian Society of Plant Pathologists as well as Indian Phytopathological Society, welcome you all in this webinar on combating rust and kernel burnt, past and future strategies. So regarding the technical program of this webinar, so we have in total 3 sessions. First is the inaugural session, which we have already started. Second session is the technical session, which comprised of total 7 lectures by the eminent speakers and researchers internationally as well as nationally. So the chairman of this session will be Dr. N.S. Benz, the director of research, as well as the eminent plant breeder from PAU itself. And the co-chairman will be Dr. PPS Pannu, who is acting as additional director research at PAU, and Dr. Parveen Shuneja, she is acting as director School of Biotechnology at PAU. And the reporters, the Dr. Ritu Bala, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Parminder, and Dr. O.P. Gangawar from Flardale, Shimla, they will pen down all the activities or all the points which will be important in this session. So the speakers in this session are Dr. Shridhar and Pawan from CIMET, Dr. Hudson also from CIMET, Dr. Brianna from University of Sydney, Dr. Bhardwaj and Dr. Sudhir from IIWBR Karnal, and Dr. Sohu, he is not well today, and Dr. Achula, she will replace Dr. Sohu today. And after that, from 1 to 2, we will have open discussion going on and the future strategies we have to plan for the further research in this session. And the third session is a very important session in which the contestants, they will present their findings for their MSc as well as for their PhD thesis for competing this very prestigious award, Dr. M.J. Narasimhan Award, as well as APS Travel Grant. So I think everything will go well, and we will have some fruitful discussion in this webinar, and we'll come to some concrete conclusions or points or recommendations. So all the best, and wish you all a very grateful and fruitful day. Thank you. So now I request Dr. Gogoi to brief about IPS. Dr. Gogoi, please.
Yes. I'm just sharing the slide are visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Very good morning, all of you. So here I'm very happy to see all the eminent plant pathologists from India and abroad have joined in this today's one-day program organized by Dr. Jaspal Kaur and Dr. Abhishek from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana, for the Indian Phytopathological Zonal chapter, that is Northern Zone. So I welcome all of you to this one-day program. So just I would like to highlight few of the points about our Indian Phytopathological Society. And most of the senior persons know about its origin, but for the students, they may not be knowing detail. So that's why I'm going to present here. And this Indian Phytopathological Society was established by the genius person, this Bhavani Shankar Balachandra Munkur, in the year 1947, and the society was registered after 2 years in the year 1949. Next. And the society is having some clear-cut objectives and goal. Here mostly, since originally the plant pathology, this branch, was bifurcated from the major discipline botany. So it was started with the mainly the fungal pathology or mycology work. That's why here on the screen you can see the objective. In most of the cases you will find the stress upon mycology section. But recently, in the last suppose 30-40 years, so some more sub branches develop under the discipline of plant pathology. That's why we have to go for little modification of our objective because it is more wider than the earlier times. Next. So we are very proud to declare that the society is the third largest society among these plant pathological societies in the world, because we are having more than 2,300 members, so excluding the annual members. Life members are also there. Of course, few of the members, even though here in the total number listed, So they are no more, they passed away. And the society is having in India, so 8 different zones. Today we are assembling for the one zone, that is northern zone of the society. And some of the major activities of the society is the publication, because we know that any publication of any social organization, so is the mirror which is reflecting the society's activity, and in those activities some social and some of the important policy making decisions are also included. So this way, based on our scientific temperament, so we have been working to develop some of the technologies related to plant pathology. So those works we used to publish in the journal Indian Phytopathology, and this journal also over time, so it is transformed, and in the last, this is the 3rd year, so in the last 3 years this journal has been published under the publisher Springer this Nature. And also we added one more publication, this small publications, that is Indian Phytopath News. This is nothing but the newsletter, so where all of you can flash your recent findings, which you would like to feel that it is very fast to be disseminated in a suppose brief way. So you can in the first track mode, you can have a glimpse, and you can give the glimpse of your works through this IPS newsletter, that is Indian Phytopath News. And see, both the journal Indian Phytopathology and also Indian Phytopath News also can be accessed through our IPS, Indian Phytopathology Society website. And time to time, based on the importance of some of the subjects, so we decide some of the topics and themes, and on that basis we used to publish some of the books. There are lots of books have been published so far. So you can also conceptualize some of the themes and propose if it is really good, acceptable, so we can have publication under the banner of Indian Phytopathological Society in the form of book. And the society used to organize time to time so many meetings, symposia, and also conferences. And so far as this international conference is concerned, so 7 international conferences have been organized. The first one was organized in the year 1948 at Patna, and this year in the month of January, from 16 to 22nd January 2020, we hold 7th international conference. And so far this national conference and journal meetings, not journal meetings, national conferences, 72 have been organized. And the society also instituted so many these awards to encourage the plant pathologists, and not only the scientists, especially to encourage the students and young budding scientists. And so far 17 awards are instituted, and first award was started with the Munkur Memorial Award, which was instituted in the year 1962. And for this award, all these awards also, if you really would like to compete, it is actually competition basis, and there are 2 awards out of 17 awards, so honorary way given. And here briefly I want to mention, since this is the electronic and telecommunication era, and because of this very bad or good impact or effect of COVID-19, so we are undergoing the digital mode. So today we are assembling in this journal meeting through our digital mode only. So because of the need of the situation, so we are also upgrading our website. Recently we have updated our website, even though it was this IPS is having this website, but we have upgraded some more. Still we are working every day. It is not yet complete. And in this case, apart from the accessing the publications like Indian Phytopathology, Indian Phytopath News, some of the activities, even some old big volumes through IPS website. So you can access our this website, and also for registration purpose, registration for membership, registration in national or this journal chapters, you can go through payment, this through internet banking, and also we have added one more this option for payment to make the easy payment through Paytm. So this is also available in the website. And IPS, Indian Phytopathology Society election. So this is the most important part of this society to run this society. So as we know, under this executive committee, so 3 major portfolio, this secretary, joint secretary, and this treasurer is 3 years term, and for president, that is 1 year term, and also zonal president and zonal councillor 1 year. And for this year, IPS election also we are going to hold online basis. Of course, for the last time, this year we are keeping both online and offline. Offline mode of this election, who can participate? So those who, for whom we don't have in our directory, we don't have their correct email IDs and mobile number for them. So we are keeping this offline mode of this taking part in the election. And for those who are having very clear-cut and correct email IDs and mobile numbers, so they can directly take part in this IPS election through online mode. And this IPS election already plotted from last 7 December. This is in online for the nomination. This is as a first step of election, nomination of the candidate. And we already opened this online portal from 7th of December, and last day is 29th of December. So within this period, so you have to nominate. This is very easy. So through your mobile ID, you can just log in and you will receive one OTP in your registered mobile number. Just click the feed the OTP. So it will, your this ballot, preliminary ballot will open up. Then you can choose your interested person to make it make him a nominee by picking from the directory of Indian Phytopathology Society. So this is within 2 minutes you can complete this system. It's very friendly. So, and same OTP you can access either from your mobile number or from your registered email ID. Same OTP will be sent. So this is the way. Of course, some directives and guidelines how to perform this online mode of election for nomination purpose. So the guidelines also given, and already we have sent individually to all the members about the guidelines on this taking part in the online this election. And also for already I have mentioned that there are 17 awards under Indian Phytopathology Society. For this awards also you can apply through online from this year. This will be purely through online. Of course, we are daily working but unable to suppose remove some of the technical issues. That's why even though we targeted to open this link for award application from 15th of December, hopefully we'll be able to open from the coming Monday, this maybe 20th of this December. Means another 3 days, it will be improved, corrected. And for any award you are interested, you can go through the list, guidelines also given in the website. So you can apply through online mode. And regarding the journal symposia, as I mentioned that Indian Phytopathology Society is having 8 different zones covering entire country. So far this southern zone, for the first time they started, they completed their journal chapter on 1st and 2nd December. And second zone is northeastern zone. They completed their this function. This is on 7th and 8th December. And Delhi zone only just day before yesterday on 16th December they completed. And today we are very happy that we are assembling here for the northern zone chapter. So of course it was planned for 2 days function, and the zonal president and zonal councillor, they I think finally revised to make it for single day function. So I wish this function will be a grand success. So I welcome all of you, and I wish Dr. Jaspal and Dr. Abhishek for their and also their team to make one-day function to bring into reality today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gogoi. Thanks for briefing us about. Thank you, Dr. Gogoi. Thank you very much. Thanks for briefing us about the IPS activity, and definitely in the time of crisis, we are updating ourselves how we can digitize ourselves, payments and other things. It's a really good thing, and even elections, that's a really good thing. We have made it digitalized. Now moving to the next. Again, I welcome those who have joined just recently. Moving to the next, we are here with us President INSOP, Dr. Narendra Singh, who is also head Department of Plant Pathology at PAU Ludhiana. Sir, please brief us about the activities of INSOP. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. On behalf of the Indian Society of Plant Pathologists, I welcome you all to this virtual webinar on combating rusts and canalment of wheat, past and present strategies. So, especially I welcome Dr. Chakrabarti also, and also Dr. Navtej Bans, then galaxy of scientists like Harbans Brianna, Dr. Pawan, and other scientists who will be gracing this occasion. About the Indian Society of Plant Pathologists, this was established in May 1984 with its headquarters at PAU, Department of Plant Pathology, PAU Ludhiana. Dr. Chuti was the founder president of this society, and Dr. S.S. Chahal was the founder secretary of this society. And this was registered in October 1984 under the Society's Registration Act 1860. The society has the following objectives. First is to advance and disseminate scientific knowledge on plant diseases through scientific news, letters, scientific newsletter, journal plant disease research, and lectures from distinguished scientists, special symposia on topics of research, and to arrange excursions and explorations within the country, and also to cooperate with the national and international organizations with related aims and interests. The society focuses in the areas of fungal pathology, bacteriology, virology, nematology, and allied branches. It advances recent concepts in plant disease management and provide information on the latest developments and such areas in plant health science through publications of its journal, and participates in the exchange of plant disease information with policymakers as well as the scientific community. It provides a forum to the scientists to interact on important issues of the plant pathological research, education, and extension. The society has in the past has organized many symposia in various parts of the country, such as University of Horticulture and Forestry Solan, HAU Hisar, Kuala Lumpur, Shimoga, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, and NRC Citrus, Nagpur, then at Rohadi, NBPGR New Delhi, and Squast Srinagar, to name a few. The last annual meeting of the society was held at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. Plant Disease Research is the official journal or publication of the society and is being published regularly. Several eminent plant pathologists have provided commendable leadership to this Indian Society of Plant Pathologists from time to time. The present brainstorming session on combating rust and canalment of wheat, past and present strategies is planned to involve wide range of eminent plant pathologists to come out with concrete recommendations based on their research experiences and discussions on the most important diseases of wheat, that is canalment and rust of wheat. Plant disease research, the official journal of this society, is being regularly published in the month of June and December, and is reviewed in the CAB International and Nematological Abstracts. For this efforts of Dr. Vineet Kumar, Chief Editor, efforts of the Dr. Vineet Kumar, Chief Editor, are fully acknowledged. The journal is available at indiajournal.com, and authors can submit their papers online through indianjournal.com and also on society website. And processing of the papers is being done online to reduce the processing time. The society has regularly organizing the annual meetings and symposia. On behalf of the INSOP, I extend my gratitude to Dr. B.S. Dillon, the Vice Chancellor of PAU, for giving the necessary permission to organize this virtual brainstorming session, and for his inspiration and guidance. We are also grateful to ICR for providing financial aid to the society, for printing of the journal Plant Disease Research, and for organizing this webinar. And I sincerely welcome all the scientists, students, and other persons associated with this symposium. And I wish a great success to this webinar symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefing about INSOP. Now, I think Dr. Chakravarti has joined. Welcome, sir, and good morning. Now, I request you for your presidential remarks. Dr. Chakravarti, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Jaspal. Thank you all, the fraternity of plant pathology there in PAU, as well as my colleagues from various organizations, very eminent colleagues. Dr. Bans, Director of Research, PAU.
Sir, video on, please.
My video is on.
But
sir, it's not visible.
Not visible, sir.
You can disconnect and you can reconnect.
Okay.
शुरू में अगर नहीं कर रहे हैं ये ऑप्शन तो जरूरी है.
It was there. I'm then disconnecting, as I think Kalyan said. And,
yes. Because beginning में ऑप्शन आते हो वीडियो वाला.
While
Dr. P.N. Sharma.
निरंजना भी ज्वाइन करने का लिंक बन रहा था.
काफी लोग ज्वाइन कर गए. 57 हो गया. देखो सर, काफी लोग ज्वाइन. पंकज विश्वास
राधा भी है.
जरिए काफी लोग हैं
बाहर से भी.
कहाँ दिखेगा सर?
उसमें तो नहीं है.
ये होल्डिंग वो कर रहे हैं ना, एक्सेप्टेंस उनको भी होस्ट बना रहा है.
बना रहा है. डायरेक्टली ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं क्योंकि हम लोग डायरेक्ट कर दिया था.
डायरेक्टली कर दिया था, विदाउट रजिस्ट्रेशन भी डायरेक्टली ज्वाइन कर सकते हो ना.
Dr. Jaspal, just you be alert.
You are host
no,
now.
Yeah, because you
Now who we are host में हमें बना दिया अभिषेक ने हमें बना दिया
अच्छा
चेंज द होस्ट
ठीक है ठीक है
तो हमें होस्ट होना पड़ेगा ठीक है कोई नहीं हो तो
Dr. Abhishek, go as a mute.
अनम्यूट सर
Dr. Abhishek.
कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है लग रहा है
ठीक है चलो बता दे
Yes, now visible, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I again welcome you all, Dr. Vance, very eminent Director of Research of PAU, Dr. Narinder Singh, Head Department of PAU, Dr. Robin, Secretary IPS, and I see Dr. Chahal also there. Sir, namaskar, sir. And then we are our honored other eminent scientists who are there, Dr. Baryana, Dr. Bhardwaj, I could see, Dr. Sudhir, Dr. Sohu, Dr. Dave, Dr. Pawan, Dr. R.P. Singh, Dr. Jaspal Kaur, who is the very able president of IPS. I met for the first time in Coimbatore last year. Dr. Abhishek Sharma, Dr. Ritu Pooja, Parminder, and Gangwar, and dear colleagues from overseas and countries, ladies and gentlemen, and all my colleagues. I must congratulate the president of North Zone of IPS in conducting this brainstorming, which is an important subject, conjointly with IPS and INSOP. I congratulate the team for choosing to deliberate on one of the most important food commodities that ensures food security and economic security of the country through safeguarding from the rust and kernel bunt of wheat. Since independence, through sheer hard work of our farmers and of Punjab, mainly chiefly Punjab during this Green Revolution, and also other scientists, and also the pace of development and production of wheat in the country has converted the status of country from a begging bowl to a food bowl or fruit basket or bread basket capable of supplying the whole world. India today produces 106 million tons of wheat, second to right, but loses nearly 25 million tons of various wheat due to various diseases. But that amounts to crores of rupees, and if we could save those losses, we could feed our growing population till 25-30 without having increase in further productivity. Wheat rust and kernel bunt of wheat, beside loose smut, are notorious diseases capable of decimating the production as well as country's food security. While the rust has the potential to threaten our food basket, kernel bunt is a very nasty disease which is besides affecting yield and it destroys quality of wheat and has been of quarantine significance in trade in various countries. And while rust is prevalent in North India, mostly now yellow rust, which is prevalent now. Kernel bunt has also started invading wheat in MP, which has recently out-yielded Punjab in wheat production during last years. Few years have been seen, and I have also seen some reports of kernel bunt having happening from there, which was earlier restricted only to North India. While India is a country that has a strong breeding and gene deployment strategy to safeguard it from the rust, especially stem rust, which have been almost eradicated and which has caused series of epiphytotics during 1970s in our while we were studying, we used to know about those, including our scientist Dr. DP Singh is I'm able to see he was a very able project coordinator, PI of this program earlier. I have seen and I had been discussing with him, including they have been very capable of warding off the UG99 race, which has entered into many countries, but due to our strong gene deployment program, we have been able to keep that at bay. but now it is mostly yellow rust that has become predominant in the country. Thanks to our scientists of PAU, Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, and also our nurseries, winter and other summer nurseries in Flowerdale, Shimla. Dr. Bhardwaj has been very ably pioneering this area, and Dr. Nalathambi from Uti, from our southern hill, and they have been very capable and who have been playing great roles in keeping a hawkeye watch in testing, screening of genotypes and evolution of rust pathotypes to deploy new genes that can be that can't be defeated along with the existing pathotypes which are existing in the country. Now, what as a president of IPS, I have I've been thinking we these through these series of these journal chapters, we have to come out with some recommendations for policy making, which is very important. I'm sorry, I might have missed many people. Dr. Naresh Mehta, along with him, I was there in Coimbatore last year. DGICR has put up a challenge to IIWR last year, last before year, for raising the wheat production to the productivity to 8 tons from the present whatever 5 or 6 which we are getting, which is the highest. So 8 metric tons. He has been I have been communicating with Dr. GP Singh. He has produced, and not only he, many in PAU and many farmers, they have 8 tons of production, which and productivity is there, and we have achieved. So future strategies needs to be developed very ingeniously, where by various limiting factors, including biotic stresses caused by rust, must needs to be very effectively tackled. Besides gene deployment and IPM-based management, including mandatory seed treatment, which should be made mandatory in the country for seed treatment of wheat for all the states. I know Punjab, Haryana has already done it, but all the states needs to be done. And I have proposed in the new seed bill, which is standing in the parliament, that it should be made mandatory for all crops, so that we have a biosecurity starting from its from the beginning of its plantation. So besides that treatment, most other strategies, molecular strategies like gene pyramiding and mass marker assisted selection and mass marker assisted breeding, genome editing, and carefully employing 5G in genomics for safeguarding and combating this disease. So, because we have a eminent or galaxy of scientists which who are going to speak from abroad, I have seen that the program has been very well laid out. I'm happy to see that organizers have very ecumenously lined up lectures of very eminent and able wheat scientists from abroad in India, which will be very helpful towards the endeavor of meeting the aspirations of sustainable development goal to which India is a signee, and upholding the food security and meeting the challenge to Indian scientists put forth by the head of ICR, who has already put up a challenge. I wish the organizers a great success. I would expect that we must prepare a set of recommendations, learning from the deliberations with our scientists from the leading countries, and which may be emulated them for improving the status of productivity by reducing protecting the crops from these devastating diseases which are being tackled and being deliberated through this brainstorming. I wish you all a very good success in this program, and I want to look upon some recommendations which should go as for policymakers, some recommendations which should go for our researchers, so that our wheat, rice, and all these food securing countries or crops in the country, they should be there. They should be safeguarded from all the perils. And with these words, I thank you all and thank the organizers, and also thank the president, zonal councillor, rapporteurs of this program, and all the organizers, my own colleagues in the headquarters, for lining up these series of talks very ably. Thank you all, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Prem Nath Sharma, who was my colleague in Palampur. I see him there. And this is one goodness in this deliberation through this, that we do multitasking. Now, just after this, I have to rush to ASRB for doing my other work, which is running there. So I might have to miss a part of very good talks, which I would have liked to attend, because that will be having the latest concept. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Jaspal.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Well, Dr. Chakravarti, I just want to make a point, because you have mentioned that it will not be possible for you to be in the deliberation afterwards. Here it is very pertinent, very good that you are taking up the seed business with the act. We have now, this is time to start some working groups in IPS on diseases, because we have seen that people are working in different universities and in a scattered mode. But there are very many diseases which needs to be working in a collective mode, and that should be possible for IPS to constitute certain working groups, where there should be one group leader, and a group leader may present these findings at the time of these annual meetings of IPS. This is my just complete suggestion.
Sir, thank you for this constructive idea, which is very important. In fact, I have been also emphasizing this not only through IPS but also in council. Now, Dr. T.R. Sharma is the DDG. I told that we had many of the network projects on various insects. So why not we should initiate some program on networks of diseases and these kind of groups of crop-based diseases. And so your idea is very welcome, and we definitely will take care of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So kind of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President, sir. President IPS, Dr. Chakravarti. Thanks for your word of advice, and as well as briefing us in nutshell about the activities, both administrative as well as scientific, happening at headquarters ICR at New Delhi. And thank you, Dr. Chahal, for adding up that good idea about making working groups. Hope Dr. Chakravarti and his team will take care of it. So now, after formal inauguration, we are moving to session 2. That is about scientific session. That is on combating rust and kernel bunt of wheat and past and future strategy. So here, unfortunately, Dr. Bans, he is attending some administrative work at Chandigarh, so he's not with us today. Now we have with us Dr. PPS Pannu, who will be chairing this session, as well as Dr. Praveen Chuneja, who is Director, School of Agriculture Biotechnology at PAU. So may I request Dr. Pannu as well as Dr. Chuneja, please. And after this, our first speaker will be Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh from CIMIT. Praveen ma'am, aage to.
Yeah, Abhishek, I am here.
Okay. Dr. Pannu is there?
He's there, I think. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. So let me introduce our first speaker. Shall I introduce, ma'am? Shall I start?
Yeah, Abhishek, please continue.
So already we are running behind 10 minutes actually from the schedule. So, okay, our first speaker is Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh. Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh is presently working as a senior scientist at CIMIT in the Global Wheat program. And he's associated with the CIMIT from past 12 years. And before joining this CIMIT, he was working with North Dakota at US and Canada also. He is involved in characterization and identification of new sources of resistance and understanding the genetic basis of resistance through traditional as well as molecular genetics, and also associated development and distribution of disease-specific international screening nursery, which is very important. He is mainly involved in the breeding for resistance to leaf, basically 10 spot blotch, septoria triticide blotch, as well as Stengospora nodrum blotch. as well as he is also involved in fusarium head blight, wheat blast, and canal bun disease. Dr. Singh so far has authored more than 125 referred journal articles in recognized international repute journals. May I request Dr. Singh to start with his talk? So, Dr. Pawan, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I don't know if I have the access to share my slide. Okay, let me see. Okay. I hope you can see my slides.
Yeah, it's visible.
Good morning, everybody. I think good afternoon for Harbans. He's the only in the afternoon category, while me and Sridhar, I think, are in the evening categories of good evenings. I really thank the organizing societies for giving us an opportunity to talk about a very relevant disease, carnal bunt. It's a very tedious and challenging disease to work with. And I'll try to brief up a little bit of our activities on carnal bunt being done at CIMMYT. And so the title would be Carnal Bunt Research at CIMMYT. And without wasting time, I would like to go ahead with my presentation. So before I go into carnal bunt, I would brief about some of our activities done in CIMMYT, Mexico. Altogether, more than 50 diseases on wheat are of economical importance, and that's a very big number to handle. We are only few pathologists at CIMMYT. Most of our work is done through collaborations with NAS partner as well. But we do put an emphasis on rust diseases, which Dr. Sridhar Bhavani would be talking about just after my talk. I will mostly work on septoria diseases, which are two types: septoria titsai blotch, Stagnospora nodorum blotch. I do look into Helminthosporium leaf blights, which is tan spot and spot blotch, more relevant to India. And among the head diseases of wheat, we are talking about fusarium head blight, wheat blast, and the more relevant carnal bunt, which we'll be talking in a bit detail today. So this is what Mexico looks like. We are based here in Albatan. As I'm sure quite a few of the people who are attending this webinar have visited Mexico. But for those who have not yet visited, we do have a station close by from Albatan, Agua Fria, which is a warm and humid environment, quite similar to South Asia, where we would evaluate for spot blotch. Toluca, where we evaluate for septoria titsai blotch, fusarium head blight, and yellow rust. Up a little north is the hub of wheat research, or Mecca of wheat research, which we call as Ciudad Obregón, where we evaluate for or study for stem rust, leaf rust, and carnal bunt. Carnal bunt in Ciudad Obregón came in the late 1970s, and since then, any material which is grown in Obregón cannot be taken out of the country. Actually, it can only be taken to Albatan and Toluca under strict restrictions. Mexicali is the place where most of our international nurseries are grown. This is a desert where basically we do not have major disease incidents occurring. Everything is grown under fungicides. And so from there, we bring the seeds back to Albatan, where it is processed and sent to international partners. Coming back to carnal bunt of wheat, it is caused by Tilletia indica. It's a quarantine disease of wheat, durum, and triticale. This is a very notorious disease, as someone in the earlier speakers did mention. The spores can be carried in soil and on plant parts, farm equipments, humans. It's a soil-borne, wind-borne, and a seed-borne disease. Can survive 4 to 5 years under conditions. Even if it is a little bit adverse, it can still survive. So its management of carnal bunt is very difficult. This disease has reported losses of up to 40%, but normally it is less than 5%. It does have a significant effect on quality. The odor becomes rotting fish, and the taste is changed. Marketability is a very significant drawback of this disease. Being a quarantine disease, international trades almost ceases. And with India hitting more than 107 million metric tons, there is a potential of export happening, uh, very likely, and it would be happening in an area which is very, very prone to Karnal belt, that is Punjab, Haryana, and even one predecessor said MP was also being hit by Karnal belt. So these are the areas where India potentially would be exporting wheat from. And if this is a KB infected area, that would be very difficult to export. So significant interest is there to breed for resistance and develop cultivars which can resist this disease. Even the products out of Karnal bunt infected grains have odors not favorable or not acceptable. And this disease is known to reduce seed weight, germination, and vigor. So there are multifaceted effects of this disease. Globally, this disease has been in India. In 1931, it was first reported, although there was a previous reporting in Pakistan occurrence of Karnal bunt. Because the sample was not preserved, the credit goes, or discredit, well, the first reporting is in Karnal, 1931, of Karnal bunt, which is also known as partial bunt. Since this reporting, it has spread to Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq. There have been some reportings in South Africa and Brazil. In Mexico, there are areas which are clean or which are KB free, but there are the Ciudad Obregón region is KB infected. In US also, it has been reported. US, because of the impact of this disease, is limited as far as yield loss is concerned, maybe less than 5% in most cases. US really tried to push to take out KB out of the quarantine diseases. And as far as I recall, Uruguay, North Korea, and one or two countries more have accepted that. But most other countries, especially the wheat major producers, Canada, Australia, are very, very tough on KB, and they just, the name of KB fears the researchers, and that has really impacted the export and even scientific research of countries which are infected with KB and those without that. So some of the factors influencing KB incidence, obviously high inoculum in the soil would be very undesirable or would be desirable for the disease development. Susceptible cultivars enhance the disease. High nitrogen rate, higher plant densities, especially under row sowing conditions. Frequent irrigations or humid conditions, non-sunny conditions during heading, flowering, and anthesis to that period, critical period. If you have cloudy weathers, moisture in the wheat fields, this enhances the disease to occur. There are different options of management of basically, if you can reduce the conditions favorable for disease development, that would be managing the disease. Resistance in commercial cultivars is very critical. Triticale is very resistant. Durum is significantly higher resistant, but bread wheat is quite susceptible. Well, bread is the most challenged one by Karnal bunt, so effort to breed for Karnal bunt resistance in bread wheat is more emphasized in CIMMYT as well. Use of pathogen-free wheat seeds and seed treatment, especially if you are developing a seed producing farm, you should be emphasizing on that part. Cultural practices do play an important role in managing Karnal bunt. That would be looking into plant density, sowing pattern, irrigation type, timing, and frequency, especially in the critical time from heading to anthesis, is very, very important. Enhanced nitrogen rates have reported increases in Karnal bunt. So, but then if you reduce nitrogen rates, your production would be reduced. So you have to balance how it comes up under for Karnal bunt management. Foliar fungicides, there are several of them which are effective, but Folicor and Opus are very, very effective in managing Karnal bunt. So what do we do at for Karnal bunt at CIMMYT? I have to acknowledge Karnal bunt is very tedious, very laborious, very costly as well, human intensive. It is really difficult disease to work with it. So this is a photograph I have of the field where we do Karnal bunt evaluations. See, something which maybe in PAU you have that system. We have a mesh on top of the field. Heading time, irrigation, the grains are softer, the birds come and enjoy it. So you not only have to manage the disease nursery, but have to protect it from the birds eating up the grains. So you put up a mesh on top of it, of the nursery. What we do in CIMMYT with collaboration with INIFAB, which is the national program in Mexico. INIFAB is mostly doing the physical screening of the kernel band. And so we do not want to have multiple screening platforms for kernel band. CIMMYT does one and the national partner does another, and then the disease is spread out. So we have amalgamated both our energies, and synergies are used to mitigate this disease. Characterization of KB resistance in the elite germ plus, especially for the breeding program, is very emphasized. Lines, the elite material which is sent internationally are also tested for kernel band. We do have a development and distribution of the kernel band screening nurseries. And finally, genetics and mapping of kernel band resistance is being implemented. So for the breeding for resistance, the emphasis is mainly on bread wheat. Critically is very resistant, and durum is not very challenging, especially because the places where durum is grown is relatively dry, and we do not have the challenge of kernel band. But bread wheat, yes, there is a major challenge. Resistance is quite, not very quite, but it's quite complex. Requires pyramiding 5 to 6 genes, mostly from low to intermediate effects. What we do in CIMMYT, we do not really have, what do we say, an active breeding program wherein the segregating populations are evaluated for kernel band. What we do is we characterize the elite germ plus. Lines which are very well performing for kernel band reactions are used as parents in targeted crosses, and these populations are selected for other traits like rust. And when it comes to the advanced material, it is again tested for kernel band, and those lines which are performing very well are then distributed. Normally around 1,500 elite material from the bread wheat program is evaluated every year. Around 100 to 150, 20 of those good performing lines are kept up and tested for at least 2 to 3 years, and then they are distributed globally. The facility for KB screening is around up to 10 tillers are artificially inoculated at booting stages. Mist irrigation system is there to enhance moisture, especially from heading to anthesis, and then maturity, the spikes are harvested and the evaluations are done manually. So this is really very tedious process. What do we do with the kernel band screening nursery? We would have 2 dates of planting. We want to capture the variability and so that we don't miss, because this is highly environment dependent. So if conditions are very dry during heading and anthesis, you may miss it. So we have 2 planting dates. Artificial inoculation is performed. Phenology of the entries are being taken, noted, especially height and heading, which are known to have some effects on the escape mechanism happening in these lines. Pedigree information is taken into consideration when we are selecting for the genotypes. One of the challenges, material from the KB nurseries cannot be sent abroad. So what we do is we also, once the disease evaluations are done, we would have to have a parallel seed increase, and then selected lines are evaluated in the second year, wherein 3 plantings are done, and these are then selected as kernel band screening nurseries and distributed globally, while parallelly we have another set of germ seed movement wherein material is grown in the pre-Mexicali block and then into Mexicali block, and that the seed actually is sent is not coming from the disease infected nurseries from Obregon, but are coming from Mexicali, which I mentioned was disease free, and that is then sent internationally. So the first nursery was distributed in 1984, and then regularly till 2000 we had the 15th kernel band screening nursery. From 2001 to 2015, there was a pause in the development of the canal bunds in nursery. But again, since 2015 onwards, there is a lot of interest. Materials have been sent between 30 to 40 places globally. And we are every year almost sending nurseries to India, Pakistan, and places where the disease is a challenge and can be tested for. So some of the experiments, or a few of the test studies which we have done in the recent past, I'm trying to tell you, is one of them is the Australians. The Australians are very, very concerned about kernel bunt. They had a project with us wherein they evaluated their elite material, mostly bread wheats, 177 bread wheats, 8 durum and 11 triticale varieties. They were tested in 3 years between 2014 to 2016. And this was again done in 2 plantings. There were lines which were identified, especially for triticale. Quite a few lines were very, very promising. Tucker, Box, Berkshire, and Hawkeye were very good. In wheat, they found Batavia, Pelsart, RAC 655, showing very consistent reactions. In durum, there was a higher proportion of lines which were resistant. Hyperno and Centley were very good. They also did a stability analysis, and they found both one line from wheat, RAC 655, was very, very good. But the durums and triticale were very consistent in their reaction across environments. Okay, got stuck. Okay, sorry. So what we did is, since we had collected the phenotypic data, which is the biggest challenge for kernel bunt, we went ahead and did the GWAS analysis, added some CIMIT lines which were known to be resistant, which were known to be giving contrasting reactions. The experiment was basically done for the evaluation of the Australian material, but we went ahead and did the 90K SNP genotyping, and the genomic analysis was done, and we found 7 chromosomes contributing for kernel bunt resistance, ranging from 1.3 to 10% of the variation being explained. There was another panel. We were really interested in the Afghanistan panel. It came out from a study between Japan, CIMIT, and Afghanistan. And we had collected around 339 accessions from Afghanistan.
अभी तक यहाँ ट्रांसफर नहीं हुआ है, वो एक बार लिखा है, इतना पुराना हो गया है।
मैडम आप प्लीज म्यूट us.
Okay, I will do.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. It was not my part. Anyway, so we did the phenotypic evaluations.
चंद्र प्रकाश के कुछ हुए करने एक बार हम देखते हुए चंद्र प्रकाश के उतने पैर वाला है फिर देखता नहीं देखते अपना पास तो सब डिटेल्स है कागज तो उसमें से निकाल ले
आप नहीं कर पाएंगे ना सभी को कर दो Sir, you proceed.
Dr. Pawan Singh, you please proceed.
Kindly unmute him first.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Now I'm okay. So in this case, we evaluated 339 accessions from Afghanistan, including land races, breeding material, and varieties. They were then the DART-seq molecular analysis was done. A wide range of KB severities were observed, and 11 genotypes were found to be very resistant. Less than 1% infections were observed. And when the GWAS analysis was done, 18 genomic regions were contributing for KB resistance, explaining 5 to 20% phenotypic variations. The most prominent was a region on 2BL, explaining around 15%, and 5BL explaining around 6%. The remaining were very small variations as expected in a GWAS study. But important was we did identify some of the lines which were very resistant and are going to be used in the breeding program in near future upon characterization with other diseases as well. So there were other two mapping populations which I would like to mention about. Basically, as a prerequisite is we could not do a genetic study in early generation mate population, so we had to advance population to F6 levels, develop somewhat fixed lines, and then we evaluate it again for KB in 2016 and 17 with 2 seedling dates. DART-seq technology was used. In the first population, which is blocked by WKCBW cross, we can see the variation is not bimodal, more in individual environments, indicative of a normal distribution. When we look at the means, it is pretty much very normal, with the resistant and susceptible and transgressive segregation being observed. When the genetic analysis was done, 6 QTLs were identified to contribute for resistance to KB in this population, of which the QTLs on 2B and 3D were quite stable across the environments. And in the case of the second population as well, a quantitative distribution was observed. And then when we did the analysis here, we observed 3 QTLs actually were contributed by the moderately susceptible parents and 6 from the moderately resistant parents, and the ones on 3B and 5B were stable QTLs. This is really a big challenge as far as KB is concerned. The phenotyping, we would like to really be very, very precise, but there are so many things which makes the consistency go down, and that really plays a very important role, especially when minor genes are involved in resistance. You may, in 1 year, you may see that resistance coming up, and in the next year, it may just be gone. So this is a challenge. Okay, the last mapping study I would like to talk about is something which we have done with PAU Ghana. Quite a few people may not be aware of this work, but this is something which Sukhwinder Singh, when he was at Summit, along with other colleagues from PAU, was very interested in. So he had brought in 2 populations which were initially developed in PAU, and then they were evaluated in Mexico as well. Again, the 90K genotyping was done, and in the population WH554 in HD29, QTLs on chromosome 3B, this gave a significantly large effect of 27.8%, and on 1A it gave a 12.2% roles. There were other small QTLs which were not very consistent, while in the second population, which is WH542 in crossed by W485, a major QTL on 1D explaining around 27.8% was observed, and there were several minor QTLs ranging from 4.54 to 15% explaining. So this was really what I wanted to talk about, is the emphasis that the population was actually developed in PAU initially. They had identified after several years very, very resistant germplasm, which was crossed. And when we studied in Mexico as well, we observed that the variations explained by these lines or the resistance was very good and quite consistent, not only in PAU and as in CIMMYT as well. So there is an opportunity of developing collaborations to do similar works. Almost coming to the end of my slides is basically, in conclusion, we have the genetics and the breeding abilities to manage kernel bunt. It is a tedious, difficult disease, but we can do it. Holistic screening for kernel bunt resistance is needed. Field screening is still very important. Markers are coming up, but I still believe there is some time before we could go for marker-assisted selection. It is more on a confirmatory basis at this moment. What we are doing, maybe others can do it, because actual screening of segregating populations for Karnal Bunt is very challenging. So strategic crosses may be made, and then breeding for resistance for KB can be emphasized. Obviously, a close interaction between breeding pathology and even the molecular labs is very needed. What I finally would say, we are in a position that we should develop international collaborations, especially with some of the experience we had before, that an international collaboration would really be beneficial for everybody. And unfortunately, KB is a very important disease, especially for South Asia in the Punjab adjoining regions, both in India and Pakistan, but limited resources are available for putting actual work for Karnal Bunt. So policymakers, if we are part of this webinar, I would emphasize that as India goes to the second phase of exporting wheat, we should put a major emphasis on breeding for resistance and managing Karnal Bunt. Thank you very much. And if somebody has a question, I'll be very happy to address.
Hello. So, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. So, first of all, I congratulate
Dr. Dhiman.
Dr. Pavan Singh. So, I am an old plant pathologist. So, having worked on Karnal Bunt in the late 70s. So, perhaps that was the time when Karnal Bunt raised its head, and it was havoc in Punjab and Haryana and northern India as a whole. So, my thesis was on epidemiology of development of Karnal Bunt of wheat. And I am happy that the findings which we made at that time, so they are relevant today. And the same conclusions are being reported today as of now after 4 decades. So you have concluded very nicely that Karnal Bunt is not an individual disease. It is a disease of different countries, and a collaborative approach should be followed. International collaboration should be there. And then there should be a synthesis of approach combining plant breeding, plant pathology, and marker-aided selection and molecular laboratories. You have rightly said. My suggestion would be that an international working group should be prepared, and that should be very actively pursuing the management of Karnal Bunt. So it is a disease of the past, it is the disease of the present, and it will continue to be a disease of great concern. And next, you have suggested that more funding should be given for this. And my another point was that, which is in my mind since long, that Karnal Bunt, when it is there, you have mentioned that it affects the this boot stage, and when the grains are maturing, when they are tender, then when they are milky, so there are attraction to birds, and birds do damage the crop when Karnal Bunt affects the tender spikes. And I found that when Karnal Bunt infection is there, when Supridia has infected the ovary of grain, then the grain becomes more plumpy and more nutritious, more delicious for the birds. And so the another point is that Karnal Bunt affected plant as a whole, so that becomes more predisposed to other diseases, the foliar diseases, particularly Helminthosporium, Epicoccum, and leaf spots, and epicoccum, and even head blight. So this thing should also, my plant pathology colleagues should try to explore this, that if there is any interaction of Karnal Bunt, prior infection of Karnal Bunt with the outcome of a predisposition to other diseases, foliar or spike diseases. So we should explore those, and then we have to devise our management strategy accordingly. Because of late, since 80s, our foliar diseases have become more serious in wheat. So I thank you very much for your thought-provoking ideas and very illustrative explanation of a very important disease. Thank you very much, Dr. Pavan Singh.
Thanks, Dr. Dhiman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan, for your nice presentation. So, Chairman, sir, should we have the question answer session at the end?
Yes, Paul. I have one query from Dr. Pawan Kumar.
Okay, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Pawan Kumar, you have a lot of experience of international Charanplas movement. I would wish to know how far Karnal Bunt is an impediment in movement of international movement of seeds as well as consignments. Just very precisely.
It is a deterrent. It is really a big deterrent. How I will explain is, US has been pushing. US has been pushing that KB should be taken out of the quarantine disease list because US is one of the exporters. The other countries have not yet really pushed for it because it does play an important deterrent for shipments, especially for Australia. Australia would never let you in anything which is, even for research material which is coming out of areas which have KB, they would 3 times, I don't know how many times they would do. So this is a very big deterrent. For CIMMYT, it is a very big concern because we cannot send anything out of Obregon. We roughly, more than $1 million is spread just to clean our seed from our whatever is going out of CIMMYT. So KB has an important. Unfortunately, the shipments which are coming as far as grain is concerned are not really strictly tested for KB. So you can have a spread out with that. That could be possible.
Yes, because I understand certain countries, they have put zero tolerance. I mean, where Karnal Bunt is already not there, that even a single grain should not enter, like Australia and New Zealand particularly. These situations are there. Other countries are also very sensitive about it.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, Dr. Chair, I have a question, Dr. Chair and
yes.
Dr. Jaspal. Some problem is still there with my video. I think I'm not visible there. So, but I must congratulate Dr. Pawan Kumar. In India, as per our Indian research, what I feel, we have a AICRP system. So in that case, I suggested also in the management, seed management bill, sir, Dr. Chahal.
Yes, please.
And Dr. Pawan may be also helping us, that during multi-location testing, we are widely exchanging seeds, and there should be religiously the testing should be followed, because how it has gone to MP region now. So normally we don't care while we do multi-location testing. So even a single, other countries, Australia and other countries have made zero tolerance. So we need to, because learning from Dr. Pawan's presentation and other countries' strategies during multi-location testing, I think this is one of the greatest limitations of MLT, multi-location testing, which is otherwise very good system under AICRP system, that we need to make this screening and sorting of bunted wheat separately, while specifically for wheat related things. Similarly, many other diseases which are emerging. So seed treatment and seed sorting for multi-location testing, where these diseases are region specific. So while exchanging seed, we need to take a big care on that. So there has to be some kind of guideline which needs to go as a policy makers for our as a recommendation from this session also. So
yes,
this was
Dr. Chakravarti, that is perfectly all right. My view is that now the opportunity is there when the seed bill is there, that we need to strengthen our domestic quarantine system as well. That is very weak. That is not working. You have rightly mentioned there are many diseases which are region specific. So we must contain it right there where the diseases are, and their movement should be very carefully done.
But there's a problem, sir. Sometimes we have been advocating such kind of things, but it's never, because for us, even citizens, we don't care. Sometimes we can take a bag of wheat from one place to other. Similarly, the God has helped now us, like cyst nematode and all, which was restricted in one place, but then it has now gone to some other area. But countries like Australia, where I visited, while going from one state to another state in the borders, we are checked for everything. that kind of system is very difficult in the country to be brought. And even in parliament, when I made a presentation, they were also not able to know in India, how will you control this? Rather than that, at our ends only, at the scientific ends, when the breeder seeds are produced, when the breeder seeds are supplied, there we need to have means initially there, and when the country attains that kind of situation where domestic quarantine, because see, cotton leaf curl virus has threatened this cotton production in North India, whereas central and southern India, which has connectivity and the seasons overlap, there it has not gone. There nature has helped. So such kind of things are helping. But then, as you rightly suggested also, sir, that we need to do now something at our level, at the scientific level. I think quarantine level, domestic quarantine level, we will not be able to do. Our country is not geared at this moment.
I
Thank you, sir.
agree. I agree, fully agree.
Nee, I have one point, madam. Dr. Chakravarti, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one side, government of India is allowing the farmers to take their seed or their produce to everywhere in the country. How you will restrict the disease seed from one area to another area? That is a big question mark. Since it is farmers are agitating, they are restricting that they should be allowed the mandi or something like that. And other side, government of India is allowing. It is difficult to manage the things, particularly seed-borne pathogen.
Yes. That's what I was telling, sir. That's why at least seed treatment has to be done, seed sorting, especially for these kind of crops which govern the economy of the country. So they have to be made mandatory, sir. Those are the things which we need to do.
Well,
Dr. Pawan might
well,
have some other ideas
so
also, sir.
I will give you an example where the Indian government has done really an incredible job. This is the wheat blast. The border security guys were told to look for people not taking seed in from Bangladesh. They were very well educated.
That's for wheat blast, definitely. That was the only in the history government has waken up now.
Yeah, they have done a very good job. I will certainly say, even for the research institutions, the seed was going one way, that it can come to the adjoining areas but cannot go back. So there are proactive actions being taken by the government and the research institute. Sometimes what happens is when kernel bunt has been for a very long time, we become a little bit complacent, and then when the disease revives and comes up, we realize, okay, this is a big problem happening. My concern in this present scenario is India is producing very good amounts of wheat. We are at the doors of exporting wheat, and major export of wheat will happen from the areas which are actually vulnerable or prone to kernel bunt. So if we were to export good quality seed, we need to be breeding for resistance and developing cultivars which can mitigate the effect of kernel bunt. So that's an additional reason, maybe something which could be looked into. Farmers are contracted that their material will be exported. They are put under fungicides under optimum conditions, and then there would be produce which would be KB free, and maybe it can be very well exported internationally.
Dr. Pawan, thank you so much, because now, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Chahal, seed will is there, and we have advocated that seed treatment should be made mandatory. For that is the minimum basic thing which we can do, at least some to start with. And for blast, that was a little bit easy because it was restricted to one country and there is one border, means of course state. But now this, while multi-location testing is being done, it is from state to state, within the country. So while stopping anything from across the international border is easier compared to the state borders. That there is a challenge in this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan.
After the talk of Dr. Sridhar Bhivani, we can have more discussion. I think it's late night for them. They have to go to bed. So, Dr. Bhivani, are you there? Dr. Sridhar?
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Jaspal.
So I take this pleasure to introduce you to the audience. So Dr. Sridhar is presently heading the Rust Research Global Program at CIMMYT, Mexico. Dr. Bhavani has been working with CIMMYT for the last 12 years. And in the past, he coordinated the largest trait-based phenotypic platform on stem rust, especially UG99, in East Africa for over 7 years, working closely with the CalRO and EIAR, facilitating testing of the global wheat germplasm, collaborating with the several other countries and research institutions. His group works closely with the bread and durum wheat breeding programs, and rust research focuses on understanding the genetic basis of resistance to the 3 rust diseases in a wide range of germplasm, dissecting the components of resistance in breeding materials and characterize new genes or QTLs conferring rust resistance, developing diagnostic markers and implementing mass fine mapping, developing mutants for specific trait target genes, and eventually clone them in collaboration with other advanced institutes to better understand the resistant mechanism. So Dr. Sridhar, he has authored or co-authored over more than 70 articles in various and he's also the alumni of the University of Sydney. So with these words, I invite Dr. Sridhar to present his findings. Dr. Sridhar, please.
Thank you all for the invitation, and a very good morning to all the eminent researchers from India, my mentor Harbans from the University of Sydney, and my CIMMYT colleagues, and also other distinguished scientists who are present in this occasion, and many of the other researchers who have actually been a part of the CalRO training course, whom I've actually seen are attending this presentation. I would just like to give you a brief talk about the quantitative resistance that we focus on in achieving durability to the 3 wheat rust diseases. That will be the title of my presentation. And as many of you are aware, the 3 rust diseases are the major important biotic stresses in almost all wheat growing environments worldwide, causing substantial yield losses with susceptible varieties. And the global estimate is close to about $4.5 to $5 billion that gets losses in terms of yield to these 3 rust diseases. And as you can see from this slide, all these 3 diseases are quite damaging. If you have susceptible varieties, you could expect about 50 to 80% losses to stripe rust, about 50% losses to leaf rust, and about 100% losses, a linear relationship with stem rust, which is quite a devastating disease. So in order to address the threat of these rust diseases, the wheat rust research at CIMMYT focuses with a major objective to develop and deploy improved bread and durum wheat germplasm with durable resistance to all the 3 rust diseases. Something also very important in the context of the germplasm in developing countries is to avert major epidemics, as well as farmers being resource poor, minimizing the chemical control of use of fungicides to control the diseases. On the other hand, within the rust research, we focus on understanding the genetic basis of resistance across a diverse range of germplasm, not only the advanced breeding lines that have complex resistance, but also panels of land races, association mapping panels, and biparental mapping studies, largely focusing on characterizing and identifying new genes for rust resistance. And with the objective also to develop closely linked diagnostic markers that can facilitate marker-assisted selection. And some of these important QTLs are fine mapped with the idea of eventually cloning them by developing mutants. And this is largely done in collaboration with advanced research institutes like the CSIRO in Australia and John Innes Centre in the UK. And some of the research also focuses in transferring new genes from pre-breeding stocks from secondary and tertiary gene pools into adaptive genetic backgrounds. And at the same time, coordinate one of the largest phenotyping platforms for rust diseases, not only to ensure reliable phenotypic data from hotspot environments where maximum pathogenic diversity exists. I'll talk a little bit more in detail, but that facilitates also selection of germplasm, which is broadly effective in different geographies against different rust races prevalent in different environments. And at the same time, we also link with the survey and surveillance teams in partnership with the Global Rust Reference Centers, which also help us to understand the pathogenic diversity in different geographies, which also have an important effect in terms of gene deployment within our breeding materials. So with that, I just wanted to reflect a snapshot on the diversity for rust resistance genes that have been cataloged so far. We've got about 220 odd genes that have been identified and cataloged, of which close to about 79 genes conferring leaf rust resistance, about 83 genes for stripe rust, and about 60 genes for stem rust have been identified. However, as you could see, they're not only derived from breadwheat, which is Triticum aestivum, but also have been derived from different genera and species. So wheat is amenable to gene introgression from other sources, and not only of the fact that we have introgressions from alien transfers, which not only facilitate disease resistance, but also yield-related traits that have also enhanced productivity, such as the 1B1R translocation, as well as the 2NS translocation, which also confers resistance to wheat blast. So one take-home message is majority of these genes that have been cataloged so far confer race-specific type of resistance, which is encoded by NBS-LRR type of gene-for-gene interactions. However, there is a smaller frequency of genes that also condition adult plant resistance. And this has been widely used in the past in breeding resistant varieties. However, as you would see, only a smaller proportion of these genes are effectively used in breeding, largely of the fact that they are associated with linkage drag, or they are only effective to certain races of pathotypes in certain environments, which limits their use geographically in broader environments. And at the same time, deployment of single race specific genes in the past has resulted in boom and bust cycles, wherein pathogens have evolved virulence for those specific race specific genes, resulting in bust cycles. And CIMMYT has been no exception to this. As you could see, multiple varieties that were released in early 70s have conferred effective resistance in the initial years, but within a span of 3 to 4 years, have been overcome with virulent races carrying virulence for those effective leaf rust as well as yellow rust resistance genes. And similar trend has also been observed in case of yellow rust. And as you could see, one of the most infamous breakdowns has been the YR9 breakdown that originated from Kenya, migrated through East Africa all the way into Asia. Similarly, widespread breakdown of YR gene YR27, not only in Mexico, but also in parts of Asia, and very recently in 2017, resulting in epidemics in Ethiopia. So this is not new. So the documented evidence of having these race-specific genes resulting in boom and bust cycles has been well studied, and you still experience such boom and bust cycles in some of these regions where single genes have been deployed. And very recently, what we have also observed in the last 2 decades is the spread of some of these aggressive stripe rust races belonging to PSDS1 and S2 races adapted to warmer temperatures. And studies suggest the fact that the Himalayan region is a source of diversity of some of these highly aggressive races, all the way into Europe, into other geographies as well. So about 14 races, 14 race groups have been identified, PSDS1 to S14, indicating significant diversity for yellow rust races in different parts of the world. Something which is quite infamous in the last decade has been movement of some of these PSDS11 races from Central Asia, all the way from Central Asia into East Africa, causing sporadic epidemics of yellow rust in Kenya and Ethiopia. And similarly, in 2017, we had migration of PSDS13 races all the way from Europe into into South America, into Argentina as early as 2017, causing significant epidemics. And one very recently, incursion of some of these wire races from Europe into Northern Africa, which is Morocco, causing significant yellow rust epidemics as well. So something which is quite unique to these yellow rust races is of the fact that they initiate early infection as well as faster buildup of the disease. And at the same time are quite adapted to warmer environments, and disease progresses significantly higher. And also these diseases have shown non-conventional adaptation to other environments, which is quite interesting about this. So creates global vulnerability if these races migrate to other environments. And at the same time are able to evolve faster to gain new virulences, thereby rendering several of these effective genes susceptible in the breeding materials. And as I'd also mentioned earlier, Mexico is not immune to any of these either. We also have diversity of PSDS1 and S2 races. And as you could see, multiple yellow rust genes have been within the PSDS. And what we identify is every year, which
Arey, who is this guy?
Okay, sorry about the interruption. So what it signifies is of the fact that the breeding program
Excuse me.
challenged with
Excuse me.
migrating, evolving, diverse yellow rust populations into different geographies becomes a very challenging component for CIMMYT that distributes international nurseries to global partners. Another important thing, as I mentioned, okay, looks like this is frozen. So in order to address the challenge of these boom and bust cycles and deployment of single race specific genes, CIMMYT breeding program has focused largely on enhancing the resistance durability with a different approach of deploying adult plant resistance genes. And some of the likely rationale behind using of such durable resistance has largely because of the fact that there is very little understanding of the huge diversity of rust races, which have unknown virulences. And that is one of the reasons wherein new varieties which are exposed to pathogen in few years of time renders susceptibility of the fact that the pathogen is already existing, which has been undetected largely because of the surveillance efforts. And at the same time, they're not limited to specific geographies. As I mentioned earlier, transcontinental migration and spread of some of these yellow rust races and also mutations for virulence has been observed for the rust pathogens, which prompts us to go for more kind of a durable approach. And as I also mentioned, it's quite challenging also to conduct annual virulence analysis and monitoring to keep an assessment on new races that have evolved in the region, which is done in certain geographies or in certain countries, but then it's largely not applicable in many other wheat growing environments. And that poses a challenge as well. And as I also mentioned, some of these race-specific genes which are deployed are only effective to specific races and specific geographies, and only a handful of genes confer effective resistance against broader geographies. And an interesting challenge with breeding is of the fact that once a variety becomes popular with high yield resistance, as well as disease resistance, you start witnessing a mega variety approach wherein the varietal turnover becomes quite slow unless and until the variety becomes susceptible to the disease. So keeping in mind of all these, it also gives us an opportunity to break out of those boom and bust cycles and also to focus on other imminent threats. For example, as Dr. Pavan mentioned, current now the imminent threat within parts of Asia is the wheat blast disease, as well as the similar reports of wheat blast into Africa, which happens to be an emerging threat for the wheat breeding program and also for other environments as well. So something which is also quite important is how to identify and characterize some of these slow rusting genes or resistance within the breeding program. And quite easy, yet quite complex in terms of accumulating such genes is of the fact that they are usually associated with high or susceptible infection type at seedling stages when we evaluate them in the greenhouses. At the same time, they exhibit lower disease progress with longer latency period in the field compared to the susceptible checks. So the disease progress is quite slow and the area under the disease progress is also quite small. And at the same time, you'd also see a quantitative variation for the trait when you actually develop biparental populations to dissect out the components of resistance. So this has been widely done in CIMMYT. We've been characterizing quite a few genes for all the three rusts. And this assay has been used. The indicators have been high or compatible infection types that you would observe in the field, especially for leaf rust as well as for stem rust with low disease severity. However, with yellow rust, it's a bit more challenging, largely of the systemic growth habit and also of the fact that the infections keep repeating again and again, which makes it a bit more challenging to characterize for APRs in the field. Another important thing that CIMMYT has encompassed over the last 3 decades has been reliable phenotyping. CIMMYT, in collaboration with national programs, has established an international wheat phenotyping network comprising of different phenotyping platforms for various biotic and abiotic stresses that are present in different parts of the world. And here I would like to focus on these 8 spots that are marked in circles are the part of International Disease Phenotyping Network, which focuses on majority of the important diseases such as rust, septoria, fusarium, and very recently the wheat blast. The ones that are marked in stars are the ones that correspond to the 3 different rusts. And as Pavan has mentioned, 2 sites in Mexico facilitate testing of leaf rust, stem rust, and yellow rust, stem rust of the non-UG99 lineage. However, we have also extended the shuttle breeding all the way to Kenya, which facilitate incorporation of UG99 resistance within our breeding materials. Yellow rust is usually accomplished both at Toluca, coming down from multiple disease screening sites in Uruguay. You could also see some of the yellow rust aggressive warrior races and these warmer temperature adapted yellow rust races to be screened in Izmir in Turkey, and also 2 of the sites in Ludhiana as well as Karnal from India. They all provide valuable information on the status of resistance on some of the widely effective CIMMYT breeding materials that are shared out to partners as international nurseries. So the importance of this phenotyping platforms is they help in evaluation of traits that cannot be screened exclusively at CIMMYT sites. And at the same time, as I'd mentioned, are hosted by NAS partners, quite optimal for trait phenotyping, quite reliable phenotypic data, generating high quality data under defined agronomic practices, and also represent hotspots for pathogenic diversity, as CIMMYT has a mandate to deliver improved wheat varieties, not only combining yield as well as disease resistance. So this facilitates both evaluation and selection of the breeding materials in these hotspot environments. And complementing is the data that comes from IVIN partners. So we've got about 200 odd collaborators or cooperators who receive the international nurseries from CIMMYT, who also provide with the data on the status of resistance on the breeding materials that they receive. So these help us to identify lines that carry good levels of broadly effective durable resistance within our breeding materials. And here I wanted to reflect, as I'd mentioned, we've been focusing on slow rusting pleiotropic adult plant resistance. Pleiotropic of the term is that they are not only effective to the 3 rust, but also confer effective resistance to other diseases such as powdery mildews, spot blotch, fusarium head blight, BYDV, and to only a smaller extent. As you could see from this picture, the individual effects of these APR genes are quite minor. However, combinations of 4 to 5 minor genes with their additive interactions can be combined to elevate the levels of resistance to near immunity, and that is what we have achieved within CIMMYT breeding materials. And of the fact that cloning efforts have been in progress, LR34 has been cloned. So we also understand that it encodes an ATP binding cassette kind of transporter that is quite common both in plants and animals, which links to the pleiotropic drug resistance locus. Similarly, very recently, we have cloned the LR67, which sort of confers hexose transporter, which also alters the sugar upload levels within the cells, which triggers resistance. LR46 is in collaboration with CSIRO group with Dr. Evans Laguda, which we are in the process of cloning. Similarly, with LR68, we are working with the John Ennis Center in the UK to clone LR68. However, SR2 is still important, but still there are challenges. Probably Harbans can talk about how far the cloning efforts have gone with SR2, even though it has been identified over 100 years ago. And at the same time, efforts have been to mine out and diversify some of the resistance base for these 3 rusts. So we've done some QTL studies on different populations, and we identified multiple genomic regions. The only problem with the QTLs is largely of the fact that we don't have closely linked markers that could be used in breeding. So still the phenotypic selection, having combination of multiple genes that you can identify as transgressive segregants is the best approach that we use in breeding. So this is just a representation of the 3 environments within the Mexico shuttle breeding that has been established by Dr. Bolog, 3 different environments for the 3 different rusts. But a take-home message from this is the breeding approach that we use called as the single backcross selected bulk scheme, wherein different stages of segregating populations are advanced using different rusts. For example, F2s are evaluated and screened and selected in Toluca. And at the same time, F3 and F4 segregating generations are evaluated and selected in Kenya for stem rust resistance to the UG99 and other races in East Africa. And similarly, leaf rust resistance evaluations and selections are done at advanced generations of F5 and F6 in Ciudad Obregón. So multiple generations of advancement in 3 different hotspot environments helps us not only to combine multiple resistance genes into the breeding germplasm, and also having larger population size enables us to identify those transgressives which combine multiple genes in combinations. Here is a very good example which I wanted to talk about how we go about dissecting the components of resistance. So here is an example of a gene called YR54, which confers modest levels of adult plant resistance to yellow rust. So this gene was introduced as a line from Kansas winterbeet program, largely to introduce LR42 from an Agilops toshii gene carrying line. However, this line also and reads as a pedigree of Babax LR42 Babax. And QTL study using a biparental population was developed with susceptible parents. And we were able to map this gene.
Dr. Sridhar, you are muted now.
Okay, great. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, dissecting the components of resistance, we were also able to identify, in addition to the YR54 locus on chromosome 2DS, we were able to validate the presence of LR46 or YR29 locus, SR2 or YR30, conferring modest levels of resistance, in addition a QTL on chromosome 3D. So as I was mentioning, 4 to 5 minor genes in combinations, as you could see, the effect of YR54 is still intermediate, but when you combine with the other minor effect genes, you could start seeing reduction in disease severity almost to about 0 to 5%. And this is what we would wish to sort of bring in back, combining multiple APR genes within the breeding materials. And here is a snapshot of the photograph of YR54 and a mutant that does not carry the gene. So you could see there is a modest difference, about 20% reduction in disease severity. So such genes are broadly effective of the fact that they have been released as varieties in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, India, Mexico, Kenya, and these all in combination with some of those other minor APR genes have conferred very good levels of resistance as varieties. And what we are also trying to look at is to further clone to understand whether it belongs to the NBSLRR or it does encode some other kind of transporter genes which have been identified in the past with one of our colleagues, collaborators in China. And here is another example. This is a variety that was released in Ethiopia called Arablu, also known as Dekai, as early as 2018. This line is quite resistant to UG99 race group and Digaloo race groups in Kenya. And it was one of the first varieties that was released in 2009. So we wanted not only to dissect out the components of resistance for stem rust, but also looking at yellow rust and leaf rust resistance. And the mapping population was evaluated in hotspot environments in Kenya, in Mexico, as well as in India. And using DART-seq genotyping platform. And as you could see, multiple genomic regions have been associated with leaf rust and stripe rust resistance have been identified. One thing that gives an affirmation is of the fact that the involvement of pleiotropic genes such as LR46 and LR68. And at the same time, something which is quite new is also of the fact that we found minor effect genes on chromosomes 3DS, 2AL, 5AL, 7DS. But then an important finding is another co-located locus closer to the LR46 called as 1BL.2, which is about 40 centimorgans from the LR46 locus, which is quite new and also confers effective resistance to both yellow rust and leaf rust, which is under further characterization. So this is one good study wherein it shows how you could dissect out the components and also combinations of some of these minor effect genes in trying to elevate the levels of resistance in some of the breeding materials. Here is another example called Mukui. This is also a line released in Kenya and also in Mexico in 2016. Very good levels of resistance to all the 3 rusts. And as you could see, 4 stripe rust loci and 6 stripe rust leaf rust loci have been identified. Here, the important finding of this study, in addition to the minor effective regions that have been identified, we identified the same locus 1BL.2, which we identified in Arab blue, but also another locus in chromosome 2AS. So we prompted of the fact that 2AS could be the 2NS, 2AS, 2NS translocation, which carries YR17. And unfortunately, the PSTS11 races in Kenya and also in Mexico confer virulence for YR17. So it's no longer effective. So there could be another new locus on the 2NS, 2AS translocation that also confers resistance to yellow rust. So that was one other important finding of this biparental study. And something we wanted to see is how good is the genetic architecture within CIMMYT breeding materials? How diverse are we in terms of yellow rust genes that we deploy or the genomic regions that confer effective resistance? So this was a GWAS study that was done very recently and was published in Nature Scientific Reports. As you could see, multiple genomic regions have been identified and a panel of 52,000 lines derived from the second-year yield trials for the last 5 years were used under this study. This was a part of the Feed the Future project with Jesse Poland using GBS genotyping. And a nice representation, as you could see, the pink ones are the favorable alleles that in combination can enhance levels of resistance within the breeding materials. And yellow ones are the ones which are unfavorable alleles, which actually elevate the levels of susceptibility within the breeding material. So there is a balance of it, but then combinations of these, several of these favorable alleles have actually enhanced resistance levels within the breeding materials. And here is a nice haplotype graph. As you could see, a heat map of some of the genomic regions associated with yellow rust resistance. A good confirmation is of the fact that some of this genomic region on chromosome 2B that is associated with resistance both in India as well as in Mexico and Kenya corresponds to the YR31 locus. YR31 is ineffective in Mexico. However, it is effective in India. And it could be derived from Pasteur or Chapio, or it could also be derived from another source called francolin. And similarly, the 2D region, as you can see in this picture, which is effective in both in India, Kenya, as well as in Mexico, is the YR54 locus that I talked about, quite effective in different geographies. Another important thing is the 4D locus at the bottom, as you can see, is conferred by yellow rust gene YR28. And the same finding of what I indicated earlier of the non-2NS gene YR17 is another genomic region that is associated with yellow rust resistance that comes up both in Joro as well as in Mexico. So in summary, if you look back at the status of resistance within the breeding materials, there's a large frequency of lines that carry very good levels of adult plant resistance, as you could see, low disease severity. And this is largely based on the data that we get from Mexico, India, as well as Kenya. So you could see there is significant proportion of materials that are good for yellow rust resistance, and also are a combination of 4 to 5 slow rusting genes. And as I'd also mentioned, these new aggressive races also induce a lot of seedling susceptibility. So the approach is to have some of these small to intermediate race specific genes such as YR48, YR54, 60, and 67 in combination so that they can also confer effective seedling resistance and also in complement the field resistance at adult plant stage within the breeding materials. So this has been achieved for yellow rust. And leaf rust stands as a very good example of the fact that CIMMYT materials in the last 30 years that have been deployed in different wheat growing environments with CIMMYT target countries have never reported any serious epidemic of leaf rust, largely of the fact that we were able to accumulate quite a few of these APR genes. And as you could see, a larger frequency of lines carry APRs with high levels of resistance. And at the same time, the genome fingerprinting also identified LR46 locus, YR29, which is almost fixed within CIMMYT germplasm right now. And this is one good example of resistance durability, wherein deploying such kind of resistance can actually enhance longevity of resistance for over 3 decades. And coming back to another important constraint that was flagged by one of the scientists of the UG99 race group, which was considered as a significant threat to global wheat production. As you could see, even though it was identified as one unique race in 1998 with virulence to multiple genes, what we've identified as its geographic spread has increased, and the current status is about 14 races, within the UG99 lineage, spread across 13 countries, all the way from South Africa to the Middle East, all the way up to Iran. And this in its lineage is quite unique of the fact that it has also rendered some very useful genes ineffective, such as SR24, SR36, SRTMP in 2014, and very recently a new allele of SR8B, which was identified in 2018, which have been rendered susceptible. So not only of the fact that we have challenges with the UG99 lineage, we also have challenges with another race group called the Digaloo race group, or TTKTF. Of the fact that this race has also resulted in epidemics in Europe. I think you must have read the recent reports in Sweden, in Europe, as well as very recently, it has also resulted in, I think samples were also collected in UK, which suggested some of these races linked to the Digaloo race group were identified both in UK and Germany. So they also happen to have an important constraint onto breeding program, largely of the fact that they have different virulences compared to the race group. And here is what I had mentioned earlier. In order to sort of successfully breed for UG99 resistance, not only of the fact that we evaluate, we also have extended the shuttle breeding all the way from Mexico to Kenya, wherein early generations such as F3 and F4 get evaluated and selected as a part of the shuttle breeding scheme, single backcross selected bulk, goes back to Mexico. And this has also resulted in higher frequency of resistant lines within the breeding materials. Of the last 10 years or the last 12 years, decade of progress within the stem RAS breeding, we could see about 10 to 15% lines carrying high levels of adult plant resistance, which are for immediate release in primary risk environments such as Kenya and Ethiopia, and about 40 to 50% lines that carry adequate levels of adult plant resistance genes. And also of the fact that we have about 20 to 30% of lines that also carry some effective race-specific genes in combination. One thing not to forget of the fact, which I already mentioned earlier, SR2 is still an important and integral component of stem rust resistance within CIMMYT breeding materials. As I said, it's already effective for over 100 years. And a morphological marker of PBC expression on glooms and stems is an indicator of the fact that the gene is present, which we use it for selection, and has been a backbone of several breeding programs, and also dates back to the breeding success of Dr. Borlaug in mitigating stem rust in Mexico. And here, I think I wanted to reflect as knowing of the fact that we have diversity of races and we need to have different approaches, not only just combination of APR genes, but also can have combinations of both race-specific and APR genes within the breeding materials. So we've started to develop a trait pipeline approach of looking into some of these effective race-specific genes, which are quite effective and against multiple races of the pathogen, both for stem rust and yellow rust, and some of which have already been cloned, wherein we've got diagnostic markers that would facilitate not only in pyramiding, but also combining both R genes as well as APRs in combinations within the breeding materials. So we've already progressed quite far, and probably the next generation of breeding materials that will be distributed as international nurseries will have a combination of both R genes and APR genes in combination. And here is just a reflection of the impact of CIMMYT breeding materials. Over the last 6 years, we've got about 168 direct releases in different parts of the world, largely a part of this successful collaboration that we have with different national partners. And as you can see, within 24 partnering countries, we're looking at about 25 to 28 varieties as an annual release. And here I'll also like to congratulate the proactive efforts of our Indian partners, wherein multiple varieties have been released, not only elevating the production of the threshold of 100 million tons, but also of the integrated interdisciplinary collaboration between breeders and pathologists in keeping the diseases at bay, which also contribute to the genetic gains, largely with the deployment of rust-resistant varieties, and at the same time, quite active surveillance and surveys that have been put in place as a part of the breeding program. So giving this solutions and also the approaches, I just would like to conclude with the future outlook of the fact that these rust diseases still continue to remain the most important disease for CIMMYT target environments. Resistant durability can be achieved by deploying such complex adult plant resistance. We could use multiple approaches, even include our genes in combination. I think as I'd mentioned earlier, close to about 20 rust resistance genes have been cloned so far. And with the advancement of technologies such as agrinsic, mutrinsic, and chromrinsic, we have seen the ease of multiple genes being cloned, which not only facilitates stacking or pyramiding of genes, but also to facilitate marker-assisted selection with gene-based markers, and also to enhance genetic diversity. And with the experience that we have with CIMMYT, field phenotyping, at least in the context of APRs, is quite essential to make not only progress for rust resistance, but also in terms of overall breeding. And something which I also wanted to update is an approach to stack multiple resistance gene onto a single translocation called as gene cassettes. The recent update is of the fact that you could actually stack up to 7 genes, both R and APR genes in combinations, and has been demonstrated to effectively work, which has been demonstrated in Minnesota in the field trials. However, the adoption of transgenic wheat still happens to be a major challenge in many of the countries. And something which is quite important in the context of evolving and migrating yellow rust pathogens is of the fact that we need to cut down the area grown to susceptible varieties to manage these rust diseases better, and always keep reminded of the fact that rust never sleeps, as what was said by Dr. Borlaug long ago. With that, I'd like to thank and acknowledge different partners, funders for their collaborations with CIMMYT, and thank you all for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Jaspal madam, Abhishek, Dr. Abhishek.
Yes, Dr. Gogoi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I think we can have some discussion with Dr. Sridhar and Pawan, because after that they will leave. So please.
Sridhar, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
And I was curious about the 7 gene cassette which you mentioned. So is it has it been transferred to some wheat background, or it's just the cassette is ready with the stacks only?
Thanks, Dr. Chuneja. That's an interesting question as well. So if I were to look back into some of these gene stacks that has been accomplished with collaboration with CSIRO, University of Minnesota, there are 7 genes, of which a 5-gene multi-gene cassette, which includes SR45, LR67, SR50, SR35, and SR22 have been done onto a single translocation. I think I can just share you this slide. Just give me a second. Okay, here is the construct with 5 genes that was accomplished last year. As you could see, it has a combination of both race-specific genes and LR67. And as you indicated, using field as a source wouldn't make any sense. So they tried to actually insert this cassette into 2 of the high-yielding wheat lines. One was Robin and the other one was Borlaug. I think you must have heard Robin was a very high-yielding variety back in Kenya. So we wanted to fix the stem rust component of it. And Borlaug, being a high-yielding variety, has been released in multiple environments, including Mexico. So those were the 2 varieties wherein this gene cassette was demonstrated to function. And I actually witnessed it myself, being it in Minnesota with an array of pathotypes. And the interesting thing is of the fact that this construct does not have any confounding or epistatic interactions with other genes. So you would see that if you were to use virulent pathotypes, you could actually knock out the effect of one of the genes, and you could still see the effect of the other resistance genes in combination.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Dr. Sridhar, I have one question. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. We usually say that in northern India, asexual spores, they are the primary source of inoculum for causing initial infection, especially under Punjab conditions. But usually also we say that the races, they develop through the sexual reproduction. We have presumed that sexual reproduction is not taking place in northern plains. Okay, but our varieties, new varieties, they are succumbing to the pressure of this pathogen after every 2-3 years of their release. Then do you suspect that something is happening in the Himalayas? Sexual reproduction is taking place, which we are not seeing.
That's very rightly answered yourself, Doctor. I can't see your name here. So not of the fact that some of these sexual recombination events happening in some of the alternate species, such as the Barbarous holstein, which is quite present in those regions, has led to these diverse race groups within Asia as well as in Europe. But having said that, I also indicated of the fact that a lot of the yellow rust diversity is unknown in terms of its virulences. So active surveillance and monitoring with, coupled with race typing in reference centers or in-house rust reference labs can help us understand what virulence exists already within the population. And at the same time, get an initial assessment from that, and then probably look at other sources, as you had mentioned, incursion of races all the way from Himalayan regions into northern belts of India. That is also a very plausible region. The only unfortunate part is of the fact that we do not send the samples from here to the global rust reference centers, such as Denmark, which can easily enable us to identify the different lineages of PST race groups and also relate back of where they are closely related and how diverse they are in terms of both sexual and asexual populations. Largely of the fact that it's still considered as a part of the National Biodiversity Trust. So it's difficult for you to share those pathotypes. However, I think Dr. Bharadwaj can highlight a little bit of the information on genotyping. Genotyping can also help in terms of understanding the virulence and avirulence structure within different PST isolates in different regions. And I think as a part of the Australian project they were able to sequence some of these isolates. I'm not sure if they have the results of comparing the isolates from northern India with isolates in Nepal or in Bangladesh or in Pakistan, which I've sent out to the Rust Reference Center, and also just to see and assess the diversity of different race groups within India.
Thank you.
And one thing I also wanted to emphasize was the fact that breeding for adult plant resistance, which I talked is a bit complex, but it's not unachievable. So I think some of the breeding programs in India who actually are quite active in trying to introgress different sources and different genes for resistance to the 3 Rus can use a similar approach, at least for targeted set of populations that you identify them to be quite good to transfer resistant into high yielding backgrounds.
Thank you very much.
And another thing I wanted to flag was if anybody is interested to know what genes are present within CIMMYT germplasm, at least in the context of the races that are prevalent in Mexico and also in some of the other environments that we have actually evaluated, we'll be happy to share along with the marker information that you could use to actually validate and see the presence of these genes in some of the international nurseries that you receive before you start to implement marker selection in your breeding programs.
Can I request all the participants to please keep your mics off during the presentation? It becomes very disruptive for the speaker. Kindly take care to keep your mics off.
Another thing which I also wanted to congratulate some of our breeders and pathologists in the race for UG99 resistance was of the fact that, I mean, the time limitation was quite short. So close to about 3,000 odd advanced lines and lines in pipeline for release have been evaluated in Kenya. And a lot more varieties have been released. I think close to about 25 odd varieties carrying good levels of UG99 resistance have been released in India, which occupy close to about 7 million hectares. So I would actually want to congratulate you guys to also be the forefront runners in trying to mitigate some of these emerging threats, and similar successes with BLAST with multiple varieties that are released in production environments, which can sort of curtail the spread of this disease in production environments.
Anyone else? So if no more questions,
Dr. Jaspal,
yes, sir.
have you opened the session for questions and something?
Yes, sir, because Dr. Pawan and Dr. Sridhar, they have to leave.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Dr. Sridhar, I have a small just query. Again, yeah. Dr. Sridhar, I must compliment you for a very good presentation, as also Dr. Pavansi. And it's a holistic view about the breeding program and breeding strategy and pathotyping and host resistance in this, and what you have said. So I have a query that this pathogen like yellow rust or stem rust or stripe rust or brown rust or black rust, whatever we say them. So there's a phenomena of pathogenic specialization which is existing, and we know that is that follows a gene for gene specific manner. It behaves in that way. So why, despite so much collaborative work in international arena, even in India, and collaborative work with CIMIT, we have not been able. Hello.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah, we have not yet been able to discover a gene with broad specificity. Of course, you did mention about lots of loci which are providing some tolerance, and then lots of horizontal resistance, and all those things are working, which are behaving in a against different ABR genes. But like genes like XA21 gene in case of rice, like which is also having the same kind of R gene mediated resistance, and where a single gene has a broad specificity against African races and then Indian races. But so far in case of wheat, we have not yet hit across a locus or a gene specific for multi marker assisted selection. So this is what I wanted, and like multiple AVR gene based screening. So we can also have certain loci which are having multiple showing resistance against different predominant pathotypes. So can that also be engineered, or can there will be a single gene which can be found so that marker assisted selection can be done?
Excellent question, Dr. Chakravarti. I think I'll just share you one of these slides again. With the time
I'm sorry,
constraint.
I missed a small amount of time your presentation. I was in fact tempted to remain glued, but then some SRB, some selections are going on, so I need to rush. So that's why I had to miss that part. So that's
Okay. Here is a slide that answers your question. So something that you talked about vectors that to mine out broad specific resistance genes. So this is a collaboration which is in its second phase with Kansas State University. And this is more focused on stem rust because we have seen multiple races evolving, defeating several major race-specific genes. So what they have done in this study is they have used a collection of about 160 isolates of stem rust, which they have as a part of collection and at the same time that have been collected during survey and surveillance. And at the same time, they've used 400 genotypes, which include predominant varieties in the past, land races that you could mine for new sources of resistance. So there was a more or less like an association study that was done using a panel of wheat genotypes with a panel of rust races. And they were able to identify close to about 160 genomic regions associated with resistant to different pathotypes. And what our focus in terms of CIMMYT was actually to pick broad effective resistance enhancer loci. So what we have identified is 6 as target. And using this backcross approach, as you're seeing in the slide, we are planning to make some designed specific crosses to introgress at least 6 of those epistatic interactor enhancer loci into CIMMYT breeding program. And probably in 4 to 5 years' time, we would be able to demonstrate the efficacy of some of these within CIMMYT germplasm, and also to see the durability when exposed to hotspot environments like Kenya. This is a great study, and we have also initiated a similar study with the Global Rust Reference Center in Denmark, wherein we have collected different genotypes that constitute the crossing block within CIMMYT. So close to about 1,200 odd genotypes from the last 10 years, which are actively used in crossing block as donor sources for different rusts and other traits, are being used to sort of screen out with an array of yellow rust pathotypes that they have as a part of their stubs collection, and also of the isolates that are being sent routinely for pathotype analysis. So they'll be using a panel of genotypes along with a panel of races, trying to identify the same enhancer loci within CIMMYT germplasm, which is broadly effective against all the pathotypes that they have in their collection, which could be very valuable source for deployment and breeding. And unfortunately, as I'd mentioned, we don't have the access to yellow rust races, the exact virulence pattern that they have, which can also tailor back more information on the performance of CIMMYT lines. However, the phenotyping platforms enable that. So the BSAV platform in Ludhiana, as well as the Kanal platform, also enable us to select those combinations as well. So one way is to either look into the pathogenic diversity and identify the host resistance, or look at what are the predominant pathotypes that we evaluate in the screening nursery, and then identify lines that are better resistant in those and use them as parents within our crossing block. So these are still under study, and I think probably we'll be updated on the progress once when we have some concrete results. But your question is well taken. One such example is SR31, which broke down with the UG99 race group. This gene was deployed worldwide and kept stem rust under control for over 30 years. Imagine the broad effectiveness of one resistance gene as a part of the genetic resistance within breeding material. So we do still have some examples. SR26 is another example, which needs to only stand the test of time, whether it will still eventually hold up within the UG99 race group or not. And
So,
for the
thank you, Dr. Sridhar. I wish and I expect then Dr. Subhash Bhardwaj, who is intensively involved in extensive pathotyping of yellow rust, and he has been he is one of the sources for us in the country for giving those kind at the moment, and maybe some of such kind of loci have also been taken by your group, so that that you will be able to work upon a broad spectrum internationally against all the pathotypes existing all over the country. So that is also should be seen, because India is going to be definitely a grain provider for the world sometime in due course of time. That is what we all expect, and that is all we also expect from you, because you are one of our resources from the country must be. So thank you. It's a nice work, and I compliment you for this nice work. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Chakrabarti. Thanks for reminding that. Sorry, I forgot to mention in the slide, you could see GRRC Denmark and India. So that's also in collaboration with Dr. Bharadwaj. So these
Oh, good.
genotypes will also be evaluated in Shimla Research Center against the predominant YR pathotypes in India.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Dr. Pavan, are you online?
I think we can, if there's no further discussion, I think we can invite next speaker. Are there any other queries or questions? If not, I think I will request Dr. Bariana to start with his presentation.
I think Sridhar and Pavan will leave. We should formally thank them.
Okay, okay. And it was
Thank
nice.
you very much once again. I think it's 11:35 in the night, so I'll say good night to all of you.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you,
Dr.
Pavan.
Sridhar, thank you very much.
Sridhar, it was nice
Thank you very much.
listening to you.
Bye, Sridhar. Pavan.
Okay, so Jaspal.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. S.R. Niranjana, you are trying to say something? Please unmute yourself first. Please unmute yourself.
First, I would like to wish all of you for this COVID pandemic. Good morning, all of you. Happy to see this, all of you in the screen. And another thing is, this is a very good presentation. What I heard, very nice presentation, and very nice presentation he has made. So today the breeding is taking good initiative, especially that new races of UG99 is important now, and in this UG99 is an important race now, and he has worked very well, and my congratulations to him, and very good presentation, madam. Thank you very much.
Please, I request again, kindly keep your mics off. Except the speaker. Please keep your mics off. Ritu, you are mute.
So the next speaker is Dr. Brianna, although he doesn't need an introduction, but I have to formally introduce him. So Dr. Brianna is working as Professor of Cereal Rust Genetics at the University of Sydney. And his present focus area of research is providing genetic solution for control to rust diseases of wheat. And he's member of many international society, as well as member of editorial board of many journals of international repute, and including Indian Phytopathology. So he has published 122 referred papers in high impact factor journals. And he's pioneered in about 50% of the total number of rust-resistant genes cloned worldwide. He has an important role in the development of molecular markers linked with more than 20 rust-resistant genes. So we welcome Dr. Brianna for his talk.
Thank you, Jaspal. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. You have to share your screen. Still not yet.
Then I think might be better, Jaspal, if you can actually drive it from your end. I sent you the slides. Is it possible?
You can share, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, would you like to try one more time to share your?
Okay, I will. Just a second. Is it okay?
Yeah, started, sir. Just yeah, it's coming.
Okay, thank you.
It's visible.
Okay, so
Dr. Brianna, go to slideshow. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I've done it now.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And I thought before I start, I say, although we are working hard on finding new genes, whether we will have farming existing in India. So the way things are going, my sympathies are with Indian farmers. And I humbly request government to not to destroy this profession. Otherwise, they will be, it's not only farmers, it's actually everybody who will suffer. So Norman Borlaug said, the greatest ally of the pathogen is our short memory. Plus, generations of mankind enjoying outcomes of breeding for disease resistance. Basically, once we have something under control, we take it for granted. So that's what we have to make sure.
Dr. Brianna, there is some problem in your audio. Can you please? थोड़े से close आ जाओ sir, system दे. It will be
okay. Is it clear now?
Better, sir.
Okay. So I can come a bit more closer. Yes, so the program which I work in is called Australian Cereal Rust Control Program. And as Sridhar said, it's Sydney University, CIMMET, University of Adelaide, CSIRO. We are all partners in this program and do the bits which are relevant to all these organizations. And it's funded by GRDC and of course CIMMET by CG and CSIRO by the Australian government and University of Adelaide. Otherwise it's funding too, but GRDC is the major player against this. And the cost is to benefit ratio, which was shown some times ago, was for $1 spent, we had 23 return, which was done a lot of, few years ago, but now I think it's even more. So if you look at the model, the title which was given to me was Discovery, Characterization, and Deployment. So if you see on your right side, we have host research, and you have pathogen research, and of course, molecular biology has joined in every aspect of these things these days. And eventually, what you learn from host, what you learn from pathogen, and you try to go into the pipeline of enhancing the germplasm, which means take those genes from land races or bad backgrounds, and you can put them into modern varieties. For example, if your variety is susceptible, for example, 2967, you can put these genes in there and then eventually give the material to breeders and varieties will go to the growers. So that's what the beauty of a program is. We work under one roof, we do host research, we do pathogen surveys, we develop germplasm, we work with breeders, and we work with farmers. We have annual meetings in which farmers also come in and give us suggestions. We try to work together solutions. And quite often, it's not a one-way street. It's actually we have the knowledge shared both ways. We learn from farmers, farmers learn from us. So the main thing is that if we look at the roadmap, anything which we do is the ultimate aim is breeding for disease resistance. What do we need it for? What do we initially need? We need new sources. And secondly, we have to understand what's going on in the pathogen community. For example, Dr. Pardwaj is doing survey in India. and other nodes like many wheat breeding centers, they are doing the research on genetics. Then to understand what's the genetic basis of that resistance is, we have to develop segregating populations. And of course, for breeding too. And what we need is, in the current DNA technology mode, we have to have DNA work going on hand in hand to actually pyramid genes or to understand the interaction of genes when it's difficult to see when more than one are present. So that can actually ascertain a technology which is alternate to phenotypic only, and combining these two phenotypic and genotypic technologies, we can be a lot more accurate, and we can be sure that we have more defense than only single gene. Of course, these markers, once we develop, they have to work across backgrounds. If they don't work across backgrounds, then they are good for publication, but they are not good for breeders. And at the end, breeder has the task of not only doing disease resistance. Breeder has quality. Breeder has all sort of other traits, yield, adaptation. So what we are going to do is give him some kind of germplasm which he or she can use in his or her breeding program to make a lead quicker than crossing the land races. So this is where you have a good example of Parveen Chaneja's program working together with the wheat breeding program in a seamless manner where they identify sources and the breeding people use those sources. So now if we look at resistance, although Sridhar has very nicely explained, I just thought that because we could have shared the slides, but there are two types of resistance. One, we call it all stage or major gene, seedling, overall, and we call it as army because it's on the ground. It's right from ground to the top. Once you have effective gene, it will look green. It will be all effective. Even if you have a single gene present, you will see no disease. But in contrary, we have adult plant resistance, which is not on the ground. It only starts probably after tillering or jointing. And I often call it Air Force. And if we look at the defense of a country, we need both Army and Air Force together to win. So similarly, I have been saying for 20 years, and I have annoyed many people, that we have to have combinations of ASR and APR. Although people are doing that, but for the sake of funding, sometimes they say, no, we want to only use APRs. And in countries like India, where you have 7 or 8 ton yield, you cannot rely only on APRs because inoculum level go really high on these APRs. So now, once you have decided to do something, where do you get the material, where you can get the resistance genes? So everybody, we are working on diverse germplasm, winter wheats from other areas. For example, Brazilian wheats have been really good, when the modern wheat breeding happened. And when I took over my position about 25 years ago, I thought I have a lot of work to do for breeders and I have no time for research. So I thought that let's go back to the basics. I went back and looked at the varieties, land races, which were tall and collected by Arthur Watkins in 1920s from 32 different areas. Britishers were ruling at many parts of the world at that time, so that was collected through writing letters. So he collected a fair bit, but eventually we have about 800 common wheat or bread wheat and 400 durum wheats present. And you can see the distribution, it's covering the globe pretty much. And my hypothesis there was that while we started doing breeding or putting the reduced height genes into varieties, modern varieties, Mexican varieties, we often used to call it, and we have left a lot of genetic variation behind in land races. And I am very happy to say that I was correct and I found new genes. Now, we started off with one set, but that doesn't mean that we only work on those. Whatever comes across during the screening process, we do genetic analysis on those and try to tell breeder what's the genetics of that is, or work together with breeders on their populations to find genetic basis. Because once we know the genetics, whether we have one gene, two genes, or three genes, then we have more accuracy in producing rust-resistant varieties. So how we can do it? We need screening. And world is one. If we do good in one country, and UG99 is a good example of it, then something happens in the other country. YR9 and YR27 virulence is another example of it, in which it started from Middle East and came to India and devastated some of the crops. So in that case, I took an example of stem rust screening here. We screen in India, in Nilgiri Hills. You can see Dr. Brahma and Dr. Sivasamy and Plant Breeding Institute, where I work in Sydney, and Kenya, Ethiopia, of course, and other places, Summit, wherever. And we work together with the pretty much a global rust team. And sometimes at the moment, what I'm finding is it's very difficult for me to find an examiner for my students, because they said you should not have worked together with those people. And that's how globally we are involved. And you can see that if we select for SR31 virulence in Kenya, and we can select the SR24 virulence in Nilgiri Hills, is actually better than the virulence which they have in Kenya. And at Covity, we don't have these two virulences. So combining together, we can pretty much get the whole picture amongst the germplasm and provide that information to the breeders so that they can actually use that material more effectively with the broad knowledge of the pathotype variation which is happening throughout the globe. So once you have screened, this is an example of genetic variation. So majority of the time, what comes up here is usually ASRs or combinations of APR genes. And what goes from here this way is basically single APR genes, and they may have only small effect, but once you put them together, they can give you very strong level of resistance, as you have seen in Sridhar's slide. But the only thing which they don't give you is resistance in the beginning part of the crop. And that's where inoculum buildup sometimes makes them less stronger. So once we have screened and we have identified from those kind of variation what we can actually use for genetic analysis, then we develop recombinant inbred populations. And then we have to phenotype it, screen it. Then of course, olden days we used to do monosomic analysis, cytogenetics group. I think Praveen has done it, and Dr. Vance has done it. And but now we have 90 case genotyping arrays of SNPs and TGBS or whatever you can genotype by sequencing, and all these things that are used to understand where actually that particular gene is located in the genome. So you are actually looking at parent 1, parent 2, produced populations. If it's simple inheritance, much easier. Otherwise, you have to go and isolate gene 1 and gene 2. And then eventually, I'll give you one example further. And on the adult plant side, it's often not single gene. It's usually 3 to 4 genes once you find a good genotype for genetic analysis. And this is where life becomes a bit harder. It's much easier to reach to this stage of marker, or this stage of marker. This is SNP and this is STS, so this is normal gel-based marker. But here, it takes much more longer to reach to this single marker or single allele specific marker for these adult plant resistance genes. So that's the sort of process of identifying. And I'm glad to see some new faces in the audience, because I almost forgot. I was so busy this week in harvesting and some of the teaching role that I almost forgot that I have to present today. So I'm recycling some of the old slides if some of you have seen it earlier, but certainly the principle doesn't change. Principle remains the same, whether the slides are old or new. So this is one example. We found one landrace in which we found 2 genes. And that work was done by Mandeep Randhawa, who actually comes from PAU, from the wheat group, and now runs the Kenyan Center and did PhD with us in Sydney. So he found 2 genes, and then he isolated those 2 genes singly, and one of them he called YR57. You can see it's resistant against so many pathotypes, and he showed that it's on chromosome 3BS, and it is different than the other genes, so that we can actually give a new name, which is YR57 at that time. The other gene was YR51. But all these genes, and we have gone up to 80 something now, they have about 7 or 8 genes have come from screening of land races, and that turned out to be new. So it's basically going back to basics did help us finding new genetic variation that can be good for breeding. Of course, if you look at this YR66 and 67, they come from an Indian line. Because we had over 10 years presence in India through the ICIR and ICAR funding, so these were part of that we found in one of the lines, these 2 genes were present, and 67 actually is the one which is also present in C306, C591, C273, the varieties which I think some of our parents remember as good chapati making varieties. And recently, I must say, working that's part of that collaboration which continued. We actually have found a new gene in one of the land races which Dr. Bhardwaj's team collected, and it's named as leaf-rust gene LR80, and that was actually a line collected by Dr. Bhardwaj's group, and we worked through those ACIR, ICAR collaborations, and the publication is actually accepted in TAG. So now, when we come to APR loci, so we cannot be very crystal clear like you have seen in the earlier slide. Here, you can see this, and this, these 3 together let us have the right level of resistance. Individually, they are not good enough. So this is where we need combinations. And if you look at in the next slide, once you have all these 3, it's less than 20%. Once you start to get the 2 gene combinations, goes in the about 30% area. And once you have single, they can vary, pretty much in the 50% range. So looking at that kind of segregation, you can see how additive they are, and you have 3 of them together, which you can see the effect. This is actually work done on a variety called Sentinel. It's a CIMMET release, a CIMMET germplasm release in Australia for feed wheat, and it's a high yielding variety. And interestingly, people were thinking that it's got YR27, and we figured out only last month that this 3V gene is actually was confused to be YR27 by people. It's actually a new gene. So now, a bit on, we actually went ahead doing biparental crosses to do genetics. And at the same time, Sridhar mentioned Kansas State a few times. So Kansas State was doing a haplotype hap map of land races. So they wrote a manuscript, and the biggest question they had was that, have they validated? And this is where our work was incorporated into that manuscript, where we have actually shown that the 7A gene which they have found, it's a new stem rust gene, 2A is a new stem rust stripe rust gene, and on 7B we have a new leaf rust resistance gene. So that was something which we had in biparental populations. So that's, you can say, GWAS, QTL mapping, simple genetic analysis coupled with markers, that has actually led to the development of, understanding the genetic basis of resistance in these varieties. So there are many more markers than these, but this is a snapshot of it. I did not update it as yet. So you can see we have SNP markers, which is most sought after these days because people really want to do non-gel based things. And we do still have, and we always try to develop PCR-based, gel-based markers as well, because not all labs have CASP running facilities, especially breeding groups. So once we have developed a marker, quite often the paper is published in very high-profile journal. But once you try to use it in breeding program, the marker doesn't work. So it's important to check your marker on the prevalent varieties so that you can actually show those varieties have different allele of that marker so that you can actually select it with confidence. So that's what we did. You can see this 150 base pair is linked with resistance, and none of these varieties carry 150 base pair. And on the other side, the SNP BS ending up with 7,6, none of these have a allele. So this is how we can say we are sure that that particular marker can be used in these backgrounds without jeopardizing, without error, with a lot of accuracy. So Cesar mentioned about cloning. This is perinon, that was the first gene which for stem rust which we cloned, SR33. And press asked me the question that, oh, you guys have done it, that means we have solved the problem. I said, no, we have increased our understanding. We haven't solved the problem. This will help us to build cassettes, which Sridhar showed, but otherwise it will give us a good marker which we can use for normal gene pyramiding. So similarly, LR67 was cloned a couple of years later after that, and then and in those days you can see we can publish in Science, Nature Genetics, Nature Biotechnology. Now when we clone a gene, it's very hard to publish because it has become routine. And majority of the time when you get the same kind of NVS LRR kind of sequences, there's no novelty, and unless you get some kind of new protein which is encoding that gene, then you can publish probably in a more high profile. And that's what the reality of life is. It's basically, in this case, you can say it's only 2 SNP differences. I don't know how big you can see, but my screen is a bit small here. But it's just the example which I have given you. You don't have to basically go into the nitty-gritty of it. Now, people are talking about gene editing. And the biggest thing is that gene editing was, again, you have to do some kind of transgenic work. So Sydney University had an initiative on gene editing, and we worked on finding alternative technologies to get the guide RNA delivery, and we have achieved to put that RNA through pollen. And now that particular technology is non-GM, so which means, and we have shown that it can silence the gene. Now what we have to do is we have to actually take the challenge of activating the gene. That in that way we can actually, for example, if you look at LR67 or LR34, they are present in some land races where you have the full gene, and to make them activated, you probably have to have some changes in the whole shift the sort of framework that they can become effective. So that's what we have to probably achieve in future. And this is one example which, again, it's Mandeep's example. And the main point which I want to emphasize here is these are the donors, but quite often we have 37 here, we have 3 genes here, we have 34 here. Quite often we actually lose these background genes while we are putting these in. I know 2 examples in Australia, and there may be many other places. So the main thing is that the background selection, keeping the background genes is very important. And Sridhar mentioned about SR2. Yeah, it's nearly cloned, but it's not that easy as the other genes were. So it's still going through the process of confirmation. And so CSIRO working on it pretty much heavy-handed, and we are doing screenings as part of the process. Now, what are the issues? The main thing is, can we do it individually? Can the international collaboration work? How can we do it? How can we ensure that all of us will get proper recognition, which is one of the major things when scientists work together and they don't share because they think, okay, I will not be getting any recognition. How many material transfer agreements we have to sign and how much time it takes? So the main thing is, solutions are, let's work together. Interdisciplinary communication is important. We cannot work in isolation. A plant pathologist can work with a molecular biologist or an agronomist or other people so that they can actually develop common populations, do the marker work with less money, and then answer their questions by designing careful crosses where their traits are segregating. And let's not be afraid of private people. Let's, write the rules of the collaboration and join hands together to develop public and private partnerships and find time to attend meetings and developing networks, which is very important because that's where you can say organizations like CIMIT, they are internationally connected and they are delivering the world a lot. And of course, train and tame the next generation. And you have seen Sridhar, Mandeep, they are our ambassadors in the Rust world and leading in the international circles. Okay. So the other thing which we forget sometimes, which I mentioned in the first slide as well, that, short memory. So breeding for resistance is a continuous journey. It's not a destination. If you think you have reached, no, you still have to keep going and deploy combinations. These days we have markers. If we have markers, we can do now a major gene who actually clean crop and the minor genes we can put together. So if the major gene goes, we are not going from 0 to 100, we are going from 0 to maybe 60 or 50 or 40, and we have time to recover. Or if we have combinations of 2 to 3 minor genes and 1 or 2 major genes, which is possible, that will help us to achieve the targets. Of course, I mentioned the other 3 things. And down there in the first photo, you have seen, first slide, you have seen Farrell, who was our first wheat breeder in Australia. And down the bottom on this slide, you see Professor McFadden, who's standing in a crop of Hope. The variety name was Hope, which carries SR2. And next door, it does carry some other genes too. You can see that's what stem rust does. Resistance, let it stand. Susceptibility, when the genes are not there, you can see nothing. You cannot harvest any. And here's the team. You can see that it's people from 7 continents: Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Uganda, Australia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, again Pakistan, India, Uganda, and Bhutan. So you can see that how multicultural and how diversified our team is. And so these people are actually pretty much rolled over in their countries now. Ugandan ones, Ethiopian ones, Sri Lankan ones, they are, and some of these in CIMET, etc. They are doing a great job. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jaspal, so may I say some words?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. So, first of all, I compliment Dr. Harbans Brianna for an illustrious and very thought-provoking delivery he has given on a very important topic. So he has sent some key messages. The breeding for disease resistance is a continuous journey. So sure it is. And as far as the interdisciplinarity is concerned, I think it is the core of everything. So there should be perforation between the walls. No single individual no single discipline can achieve anything tangible. So we have to get benefit from other disciplines and expertise. So it's a very good message. And so far, wherever at the global level, where the success has been achieved in the tackling of any serious problem, so it has always been with the help of interdisciplinary team. So team spirit, interdisciplinarity, and continuous networking, collaboration for a target, for the achievement of for a purposeful orientation of the entire team. That is the foremost. He has given this message. So I only compliment Harbans Brianna. So we are very old associates. So Harbans, are you remembering that when we started there in the engineering college at PAU?
System analysis.
Yeah, system analysis application in the forecasting and control of epiphytotics with Dr. Varshne. So I'm very happy that we are sharing the same online, this virtual program. So I am very happy that all these stalwarts, all the important active workers are participating. I only am in the learning mode, and I have learned that the key message that Harbans has delivered. Thank you very much and wish you good luck. Thank you.
Well, Harbans, I would like to know one thing from your experience. Your presentation was very good. You have just mentioned about their system approach from Dr. Vashne onwards. That's very happy, Ukayan. What we'd like to know from your experience is that how far this gene deployment internationally, this has been taken up, what we have achieved so far, and what is your vision about this? Because gene deployment where you have worked is a very good, achievable sphere, and it needs to be, continue further upon it. But where we have reached, is it viable, or what do you think that we have achieved a lot and what should be done? That is what we want to know.
I think it's going up pretty well, because if we look at it, we, for example, a few years ago, did not have anything to know whether we have a major gene that will be completely resistant, and we will have, unless we do genetic analysis, we will not know whether we have 2 genes or 3 genes. And once it was breaking down, we were just going to 0 to 100. or 70 or 80. But now with pyramids together, and that is helping. And the other thing which I think coming up is that out of pivot of work summit and our lab, we find that there are some genes which are major we can pick up in the seedling or greenhouse, but they don't have the full effect. They give you, say, not 0%, but they will give you maybe 30%, 40%. But once you put them together with one or two of the APR genes, you know that you are getting much more cleaner vision, much more cleaner crop. So this is what is happening. And now, earlier we were doing it with the phenotypic technology only, and people have achieved a lot of success, I must say. And but with markers, we can be now more sure that our varieties carry combinations of genes. And it's happening around the world. And now even some of the private sector companies are now even going from not only single gene approach, they are really doing the whole scan because they have investment from the private sector on genotyping technologies. And they say that it's much easier for them to do the whole genome rather than doing few specific markers.
Can we achieve multiple disease resistance with this approach?
Yes, please. Yeah, definitely. Because I think this is where my point of working together comes in. For example, in 2002, 2000 actually, I was in a meeting and somebody presented stuff that a root lesion nematode gene is present on chromosome 7A of wheat. And once he was presenting, and there was a student, probably, I think it was from the same university, who did some stem rust work with me. And those particular varieties carries SR15, a stem rust resistance gene, which is linked with leaf and powdery mildew. So what we showed there is that if you select for SR15, you are selecting for root lesion nematode. Now, if we have any nematologist amongst us today, we can imagine how difficult it is to select for nematode resistance. And similarly, there is a gene called stem rust gene SR36, and that particular translocation comes from dicocodes. And that translocation gives crown rot resistance, which is very difficult to work with. And there are several other examples, and that quant resistance, and there are some other. So when we get these kind of gene combination where we have the same locus giving us resistance against more than one disease, that's what we want. This is where working together will really help us to achieve the multiple resistance, as you said.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to hear you.
Thanks.
Over to you, Dr. Jaspal.
Thank you, Brianna, sir, and thank you others for the discussion. Our next speaker in the series is Dr. Bhardwaj. I think he's a well-renowned scientist and is looking after the regional station at Flowerdale and primarily works with rust. He has been a part of the genome sequencing of the 3 wheat rust pathogens from India. He has already identified 60 new pathotypes of vaccinia on different triticale species and has developed 55 resistant gene stocks. And he has recently also been a part of the work of designating LR80 gene. So I will request Dr. Bhardwaj to start his presentation.
Can you just permit me to share my slides, please?
Sir, the permission is there. Can you?
Can you see this? No. You'll have to permit me to share my slides. Oh yes, it goes.
Okay, yes, sir. It's visible now. Just slideshow mode, yes, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and my congratulations to Dr. Jaspal, because she could bring so many good people around, and we had very good lectures in the morning. And I shall be discussing on evolution of wheat rust pathogens, and in the process I shall rather making some clarifications which came in earlier lectures. And that's my next slide. So if you see globally, I mean, we are in a very tough situation. Say soils are becoming sick. There is lack of diversity because we are simply going for homogeneity, that is a single gene, I mean, prevailing in millions of hectares. Demand for food that is increasing with the burgeoning that population. Energy problems will be there. Groundwater that is becoming scarce, and maybe that in coming years it will be sold like gold. And then you have got climate change, where you have got pathogen problems and extreme drought, and then say other problems. Now, when you come to say wheat, so wheat is subjected to many biotic stresses. Rusts are number one. Then upcoming stresses are head blight, foliar blight, and recently wheat blast that is coming up. And the rusts are very threatening, more threatening, and I think the most important pathogens. Why? Because they are very dynamic. New pathotypes are emerging, varieties are becoming susceptible. As Dr. Narendra Singh, he told that within 4 or 5 years, varieties are becoming susceptible. And these are moving targets, because if target is stationary, easily you can hit it. But we call these moving targets because these can travel to the continents, really spread. Even between Australia and New Zealand, there is distance more than 2,500 kilometers of sea, but still rust pathotypes which occur in Australia later on, these are found in New Zealand also. And these are compound interest diseases because say 1 to 2, 2 to 4, like that goes on. And if you see our achievement over the years, then you can just see that if in India there is 25% loss, it comes to be nearly $100 billion. And every year, I mean, with the, if that is a very conservative estimate, that we can really save 10 million tons of wheat every year through successful or judicious control of wheat rust pathogens. And yellow and black rust, these can cause 100% losses, whereas brown rust that can cause maybe 40 to 70% losses. And if you see in this part of Asia, that is South Asia, then we have got nearly 2 billion people, I mean, dependent on 18 million hectares, which is a continuous track, starting from, I mean, say Pakistan to Nepal and Bangladesh. We are, and the problem is mainly because of evolution of new pathotypes on wheat. And just now there was a question that can we have a broad resistance against wheat rust? So I am reminded of one example that in 1973 we used this 1BR translocation into wheat. And at that time, we thought that this alien introgression is going to have nearly 100% control of wheat rust. but myth was short-lived, and shortly, I mean, within 8 years, we had leaf rust pathotypes. Then maybe about 15 years, we had stripe rust pathotypes. And in 1998, we had this, what you call UG99. So when an alien gene that can scum, as Dr. Chakravarti, he was telling that these pathogens, they work on gene for gene hypothesis. So the moment we introgress any gene, so rust is outsmart, and definitely they render that gene susceptible. And another part which makes these resistance genes or varieties susceptible, that is shifting virulence patterns, because pathogen or pathotype which is less predominant at this time, we change in varietal pattern, so that shifting virulence pattern that takes place. Then environmental conditions also. For example, if you take northern India, which is nearly 10 to 12 million hectares, so this is all prone to stripe rust. So we, though we have got a diversity, but we are not that much comfortable, because the moment you got favorable environmental conditions, so maybe the scene will be definitely different. And as I was telling, that diversity that is increasing, and we are having nearly almost, if we do not call same gene, then this is nearly same gene. So varieties with almost similar resistance pattern, these are occurring in the field. And that's what I mean occurring over the years, boom and bust cycle. A variety that is resistant, after some time it becomes susceptible, and then there is problem. I mean, farmers, they lose a lot of money. So this is how the pathogen has evolved over the years. In 1967, if you see, initially Kalyan Sona was resistant. Then we had this 31, 14A, and 28 pathotypes. It became susceptible. Later on, Kalyan Sona was, changed with the Sonalika. Then we had pathotype K, and like one, I mean, up to PPW343, when we had 78 S84, which has virulence on YR9 and YR27, then it also became susceptible. So rust, we have got, rust are obligate parasites, and these require two different hosts, primary host and alternate host. And alternate host that a pathogen can infect is, when to complete part of life cycle. And later on, you can just see that rusts are also heterogeneous and autoecious. In heteroecious, you require both the host, and in macrocyclic rust, you got long cycle rust where 5 spore stages these occur. So this is life cycle of wheat rust, and though whole of the cycle that operates in the areas where you got alternate hosts, but in India you can just see this portion where we have got, as Dr. Narendra Singh was telling, that we have got clonal propagation where the we do not have alternate host. And Dr. Narendra Singh, he was asking that question, so I'll be replying just now that we revisited epidemiology of wheat rust in India. We had almost 7 species of barbaries. We took other hosts also, and we found that though a lot of spores are produced, even the wheat, susceptible wheat, that becomes yellow, but it does not infect wheat. So we can say with fair good confidence, it is not, I mean, philosophy, not an, you can just say not a hypothesis, but it's a fact that alternate hosts are at least barbaries or thalictrum or maybe others. These are not, say, functional in India, and still in India, the rest they reproduce or recur through the clonal spores, or you can say uridospores. And though about stripe rust, we were not knowing the life cycle, but in 2010, this was a landmark paper by Jin in this plant disease, where he came across that Berberis chinensis and Berberis coriensis, these were alternate hosts for stripe rust. But again, in that paper, he writes that whether it plays any role in the epidemiology of stripe rust anywhere in the world, that is still a big question. And then it is again, I mean, scoring against wheat rust. So the job is very tough So evolution of new pathotypes where sexual reproduction that does not occur, that is entirely different. But in sexual reproduction where alternate hosts are there, very many pathotypes are there. If you go to USA or other countries where alternate hosts are there, you've got 500 or more pathotypes of leaf rust. But in countries where alternate hosts are not functional, like India, Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Ecuador, Kenya, Nepal, New Zealand, Pakistan, and South Africa, and maybe more other countries, the main reason for evolution of new pathotypes, that is mutation. And here less number of pathotypes occur. And another way is somatic hybridization, which occurs in few cases, and introduction or incursions, that is another way. And if you see, this mutation is a natural process of survival of a pathogen, and it is independent of host. And in many books, in many publications, it is wrongly written that it is because of selection pressure, but it is not. The mutation that is independent of host, and it goes on naturally. And the example is that pathotypes, some of the pathotypes, for example, we have got 11A of stem rust, which was identified in nearly 1975. So that is virulent on SR36 and SR37. And even till today, we don't have any variety which have varieties which have got these genes, or these can be used, or these were used commercially. And when we go for mutation, recessive mutations occur more frequently than dominant ones, perhaps of the order of 1 is to say, that is 1 into 10 raised to the power 5 or 10 raised to the power 6. But since rusts are dikaryotic, so it becomes double. And mutations, as most of the geneticists and other people, they know these are lethal, but we trust they produce enormous number of spores. And as Perlevillet and Jaddox, they put that wheat rusts in a heavily infected field nearly produce 1 lakh mutant per day per hectare on a susceptible variety. And another man who supported these conclusion, it was Stettler, who worked during 1985 and 1987, and who could develop many races artificially, though we do not allow this ethically, but through mutations, I mean, you can develop so many races. And some of the genes which are very prone to, you can say, mutation, these are SR11, 31, for stem rust, LR10, LR23, LR26 for leaf rust, YR2, YR9 for stripe rust, and less for others, as I mean, Dr. This from Mexico, I forget his name, he was telling SR26. This is very Sridhar, he was telling that SR26 very less common virulence, that is a mutation for this. Likewise, YR16, we don't have many mutations for these genes. And for this LR28, LR24, these are only very few mutations. And again, mostly mutations are forward mutations, where gain in virulence that occurs for one gene. But recently we have come across reverse mutation also, where a virulence that develops, but this is very common for some of the genes like LR2 locus and LR20. And when I was telling somatic recombinations, we have got a pathotype which was identified recently. We call it 12-5. This is combination of these two pathotypes, 12-1. And then another way, I mean, for this variation, that is introduction. Likewise, you can see example in Australia. Just was not occurring, but in 1978 we had external incursions. And now yesterday we had one discussion where we came to know that they had 3 introductions of this type from Europe and other areas. And these were some of the landmark races which developed over the years. And the reason was mainly mutation, mostly for a single step mutation for gain of virulence. And in 1970, that's I mean, to just mention the quantum of problem which these can, particular mutation can have. In 1974, we had no pathotype which was virulent on LR23 and 26. But today, we have got 21 for LR23, 26 for LR26, and 14 to both these LR23 and 26. And once I calculated, so we had 23 pathotypes in 21 years in case of stripe rust in India. And there is one more point that host and pathogen, though they evolve independently, but virulence mostly it is at the cost of fitness. I mean, the moment a race becomes very fit, it becomes more virulent, but when it gains virulent, then it becomes less fit, so it does not stand that competition. The example at 77-5, 40A, these have remained virulent, rather you can say predominant for nearly for 20 years. And if a gene for virulence that is linked with fitness, then proportion increases. So this is, I mean, the ways how we detect this variation. One is differential method. So this is the tree. If you see, we identified this pathotype in 1974, and more we identified this pathotype 77, and over the years we have got nearly now almost 14, 15, and latest is 16 pathotypes of 77 groups. So you can just see how these have increased. There is, say, loss of, I was telling, for LR20, and then gain of virulence for most of the genes. We have got a virulence for LR19, we have got virulence for LR28, and many for LR. Another method, this is, you can say, when we have got the markers. So recently we synthesized markers based on genome sequence, and you can work out phylogenetic relations among the pathotypes, and you can know how these pathotypes have emerged. And there was a question that in Himalayas that these pathotypes, they say go that sexual reproduction. No, the pathotypes or the pathogens which are there in India or in South Asia, these are very progressive. And you can say when sexual stage that is omitted in from the life cycle of a pathogen, then it is more progressive. And we have proved it, I mean, in this one that say study which was being conducted at Denmark, that the population of this area that is more progressive because it has shed the alternate host. And as he was telling, Dr. Nender Singh, he was telling that in Punjab how this occurs. So we are working on it because epidemiology that has to be revisited and restudied. And they say wheat is a seasonal crop, and in off-season there is no wheat, but still rusts. These occur and occur almost everywhere. So that epidemiology, I think we'll revisit it shortly. We were having, I mean, very concrete that how the rust they occur every year. And we have seen, Dr. Nender Singh asked that how in Punjab from Himalaya something must be occurring. We published one paper where we said that the population which occurs in hills that is entirely different from plains, and population of hills that is very simple, whereas in plains that is very complex. So hills are generally not source of infection for plains. So some of the things I leave for questions. Thank you very much. And I think I just hand over now to the organizers.
Pooja, can I say something?
Oh, yes, please.
Very good presentation, Swash. It's not my area of expertise, actually, the pathogen side, but I do read it. I'm more on the plant side. I think one thing which is in my mind is that I find from the stripe rust example, some of the Wright's work in 1905, somatic exchange happens, or there's a lot of heterogeneity in the genome, right? That heterogeneity, because a virulence is recessive. So that crossing over or whatever, whether it's somatic or sexual, it does not let the development of new pathotypes happening quickly. It takes time to get the recessiveness of the virulence fixed, right? And then then actually you need a good host at that time, which it can be selected upon.
Right.
So LR24 virulence it happened in Australia when we had a LR24 variety grown next to a highly susceptible variety, because that highly susceptible variety people grew because of root lesion nematode resistance. And it was selected immediately on that. And the other point which I wanted to make was a reversal of virulence. Virulence has happened with LR20 in Australia. And it was somatic, that was clearly shown as somatic. And secondly, why SR26 is actually so effective, because SR26 translocation carried another gene. So we would have not seen it even if it's there, right? So let's see once they are separated, how long SR26 goes. And it may die the death like SR31. And yes, selectable host, when you have a variation occurring, is very important, and often it's absent. And we have an example, like you said, for SR36, we have a race which came in our pathotype of stripe plus 150 that carried virulence for YR10 and YR24, and none of the genes are present in any of the varieties in Australia. It was just a farmer growing some germplasm line. Yeah, so I just thought that I enjoyed your sort of calculation of mutation possibilities or probabilities. So, yeah, great work. Keep it up.
Harvansh, I'll just say that we had same almost notion that there is selection pressure, but it was because of Bob McIntosh in 1987 when we discussed, he said, well, mutation that is independent of host. So the pathogen is not forced, it is mutating the moment it gets a clean host. So it does not have any competition, mutants are selected and they just multiply and spread and the variety becomes susceptible. So that's the point where we learned. Otherwise, we had almost same understanding that it is a selection pressure which is making the difference.
Good point. I think the other thing which you see from the DNA technology point of view now, that we have polymerase reaction happening in pathogen or even in our body all the time. And they are shifting the sort of sequences whenever they happen. And that shift doesn't have to happen close to, but it can happen even with further. And that polymerase slippage is probably one of the reasons why we call it a mutation, we call it a deletion, we call it an alteration. It's basically at the end of the change of phenotype is probably the best description rather than sort of disagreeing or agreeing on anything.
Thank you, Harvansh.
Is there any other question? Someone wants to give his input? So if not, then thank you, Bharata sir, for giving us overall view of Rust present scenario as well as enlightening us the recent status of the Rust in India. And definitely we have to revisit the old theories as per your suggestion, definitely. Moving to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Sudhir from Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal. Dr. Sudhir is working as a principal scientist there. Before joining Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, he was working at MAU, and there is National Facility of Agriculturally Important Microbes, and Jammu also. And he has been involved in development of 7 different varieties of wheat and barley, and has published more than 50 research papers and authored number of books and book chapters. So may I request Dr. Sudhir to present his views on Rust. Thank you. Thank you, Bharata. Oh, sorry, Karnal Band.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Would you like to share your screen? Your screen is. Kindly share your screen. Yeah, it's coming. Thank you. Slide view kar lo. Thank you.
So now the screen is visible.
You-
So with the permission of the chair, and I am proceeding for the talk on the canal bund status, issues, and management strategies. A lot of has been talked on the canal bund by Dr. Pawan, and that the canal bund has first reported in 1931 itself at the canal, and this is caused by the Tilletia indica. It is widely known. That is because that is an internationally quarantined significant fungal disease of it. And the peculiarity is that it infects at the flowering stage of the fungus. And more attention has given when there is a World Trade Organization. It has been declared as the requirement of sanitary and phytosanitary requirement for the trade and exchange of these grains. Now, what are the social and economic impact of the canal bund? Though it has been talked by various speakers that the yield losses are not much, about 0.3 to 0.5, or sometimes it's at congenial condition, 5% losses are there. But due to the quarantine pathogen, its importance in the export and import. And when there is a susceptible radical to it, it is going to more than 3% of the grain quality. So beside the yield losses, it more affects the quality. And quality, if there is a 3% grains in any disease samples, then it not become acceptable for the human consumption. So, and even the flour quality also deteriorates. There is a smell in the flour, and that it not be palatable. So it's not fit for the human consumption if the 3% grain intake is more than in the any seed lot. So this is a unique disease, bund disease, because there is a different bunds they are causing. It is uniqueness is that it's infect the flowering parts. The fungus is soil-borne, seed-borne, and airborne. It survives in the soil, seed, and propagate at the soil. And then its secondary sporidia and they infect the spikelets through jumping to the leaves and these to the spikelets, and there are only few grains in a spike they has been infected. So in that, what is the disease cycle in this operates? The teleospores, they have either survived in the soil from the last years and with the seed. So they germinate on the soil when the favorable conditions, because teleospore having at least 6 months of dormancy, and when there is a favorable condition comes, it germinate and give the promycelium, then sporidia. Then it give the secondary allantoid sporidia. Then it go to the leaves, and finally it reaches to the spikelet and cause the infection in the spikelet. So the most, what are the basic conditions that affect, that there are the favorable conditions at the time of teleospore germination, favorable conditions for the secondary spore production, and the favorable conditions required for the infection. They matter for the disease development. So during the global prospect scenario, the disease is almost present in all the continents, but the widespread in India, because here you will find that it is in the red. So what widespread in the India. So disease is known to in every continent, even in US, Mexico, Brazil, then South Africa. Here in Asia, it's in Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Nepal, Pakistan. And in India, the distribution is somewhat unique. Especially in India, the disease-prone area are the hill zone, northern western plain zone, northern eastern plain zone. These are the most prone area for the canal bund. So that considered Jammu Kashmir, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and West Bengal. And sometimes it has been observed in the Madhya Pradesh adjoining to the Rajasthan. But normally it's Madhya Pradesh remain free from the canal bund. So in coordination system, We always continue for the sampling after post-harvest of the crop. We collect the mandis and in the ACRIP centers, all the coordinating centers, they collect the sample and make the analysis for the kernel bunch. And this year we could not collect more sample because due to the COVID lockdown. But during the last year, this was the situation. So almost about 10,000 sample every year, 10,000 samples we do the analysis, and the percent infection remain, average percent infection, 32. The 32 samples were found infected in that. And this is the range within the sample, how much is the infected. So the most infection area is the Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan and Jammu, where this is the most prone area for the kernel bunch. And sometimes the infection rates go up high, up to even 21% grains are infected in some of samples. So this is the alarming situation, because after 3% of grains, this become unfit for the human consumption. But in rarely there are 21 samples, and that is from the Rajasthan, because there is sandy soils and especially the irrigation is through sprinklers. So that predispose the host for the and lead to the more infection of the kernel bunch. This is the situation of the normally due to continuously this Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Karnataka, they remain free from the kernel bunch samples. So there is a possibility, if there is any export, if there is a seed from these regions, they remain free from that can be, if that is the segregated, then and then properly certified, then that can be exported with the duplication, with certification. So now what are the prone areas that disease for kernel bunch? Northern hill zone, northwest plain zone or northern eastern plain zone. They are the disease prone area. Normally there is occurring the disease. And the range vary from up to 10 to 15% incidence is there. And the disease free zones are central zone and peninsular zone. So what are the chances to spread disease in central zone and peninsular zone? Because the disease is since reported long back, and this is remain restricted in these three zones. But there is not reported in central zone and peninsular, because there is a critically difference in the climatic condition, because it's highly dependent on the environmental conditions. Because during this teliospore germination, it needs the predominance of very low temperature, then for the multiplication and production of secondary sporia. And during this inflorescence and milking stage, when the infection is there, slightly higher temperature is required. So this is the peculiar for this zones, and there is no. But if there is any alteration and evaluation mutation that can adapt slightly change higher condition, higher advantage for temperature, then there is chance. So how to check the spread in these areas? So for preventive, that it should not be reached there. Whatever the production and seeds are there, that should be produced in the disease-free areas. And then secondly, that is properly certified, and the seed treatment should be invariably either for the central zone or peninsular, except then at every zone the seed treatment should be invariably. So it could not be spread further in the areas which is not present. Now what are the climatic conditions required for this disease? So it is all known that is the soil-borne disease, the seed and soil-borne disease cause the infection in inflorescence. So relative humidity at the time of the inflorescence is more than 80% humidity, and then temperature 18 to 24 degrees centigrade at the time of this inflorescence, and soil temperature 17 to 21. And this is the favorable conditions. And as a thumb rule, during the frequent rainfall during this boot, heading and flowering stage, this is the thumb rule. If there is a frequent rain, intermittent rain, at the time of booting, heading and flowering, there is a high chances of disease development. So especially in semi-arid and Punjab, Haryana, this is governed by the humidity and rainfall. But in the arid, it is more depend on the irrigation, because their irrigation system is sprinkler irrigation. So if the irrigation system, this irrigation coincide with this flowering and heading stage, then there is a high chances of the disease. Because in these areas, the pathogen is well established, potential of plenty of inoculum is available. So only the environmental conditions that determine the disease will be there and not. So how we can predict this? There are different predicting modeling. So most of the time they are using the mathematical statistical model for the regression and coefficient. So in that case, there is the monocyclic disease. It's infect the host, and we can observe disease incidence after the harvest. So there is no progression while the crop grows. So it will be not correlated with the. There will be in one observation that this much of the disease, and according the situation. So in that case, our variables, dependent variables will be independent variable will be less. So how to correlate with this? Either we should correlate this weather variables to disease severity finally, or we should start from this teliospore germination, sporia production, and like this. So how we will correlate our disease? In that, if we want to correlate our disease progression from the beginning, then in that case, the molecular diagnostic can help. By that, we can monitor the inoculum, either inoculum load in this soil, then how it progressing on the leaf, and this. In that case, the molecular diagnostic coupled with the epidemiology, then it will be give a better precision in the forecasting and prediction of the disease, rather than individually on the weather-based forecasting. So now, what are the diagnostic scheme for the Telesia indica for the grain samples? There is a physical examination, then washing, and then for the confirmatory, we go for the molecular diagnostic test. So there are plenty of diagnostic assays are available. This real-time PCR is also serving. Now there is a lamp-based techniques are also available. So we can monitor in the seed. But for epidemiological purpose, we have to monitor the inoculum load and their progress or sporangia load in the field conditions. So that can help us in predicting and developing the model in the best way for the precise prediction also. So there are, so recently there is a patent has been received by US that there is a lamp-based detection model for effective, and that has been converted in the lateral flow device. So it will give a clear cut either there is a presence or absence of that, but it can be converted using the real-time system with the lamp, that it can give the inoculum load and real-time situation for the inoculum multiplication of the kernel bunt in the field situation. But over this advantage, if there is a sensor-based diagnostic kit, if we can couple it with the sensor, then we can in real sense we can achieve the field situation that how this inoculum is multiplying, progressing. So it will be help in the prediction. So what are the diagnostic they are using for detection in the seed loss? That can be with the modification. We can also use for the prediction with that. And in that, if we sensor-based diagnostic, if we research on the sensor-based diagnostic, that will be more appropriate for the epidemiological aspect. Now the genetic variability in the pathogen. So it's well known this heterothelic in nature is produced undergoing monokaryotic and dikaryotic development stage. And due to the heterothelism, there is a large variation is there. And on the other hand, there is a recombination. and secondly, there is a mutation. So this is heterothellism, recombination, mutation. They contribute the wide variety and large amount of the genetic variation in the pathogens. So, but there are the different techniques for how we can use this. So if there is genetic variability and pathogenic variability is available, known to us, then it will help in the breeding program. Like in rust, that we are continuously monitoring what are the pathotype races are available in India, how their distribution is changing, and accordingly we prepare ourselves. We include the predominant and more aggressive races in our screening program and then effectively contribute to the breeding for resistance. But here there is a limitation. Here the standard host differentials are not available. And what are the genetic tools, the molecular tool to identify the variabilities are not corroborating with the pathogenicity and aggressiveness. They are giving more bias to the evolutionary and phylogenetic relationship. So for knowing the aggressiveness of the pathogen to the different varieties and common varieties and what are the predominant, we have to try on the different isolates on the different varieties, so we can go for some set of varieties that can act as some sort of host differential to know what are the races in the field condition. But here there is in comparison to rust, here in rust we can go for the many cycles in the crop season. But here if it is a monocyclic disease, to evaluate the differences on response on aggression, there is one cycle is for the 1 year. So it becomes the process more cumbersome and time consuming. So like there are the different tools we have used for the molecular diversity, but they are not corroborating with the aggressiveness and this geographical distribution. Though there is a lot of diversity is shown, but not giving the pattern or the aggressiveness. Likewise, we also studied with what are the haplotype. So most variability are found in the hill zone and plain zones, and the major part of this variability is to the recombination and mutation plays a major role in the genetic variation for KB isolate. So here there is a need to develop the standard host differential to monitor the racial or the prevalence of the different aggressive isolates. That will be help in the breeding, because that will lead to the effective screening for the kernel band. Now there are plenty of this information available in the public domain on the genetic information of this. About these are the genomes, about 9 whole genome sequences are available at the public domain. So by this we can, analyzing them, we can study the mechanism of pathogenicity, then mechanism of survival and identification of these genes. That will be help to devise what are the strategies, how we can manage more effectively. So there are the different genes that has been compared, 5 different Tilacea species has been compared and find that there are 233 unique genes are present only in the Tilacea indica. So these genes are related to pathogenicity and lead to the phenotypic variation, which open the way of design the new control measure for control of kernel band in field situation. So here there are plenty of information available we can use for the analysis as a infectors of the genes. We can go for the infectors and design the markers, infector based markers that can lead to the speed up the screening procedure. And if there is an infector based, so if we are able to identify the infectors, in that way we can establish the gene to gene relationship even in the minor gene condition. If there is a marker based on the infector, so it will give helpful in pyramiding the minor genes as well as rapid screening for the carnarvon resistance. Likewise, there are the different isolate has been sequenced, and whole genome has been analyzed and identified. There are the different genes of involving for the pathogenicity, hypervirulence, and on the basis of this, we can design some management strategies, advanced management strategies like this RNA interference or artificially microRNA gene silencing. So if we can identify the pathogenicity, we can silence with using the artificial RNA interference. And especially in the breeding aspects, if we are going. So in Indian conditions, the breeding is the most effective and easy strategy for field deployment. So during the coordination system, we regularly screen the material and germplasm as well as advanced breeding material and come across with the 29 genetic stocks registered as a resident for carnarvon. So there is a source for the carnarvon resistance that can be exploited. They are being exploited in our breeding program for resistant. But it is not so easy for this breeding for resistant to carnarvon, because what are the resistance sources? The resistance is slightly not less, and that is controlled by many genes. There are quantitative trait loci. They are controlled by quantitative trait loci, and that is difficult to transfer in the background. Then secondly, the screening is very difficult, labor intensive, and require more time. And it is very difficult to mimic the epidemiologic condition under the field condition. So for large phenotyping facility will accelerate our screening procedure and speed up the breeding program. Like we are going for other management practices. There are the cultural practices like crop rotation, but where most of the area in Punjab, Haryana, we are regularly operating wheat rice system. So there is a little scope for crop rotation. Zero tillage also find effective in this managing, then production of it. So now this is that it is the well established in our soils of northwestern plain zones. So if there is by augmenting biocontrol agent in the soil, can we reduce the inoculum, primary inoculum? So by that continuously augmenting this, can we reduce the primary inoculum and then lead to the less disease, and that can supported by the resistant varieties and the other cultural practices. So we can effectively manage. And then, last option, there is a chemical fungicides at the time of flowering stage. So what should be the management strategy in Indian perspective? The use of certified or disease-free seed will help to check introduction of disease in new areas. And similarly, the seed treatment is also invariably should be compulsory for the wheat for carnarvon management. Then follow the crop rotation for at least 2 to 3 years. Zero tillage will help, and need-based fungicide application. If there is a rain during the flowering and heading time, then it will be recommended for the fungicide treatment. And then grow the resistant variety. Then what are the future line for research issues? That generation of scientific data concerned to practice dissection of ecology and epidemiology of Tillecia indica. Because prediction is very important. If we can predict that there is a chances of disease, then we can go for the spraying or preventive measurement. Secondly, there are real-time or weather-based field-specific carnarvon tricks assessment models should be developed so we can effectively manage this. Then best management practice and standard operating procedure that will enable seed production to minimize the spread of the, because seed production is mainly the carnarvon is spread from one area to another area and cross boundary. That is the main source is the seed.
So
if we are
you're working there as, or you are student or you are working?
No, student.
Okay. So you are in which year now?
Excuse me.
If
Ma'am Hema.
so seed production system should be very effective. Grow the seed in seed-free zones. Use all the preventive measures to avoid the carnarvon. Strict certificates should be there. And development of well-adapted, high-yielding and carnarvon resistant varieties should be effective. And then using the different genomic information, we can devise the new management strategies based on the RNA interference, microRNA, artificial microRNA mediated gene silencing, and also on designer transcriptional activator like effector mediated up and down regulation of gene action. So these should be considered for the future research. Thank you very much. Is there any question?
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir. Anyone? If there is no question, then thank you, Dr. Sudhir, from giving us.
Abhishek, can I
Yes.
ask it?
Yeah, please, ma'am. Sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Sudhir, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I was just curious about the genome sequences of KB isolates which you mentioned. Are there any from our India or they are from US and other?
Yes, madam. 4 is from India. 2 monospared lines from the IIWR, 1 from the Pannagar and 1 from the Delhi. There are 4 from the India and rest are from the other side, outside.
Okay. So we already have a reference for if we want to do a large scale screening, this isolate identification using genome sequence, we have a reference available.
Yeah, plenty of reference is available for the Indian isolates.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Chuneja?
Yes, sir.
I want to add that these 2 monospecial lines and 1 more Telesia indica isolates.
Okay.
The draft genome available since 2016.
Okay.
And Dr. Sudhir, thanks nicely covering and informing the audience that carnarvon is present only in very few area in MP. And in MP only we get sample from Hoshangabad. And that is also like if we get 100 sample, and that is only 2-3 sample. So in MP, spread of carnarvon is not much, that is very less. And only in few years we get from MP. And other states, as mentioned by Dr. Sudhir, they are free. But as
MP
Dr. Chakravarti, hello?
Hello. Sir, MP is normally free from the, occasionally we have received
Okay,
1
yes,
or 2
yes,
samples
yes.
from.
Yes, that also I am highlighting, that is only from Hoshangabad area.
That is
Sometimes
Hoshangabad
we
area.
get rain.
And that is to the only 1 or 2 years, not every year.
1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
Yes. And that Dr. Chakravarti highlighted that to contain the spread of KB through grain, through multi-location trials. So we can think about that so that this spread can be contained if there is any chance to go KB from northwest to other places. Though through pest risk analysis, which Dr. Nagarajan did. So generally there is very less chance of spread in other states like behind MP. But even then we have to take care, and we can think about that also, though that will take more our efforts to send the disease-free seed only to other area in multi-location evaluation. So that's all. Thank you
Yes.
very much, Dr. Sudhir. Thank you.
Yes, I agree to Dr. Saran that there is the need to take the preventive measures. So in that case, we can note that what are the free areas for the carnarvon, then there is no problem. And what are the disease prone areas? The breeders are also advised to take all the preventive measures for the carnarvon to check the carnarvon infection and the varieties and the lines they have potential to and want to this put in the coordination systems. And we are also thinking for the seed treatment. So it will be taken care.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Saran, Dr.
Yes.
Saran, may I
Yes,
have
sir.
one query?
Yes, sir.
In the morning, I was asking the same question to Dr. Chakravarti also. Since
Yes, yes.
government of India is allowing farmers to take their produce to any part of the country.
Yes, sir.
Since in Haryana, this Punjab, there is ample grain production.
Yes.
And farmers may take their produce to the Rajasthan, to the MP and other southern parts where farmers are not aware with this is carnarvon infected or it is healthy.
Yes,
That is
sir.
the problem. That may create problems, so we have to take care. Okay?
Yes, sir. Your concern is very much right. And at the policy level, this point should be taken into consideration.
This is valid problem since
yes.
Farmers are agitating that we should return to the old system.
Yes,
Government
yes.
India is insisting for the new system. That may create, no doubt. Otherwise, it was free from UP. The farmers are coming to Haryana to selling their produce, and as well as from Haryana, the people are going there to sell their produce, and vice versa. And so many things are there. Punjab peoples, we are normally when go to the this Chakki etc. We demanded MP gehu. मिले जी हमें उसका आटा मिलना चाहिए.
Yes, sir. Certain issues will come, sir.
Yeah.
These issues will come.
This situation will come that sooner or later, this disease,
Yes.
when we take it, if 0.1% infection is there, that may increase to more than 5% if times to come.
And sir, this issue will not only for wheat, even
other
for other crops and other disease.
We are discussing the carnarvon, that's I am pointing out. But for other
yes, sir.
for other problems.
Yes,
So
sir.
this should be some discussion even in the March IPS annual meeting. What is going to be the risk as far as the plant disease are concerned?
Yeah, it should be there. It should be.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we have with us Dr. Indu Sharma ma'am also. Ma'am,
Yes.
do you share views on this? Unmute ma'am, please. Ma'am, unmute कर लीजिए. Okay.
अनम्यूट किया मैडम ने.
मैम अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. हाँ, अब हो गया मैम.
Yes.
Okay. So just now I was hearing Dr. Praveen Chuneja's remarks. I could join a little late. And my good wishes for this that you have taken the topic is really very relevant. Carnarvon and rust. You can actually, if you see the practical aspect of the management, Punjab and northern areas where wheat is grown, northwestern zones, the whole MP, it is very less. You are right. I would like to suggest that beside all the interventions, management through fungi, then there are many ways, but intervention of resistant donor and then incorporating into the latest high yielding varieties. That should be the top priority. And there should be a joint project with the biotechnologists, breeders, and pathologists so that they can come together on one forum to manage it. Of course, I know everybody is working and there are some collaborative programs also. So that's a very positive thing. I was just saying about the fungicide spray to highlight. Once with Dr. Ritu, we went to the farmer about 3 years ago. The incidence was very high and they have brought there were pigeons. Farmer has a pigeon, he was rearing pigeons also. And he was saying that every year we have so much of such farmers should be identified during surveys, and then practically fungicide spray should be tested on those plots for at least 5 years. Because while we spray fungicides like propiconazole or another new coming, the stage of spray, like here had emergence, you can even manage stripe rust. So with 1 or 2 sprays in the middle of March to end March, February, middle of February to mid-March, 7th or 10th March, you can give 2 sprays, then both the diseases could be managed, stripe rust as well as carnalbund. So I think such type of trials are must have been planned by ICR, that from the institute some program should be there, like spraying of propiconazole and other at the year emergence stage, both for carnalbund and I am hearing. I will just listen others and then I can comment later. For the time being, thank you very much for giving them a chance to participate.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, for your comprehensive review from basic to advanced, and hopefully your group will come with sensor-based technology soon. So we are already running late. May I invite the next speaker, Dr. David Hudson. Dr. David, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So Dr. David, he's a senior scientist for CEMIC with a vast experience of 20 years working with GIs related projects in developing countries. After the inception of UGIT 99, he is very much involved in rust monitoring system. And right now, this rust monitoring system is covering almost 40 countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Apart from this, he is also coordinate the surveillance system of maize lethal necrosis in Eastern and Southern Africa. I hope with his presentation on developing wheat rust early warning system for South Asia will be definitely enlightened. So Dr. David, please.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen, but it's a great pleasure and many thanks indeed to the organizers for the invitation to join the meeting today. Okay, so today I'll just try and give an overview of some new work that's starting up now in South Asia around early warning systems for rust. So this is joint with colleagues at Cambridge University, also UK Met Office, and partners in Nepal, Bangladesh. So just to start off, then obviously, I mean, I think everybody on this meeting, I mean, is aware of all the new threats that we're seeing. I mean, different pathogens, different pests on a global scale, and obviously clear need for the surveillance and monitoring systems in response to these. So obviously, you know, the rusts, and I highlight stem and yellow rust here, are critical in all of this. So, I mean, since about 2008, we've been putting together the global wheat rust monitoring system. I mean, really, it was in response to UG99 in East Africa. But you can see here, I mean, that we've now got a monitoring system at scale, and there's huge thanks to many colleagues who are on this call that have contributed to this effort. Through that monitoring and the sampling, and then also the pathotyping labs, we've been able to track the races. So I mean, this is just the example of UG99. So we're looking at a situation now. We've got 14 races within the UG99 race group, spread basically throughout Africa, but also up as far as Iran. But what we're also seeing is a re-emergence of stem rust in general. The threats go beyond UG99 now. So recently we've seen the re-emergence of stem rust in many areas, and some of these have been very large-scale outbreaks. So the Siberia one was millions of hectares was affected. Italy was in the tens of thousands of hectares. Ethiopia was tens of thousands of hectares. These are not just small outbreaks. Just one example of these new races. So this is non-UG99. This TKK TTF picked up in 2014, but you can see the spread over the 5-year period. I mean, it's really spread rapidly. And it's this race and others are now becoming the most predominant ones in East Africa. And you can see that the distribution's getting ever closer towards South Asia. Yellow rust, stripe rust. I mean, this is also a huge source of concern. I mean, you can see here, I mean, this tries to kind of show some of the movements, the spread of different races across the globe. And this, I mean, it seems to be, increasing. We're just seeing a larger number of important movements, new races coming up. So we've seen races picked up in Afghanistan move into East Africa, causing big problems. Races from the Mediterranean region get down into South America, causing huge epidemics in that region. So to try and understand a little bit about the movements, we've linked with the modelling group at Cambridge, also UK Met Office. So bringing in advanced spore dispersal models, and this has enabled us to sort of give us a quantitative estimate of how likely races are to move from one area to another. So with this work that Marcel Meyer did, I mean, we got an assessment, of how likely stem rust, say a UG99 race or another, was to move into South Asia. So I mean, you can look at the paper, but it's looking at essentially probabilities. So this movement from Iran into South Asia. So it's often the questions there: why hasn't UG99 moved into South Asia? Well, the models are really telling us that, with a very small outbreak, which is exactly what we've seen with UG99 in Iran so far, there's essentially zero probability of onward movement into Pakistan and India. But if you were to see large to moderate outbreaks occurring in Iran, then the probabilities really start to increase quite rapidly. It's still very rare or infrequent direct into Pakistan or into India, but the probabilities become very frequent to very frequent to move into Afghanistan, and then the potential for subsequent movement on into Pakistan and India. So I think there's some useful new information coming from this. The models, coupled with environmental suitability forecasting, is now giving us assessments of risk in forecast mode. So in Ethiopia, we've been applying this, and you can see the correspondence between model outputs and then subsequent appearance in farmers' fields. So this was a stem rust epidemic in Ethiopia, centered here. This was the model prediction for movement, and then you can see the subsequent correlation with on the ground data. So with those systems, we've now put together, it's an operational early warning system in Ethiopia. So we've got near-time rapid detection in the field. So these are mobile phone surveys. We can get data into a central server, pretty much in real time. We're also bringing in some near real-time diagnostics, but I won't cover that today. We've got automated data harvesting and a model pipeline that's running on the UK Met Office computer. So every day in the season, we're getting an automated 7-day forecast of risk coming back to the country. We can then put together advisories and alerts. We team up with a large sort of SMS system for farmers in the country. And we're being able to reach, you know, hundreds of thousands of farmers. And the information is timely and actionable. So the feedback from the ground is that farmers are able to get control, take action ahead of the disease. So given that previous work in Ethiopia, what we're now trying to do is essentially transfer those systems across to South Asia. So we got a 1-year pilot project, this ARC project, which is funded from the UK, what was DFID and now the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. We're looking hopefully to extend this. The focus currently is Bangladesh and Nepal, but there's obviously regional aspects. You can't deal with the rust and not consider the whole region. So the focus is on the rust, but we're also bringing in some work on blast as well. So the objectives are, it's this transfer of what we've done in Ethiopia, and can we apply this to South Asia? Also looking at what's the potential for forecasting blast spore dispersal as well. So we're looking at that. And then really it's can we use the model information to really inform disease management programs, and obviously, you know, have a benefit for farmers in the region, that they can have some advanced warning and take measures against the rusts. So the initial activities that are up and running, we've got good surveillance across both Bangladesh and Nepal. These have been done on mobile phones, so the data is available pretty much in real time. We've been testing and getting the model forecasts up and running, so they're all now running. We're starting to do some tests on wheat blast as well. We've got in-country kind of expert groups that are assessing the forecasts and doing validation. And then we're just at the point now, this coming season, we'll be actually pushing out advisory information to farmers. So some pre-season advisories have already gone out. So just an idea, I mean, the models, I mean, we're now getting a better understanding of connectivity within the region for spore dispersal. So I'll just show this animation. So this is stripe rust in February, some initial affections here in the Northwest Plains. You can see the spread, but you can see clearly, I mean, the regional connectivity. So things that are happening here in the Northwest Plains have a clear influence for Nepal and potentially Bangladesh as well. And you can see, as the sequence runs through, other sites will pick up, and you can get the impression of the dispersal. Oops, sorry. We also looked at kind of dividing the whole region up and kind of looking how connected things are and kind of which are the important sources and what sort of influences they have. So you can get here as a visual, kind of, this is just an arbitrary division, but you get an indication. This is stripe rust and kind of almost the zones of influence where the spore dispersal is happening. So again, this is just improving our knowledge of you know, how connected the region is. I think an interesting, we'll see it how it goes for blast is, so here in Bangladesh, essentially the dispersal almost goes the contrary to the direction for just about everything else. which if this holds true for blast, then that could be a source of concern. But I think again there's some interesting new information coming up here. Excuse me. So just what we've been able to do just within a few months, really, just one season. So we've certainly got a better understanding of the whole regional connectivity. We've got the forecast model pipeline. It's up and running. The models are now working for leaf rust. So we started with stem rust, then we brought in stripe rust, and now we've been able to bring in leaf rust. We got the extensive field surveys up and running. Colleagues in Bangladesh developed this kind of another way of potentially getting information. So there's often media reports that appear, or newsletters and things. So we've now got a tool that can automatically harvest that information. We've got the expert groups up and running. We're getting draft advisories. We've put out pre-season advisories for both countries around varieties, optimal planting dates. We're seeing pretty good alignment between the forecast and the on-the-ground surveys. And we're also now beginning to work on blast and testing the dispersal and evaluating that currently. So that data gathering tool, so really this just trawls the web, and it's able to pick out and then geographically locate where reports are appearing of rusts, or it could be any disease. So we can also, the fantastic IIWBR crop health newsletter, we can automatically extract all the information and geolocate it with this tool. So we're looking now as a potential for sources, additional sources to drive forecast models or conduct on the ground surveys. In terms of initial results, so I mean this is some from Nepal. So this is stripe rust deposition. So you can see a model forecast here that from sources in northwest India, showing large deposition of stripe rust in this western part of Nepal. This is early February, and then you see subsequent field surveys towards the end of March with very high incidence of stripe rust corresponding exactly to that area. Potentially this is the race that's known from India in the Northwest Plains coming into Nepal and causing problems. But I think it's looking quite encouraging what the forecasts are telling us. So just to finish up, we've certainly we've managed to get long-term now global rust surveillance and monitoring implemented, and that's continuing. We've been able to develop the operational early warning and advisory system in Ethiopia. We're now in the process of testing and trying to transfer that early warning and advisory to South Asia. This forthcoming season, we're looking to expand the surveillance to both Afghanistan and Pakistan. So we'd like to use, can we pick up early sources there and then look at how the dispersal is happening across the region? So obviously, that's relevant for India as well. And we'll make all that information available to everyone in India. The focus from the donors is we have to look at Bangladesh and Nepal, and that's where we'll actually have the advisory systems, SMS messaging, bulletins, TV. So we're looking at trying to reach about 50,000 farmers in the next season. But then in subsequent seasons, we'd like to scale that up to potentially, I think, 300,000 farmers, and then maybe another 500,000 farmers after that. So that's the rollout plan for this. And then just, thanks, I mean, the donors that have supported us, but also, huge number of institutions that have been involved, and just flag the support of Dr. Bardwash's group at Shimla. I mean, they're just amazing, but also all colleagues who have contributed to the surveillance system. So thank you very much, and yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the very, very informative talk. And this is something which is very much upcoming and very much important for Punjab as well and India in that context. So I think it's open for discussion.
Pooja, can I say something?
Yeah, yes, sir, definitely.
Good, Dave, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Harvins. Good to see you.
Yeah, so I just, can you shed a bit more light on BLAST? Because Rust, I have been up, getting all the things from you routinely, but this BLAST, I didn't really quite where we are up to.
Okay, so colleagues in Bangladesh had already started some forecasting for BLAST. So that's with Mauricio Fernandez group in Brazil. So they basically it's a weather driven model. So it's the suitability for disease development, and that's basically an automated system. So when the parameters it hits the threshold for disease development, then alerts get sent out to colleagues in Bangladesh. But there's no dispersal aspect to that. So what we're looking at now is looking at, can we bring in the spore dispersal component on top of that existing early warning system. So we're looking, can we parameterize the dispersal models that they're now giving us something useful additional for BLAST. So that's kind of work in progress at the moment, but it's looking quite interesting.
Yeah, considering that jets are not flying, so on clothes or on anything else, it's difficult. But I was, when I saw your prediction about some of those things which has already happened from South Africa to Australia, so I thought that if it gets wind blown or somehow, we may probably be in danger because wind direction is actually can be favorable.
Yeah, I mean, with BLAST, we don't think we're going to see the long distance windborne dispersals like we do with rusts. I mean, the worry is seedborne. So I mean, that's almost certainly how it came to Bangladesh, and now we've seen it confirmed in Zambia, in southern Africa, and that's almost another seedborne incursion. But once something comes into an area, there's obviously going to be an element of local dispersal, and we're now trying to look at what role would windborne dispersal play in that more local dispersal.
That's right, and certainly I think more work is going on and some more sources are coming, which is encouraging. So thanks.
Any more questions to sir? Thank you, Brana, sir.
Thank you all.
So I again thank Dr. Hodson for the talk, and we invite the next speaker, Dr. Achla Sharma. Dr. Achla is a wheat breeder at PAU, and she will be presenting the work done at PAU with regards to rust and Carnarvon breeding, and of course the pathology part as well. So I invite Dr. Achla.
Pooja, while Achla is getting ready, I just thought that you probably put on a hunger strike today because you guys didn't actually give any break to anybody. So
yes, sir,
we just sneakingly eat it.
We had samosas, sir, right?
Thank God it was actually after my lunch break. So, but anyway.
So I request everybody also to eat samosas on their own pocket.
Anyway, that's what I just thought that.
Samosas in virtual mode.
Yeah.
And the virtual mode wouldn't help, Dr. Timan.
Yeah, no, it won't.
Samosas virtual can't help, sir.
Puja, you can show some samosas in some presentation.
Definitely.
from PAU canteen, everybody.
Praveen, that will actually be making you more hungry.
Yeah, that's true.
Dr. Achla is there. Ma'am, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Ma'am, share the screen.
Yeah. I'm just going to share. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
It's visible, ma'am.
All the, okay, should I start?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. So, all the respected dear colleagues, a very good afternoon. I'll be talking about wheat rust and Carnarvon breeding program at PAU. The task was actually given, this talk was actually to be given by our team leader, respected Dr. V.S. Sohu, our principal plant breeder. But since he is not well today, so I was asked to replace him. Though I can't replace our teachers and our team leaders, however, I'll try my level best to share the initiatives taken and the outcomes achieved regarding the breeding for disease resistance at P. Sorry. So disease resistance has been the long standing in the wheat breeding as a wheat breeding objective. A multi-pronged approach with the focus on pathogen dynamics and the use of biotechnological approaches can give a very strong push to the breeding programs. The deeper understanding of the emergence and global dissemination of the newer virulences, their aggressiveness, their adaptation to the environment, and deployment of the different varieties are the basis of the resistance breeding. Also, the biotechnological tools, especially the marker-assisted selection, have brought significant improvements in breeding wheat for the rust resistance. So with the advent of the molecular markers, usually the breeding programs conduct, used to actually, it's not right if I say conduct, they used to conduct the marker selection invariably outside the main breeding programs or at least on the periphery of the main program. So as a result, the access to the future varietal candidates for use as the recipient was almost lacking or was very much restricted. However, now at the present stage, our breeding program seamlessly integrates the marker-assisted selection, the other biotechnological tools, etc., for the varietal development. So this forms actually the basis of the wheat breeding for disease resistance, the pathology part, and the biotechnological tools. So pathogen dynamics, genetics, evolution, their patterns, a close eye on the diversity of the pathogen, diversity of resistance, etc., coupled with the marker-assisted mobilization and pyramiding of disease resistance in elite cultivars, finally translates into breeding wheats for disease resistance or rust resistance. So, in context of Punjab and the other states of the northwestern plain zone, the rusts of the wheat have gained importance as a major productivity determining factor. Screening large number of segregating generations and other homozygous materials in the breeding pipeline against stripe rust and leaf rust is a specific core activity of any breeding program. However, a little late appearance of leaf rust in the crop in our region typically, and recent aggressive episodes of wire epidemics has put wire at the forefront. The exit of the stripe rust susceptible cultivars strongly indicates the importance of stripe rust. The resistance breakdown in the region, followed by the speedy varietal replacement, has been repeated in the last 4 decades, starting from the varieties Kalyan Sona, WL711, HD2329, PBW343, PBW550, DBW17, PBW502, HD2967, and now the most popular variety of the present times, HD3086. So it's worth mentioning that PBW343 became susceptible, initially to the leaf rust race 77-5 of leaf rust, but its exit was initiated only with the breakdown of the resistance to the stripe rust more than a decade later. The breakdown of the leaf rust has been documented to be due to the breakdown of LR26, LR10, and some other minor genes in PBW343 specific 1B1R translocation. So the varietal dynamics in the country clearly indicate towards the wire being the most potent and the consistent force of varietal replacement. The breakdown of the resistance, just a minute. Yes. The breakdown of the resistance in PBW343 with a footprint of like 7 million hectares in the northwestern plains region of our country has brought up about several issues related to occurrence and occurrence and the evolution of the stripe rust pathogen. 343 is susceptible to leaf rust didn't had much effect, but the stripe rust epidemic incurred heavy losses on this mega variety. The significant flare up of the stripe rust on this variety has to be dampened with the use of the fungicides, regular advisories to the farmers from time to time, and the new threshold was breached, and the next and the control through the chemicals or the fungicides was for the very first time practiced at the farmers field. So this was the socio-economic effect of the breakdown of the stripe rust resistance in the leading cultivar 343 at the time. So effect on the breeding program and the research was in the terms of breakdown of the entire breeding pipeline, which was based upon the based on the resistance based on PBW343. So all the complete pipeline was like automatically collapsed at one time. So this slide shows the different efforts to develop a rust-resistant version of PBW343. There were several attempts, each attempt almost giving a new entry to be tested, entered into the coordinated trials, tested, or if not the exactly the entry to be tested there, at least the some new learnings or and the PBW 665, PBW 683, PBW 682, they were entered into the coordinated trials. Here is the scheme which shows the pyramiding of the different genes in the PBW 343 background. So not all the integration programs, they lead to the development of the variety. They do not translate into the development of the variety. Somehow, some of the lines could be used as the more than 2 genes stock. So PBW 703 was the result of this integration program, and it has genes LR24, LR28, YR10, YR15. Several recombinant homozygous progenies were formed. Several entries were developed and entered into the multi-location trials in the state, and hence further into the coordinated trials. So somehow, due to the availability of the newer national checks with the high yields, none of them could at this stage could become the variety, and one PBW 703 was registered as a genetic stock with the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi, and this material is the unique material having 4 genes for rust resistance, LR and YR both, which is available from NBPGR, as well as it is also available for use by all the breeders across the country on the simple on-request policy of PAU. So this shows the development of Unnat PBW 343, which carries 5 resistance genes at 2 loci, LR37, YR17, SR38 from Aegilops ventricosa at chromosome 2AL, and LR70, YR76 from Aegilops ambellulata at 5DS locus. So individually, these genes, they are not very effective in providing resistance, but when stacked and stacked together, at least in the background of PBW 343, it gives the resistance. The 2NS chromosome segment carrying LR17, YR37 and SR38 gene is also reported to be associated with significant reductions in the blast incidence under the natural conditions. However, under the artificial epiphytotic conditions, all the lines having 2NS have not been reported to show the resistance. So the development of Unnat 343 also becomes the case of preemptive breeding for the blast resistance. In addition to leaf rust genes, stripe rust genes, stem rust gene, and comparatively resistant to blast, this segment also harnesses RKN3 and CRE5 genes, which are responsible for root knot nematode resistance and serial cyst nematode resistance, respectively. So this slide summarizes the different efforts and the outcomes of integration or mobilization of single gene, followed by the stacking of the rust resistance genes, either YR or LR. The main strategy was like both have to be targeted. At least one LR gene is to be present there along with one or more YR genes. So this is actually the diagrammatic representation of the stripe rust driven breeding efforts and resurrection of our major variety PBW 343. Several integration lines like PBW 343 plus YR10, PBW 343 plus YR15 or YR5 individually could not be promoted to the to even the multi-location trials. Whereas some of the lines with different combinations were promoted to the multi-location trials in the state, whereas some of them were promoted to be tested in the national coordinated program. So it is like going yield, productivity potential, and yield per se along with rust resistance has to go hand in hand. So, Unnat PBW 343, it is the first variety developed using the marker-assisted selection. To be more precise, using the modified marker-assisted selection, backcross breeding, released at the national level for northwestern plain zone of our country, which includes Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, parts of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Jammu Kashmir. So this variety has made its way to the farmer's field, and the acceptance of the farmer for this variety can be assessed by its seed sale demand and its position in the national seed indent. And the slide also shows the area under this variety. So it is having almost at par yield when compared with the most popular variety of this time, the HG3086. So then similar kind of gene integration programs, other than taking PBW343 as the background, were also initiated simultaneously in the using the other genetic backgrounds. The different genetic backgrounds were like the elite varieties, PBW550, which also comes to rust during that Wire saga, and DBW17, PBW621, PBW 725, all these materials, they are were used for the gene integration programs. PBW 550, a bold grained wheat variety, was used to integrate the gene YR15 and led to the development and release of a variety Unnat PBW343, which means the improved version of PBW 550. So this is a short staged variety having a short duration and suitable for mid-November sowing. So this variety has also taken up the area in the region, shows complete foliage protection owing to YR15 gene, and the other parameters including yield and other quality traits are almost at par with the other varieties as well as its parental variety PBW550. So this variety being short duration can this variety also gives the opportunity to have another crop after the harvesting of the wheat. Since it matures like around 7 to 9 days earlier, pulses crop, moongi, etc. can be cultivated in between after the harvesting of the wheat and transplanting the rice. Then is the variety PBW 752, which has been released for the late sown conditions of the northwestern plain zone of India. This has the gene YR10, which confers resistance to almost all the pathotypes of the yellow rust. This variety in addition possesses better hectoliter weight and the grain zinc concentration along with the good yield. DBW 771 and PBW 771 and PBW 757 are another versions developed using the marker assisted selection and mobilization of the rust resistance genes in the already adapted cultivars. So PBW 771 is LR57 YR40 gene in DBW 17 background. This gene is from Aegilops ovata and is our in-house gene. This variety has very high level of resistance to stripe rust under the natural and the artificial disease epiphytotic conditions. Similarly, a gene combination of YR15 and YR36, which is linked to GPCB1 gene, the high protein gene, has been mobilized into and stacked together in PBW550 background, which led to the development and release of PBW5 757 variety. This is the variety recommended for the very late sown conditions, like when the farmers which are growing peas, potatoes, sugar cane, or the turmeric, etc., they get very late for sowing, and it is in the end of the first week, or so, almost the middle of the second week, when their fields are ready for sowing of the wheat. So this variety caters that particular niche, and this is also has a good yield, gives complete foliage protection against the stripe rust disease and the brown rust. So all the quality parameters and the other ancillary traits of this variety, they are some either better or are equivalent to the PBW 550 as well as to the other national checks. So out of our experience in working with the rust since the last approximately 2 decades, it can be summed up that tackling this demon of yellow rust requires a coordinated effort by plant breeders and the plant pathologists. A 3-step strategy of scouting new rust-resistant genes, accelerated mobilization of this resistance into the adapted backgrounds or the elite backgrounds, and further pyramiding or stacking up of the different genes can be practically very useful in development of the disease-resistant varieties. Identification of the new sources of genes is very well taken care here at PU by our team members at the School of Agricultural Biotechnology. The gene LR57YR40, LR76YR70 are in-house genes which have been identified, mapped at PAU, and the markers are user-friendly markers are available for their hassle-free use in the breeding programs. New genes from Agilops caudata, Pragerina, etc., have also been identified and mapped at our university in the School of Agricultural Biotechnology, and they have been the program has been initiated to transfer these genes individually into the elite backgrounds, and once the markers are available for this, which we are expecting very soon, they can be used for stacking further to enhance the resistance. So when we talk of scouting the genes from different sources, we are targeting the progenitor species of the wheat, the non-progenitor species, or the other germplasm which is may or may not be adapted to our regions, like the European winter wheats, the exotic collection, indigenous collections, land races, etc. A set of Iranian land races and Mexican land races is available here at PAU. Around more than 50 mapping populations have been developed, and the genetic analysis or mobilization, etc., they are at the work is at the different stages for the characterization and mobilization of these newer resistances into the elite germplasms. Now, when we focus on the pyramiding of the genes for rust resistance, some of the points which must be taken care of while pyramiding are like the agronomically outstanding or good in yield varieties, single gene integrations should be used for pyramiding in place of using the genetic stocks to avoid the linkage drag, etc. When we and it's more better if we use the genes, different genes in the same background for pyramiding. Like let's say if we are we have to pyramid gene A, resistant gene A, and resistant gene B into a cultivar. So instead of the first step is like, instead of using the genetic stocks, they should be in the agronomically elite backgrounds. That's fine. The next point is like, if they are present in almost in the same backgrounds, like say let's gene A is present in PBW550, gene B is also present in PBW550, so pyramiding becomes even more easy, and the background noise is reduced to a larger extent. So definitely when we are pyramiding more than 2 genes, like we need a large number of populations, multiple breeding populations are required, and intensive single plant selections for yield components, grain types, etc. are done. A little bit modification we have done in the system, like we use the marker assisted selection for the genes of interest, and before that we screen the plants and narrow down the integration set using the sieve consisting of artificial epiphytotic creation, and the agronomically elite plants are selected. Even another round to further narrow down the integration set is practiced for using the grain selection. The grains are also selected for their boldness, color, and other things. Once they are selected, then the marker assisted selection is deployed. So thus the set is narrowed down to around like 30 to 40 such lines per pyramiding cross, which are tested for the yield at the preliminary level. So as a result, we are having around more than 100 breeding line pool of the high yielding rust resistant lines, which regularly now forms the part of our crossing block and is involved in the crossing program. So most of the crosses in our wheat breeding program here at PAU consists of at least one parent with the known gene, which can be monitored using the markers, or in many of the crosses, the both parents are the gene crosses. For this, we have developed this gene pool line, and all the genes available in our system, they have been mobilized into the elite backgrounds. Like for example, YR1015 are present in HD2967, PBW343, PBW621. YR5 and YR36 are available in DBW17, PBW550. Then another gene from this Ameloleta YR70, LR76 is available in PBW621, HD3086, HD2967. And similarly, the others are also visible here. So this ensures the mobilization of resistance from a already adapted background, rather than starting it from the scratch or getting it from the genetic stocks. So definitely all these integrations, they do not turn into the cultivars, but maintenance of this breeding line pool of high resistant lines in the high yielding background further facilitates the development of a commercially viable product. So now another important point is, we can't do breeding for the disease resistance individually. Like it has to be the deeper understanding of the pathogen dynamics, and these last 2 decades of wheat breeding have witnessed cypress making the major encroachment and being reason for the comparatively short lifespan of the varieties in the recent years. The future episodes of similar magnitudes are also anticipated, maybe in the for YR or LR, and these can be taken care of or avoided by keeping a close eye on the pathogen evolution. 5 shifts in the prevalent race of the yellow rust in last 6 to 7 years seems a really alarming situation for the wheat breeding program. It is now anticipated that the pathogen is also evolving very fast and may cause high magnitude epidemics, and Though many linked LR and YR genes are basically being mobilized, have been mobilized, there are some of the outcomes also, but a strong leash on the breeding in response to the pathogen evolution needs to be further strengthened also. So this slide shows the initial foci of the yellow rust spores here. The disease occurs in the submountainous regions at a much larger magnitude in the Shivalik foothills, and this becomes the doorway of the newer virulences in our state. So these are the different races of the stripe rust, which indicates its quick evolution and further making the breeding for resistance for stripe rust more tedious and complex. The race profile of the prevalent pathotypes of the stripe rusts shows the pattern, which further indicates the need of pyramiding genes with resistance to different pathotypes, and develop a cultivar which has like more than 2 genes stacked which are resistant to the different pathotypes. So this development of such kind of germplasm which has the resistance for different pathotypes calls for the creation of a right epidemic. So the right epidemic creation can be used very successfully to select the breeding material for different pathotypes. The relevant infector lines should be available for the uniform inoculum spread. Pathotype monitoring should be done using the markers, etc. And the most important is the green bridge monitoring and the early detection of the disease using the integrated disease management practices. Now coming to the canal bunt breeding program in PAU. Canal bunt is the disease of main importance, initially known as the second-tier disease, but now KB has gained much more priority. It has the legal embargo restrictions in some of the countries. The major issue in canal bunt breeding is the very tedious method of screening for canal bunt, as well the narrow genetic base of the KB resistance in the hexaploid weeds. So KB incidence has increased in the state now, and there was a kind of KB epidemic in some of the pockets of our state in 2018-19. So it was like that farmers were given the advisory that they should not release their own seed for the planting in where there is the much more episode of bunt. So even the team from PAU comprising of different scientists from the different disciplines visited the farmers field, as Dr. Indu, also an expert on canal bunt, told us that there was an incidence where the farmer was having the pigeons. So it needs to be further investigated that the fecal matter of the pigeon, does that has any role in the canal bunt infection, or like this needs to be investigated further. So major focus for the canal bunt was so far was management and the monitoring of the canal bunt. We have some of the varieties having we can't say it's resistance, but tolerance to the canal bunt. They are being popularized. This is one of the PBW 677 is the variety which has shown tolerance to canal bunt infection, and this is being popularized also. So to monitor the disease in the state, the grain samples from the Dana mandis are collected, and from all over the Punjab at the initiation of the harvesting, the incidence is calculated, and other advisories are also given, like the production of the KB free seed of the wheat is emphasized, and the major focus where we need to strengthen is the improving the efficacy of the Carnarvon screening protocol. So for so we have developed the RILs and the nil populations for KB in PBW 343 background and WH 542 background. All thanks to Dr. Endu Sharma. But the use of these has been restricted due to their susceptibility to the wheat rust, especially the stripe rust. Now the focus then changed to combine Carnarvon resistance and rust resistance. In an attempt to combine these, PBW 760 was tested under the special coordinated trials for resistant nails in the northwestern plain zone at some locations. So this variety has combines PBW 343 and Australian parent Ruby Baxter, and they have integration for Carnarvon resistance from KBR LR22 source, then YR15 gene, LR24 gene, and LR28 gene. But somehow this PBW 760 could not be released as a variety, got dropped from the AVT, and now is used as a donor stock, like having stripe rust resistance to major genes and KB resistance in a elite agronomical background. So when we talk about combining KB and rust resistance, so our strategy here at PEU includes the crossing between the recipients having one or two major genes for stripe rust resistance, otherwise also agronomically adapted elite cultivars, and KB from either the sources identified earlier, or from the advanced version of that, that is PBW 760. So several crosses have been generated. The segregating generations are being tested, have been tested for Carnarvon incidence, and now we have some of the lines which have been selected for the agronomic trait also, and will be tested this year for the preliminary yield evaluation. Now, scouting other sources of KB resistance other than those known sources which are already rolling in our breeding material. So they are the non-progenitor species of wheat. Agelopstrain salis has been demonstrated complete KB tolerance. So 17 integration lines have been provided from the School of Agricultural Biotechnology. Then rye is another source for KB resistance. Triticale into bred wheat crosses. We do have the derivatives from the triticale into bred wheat crosses, and several of them have been narrowed down for Carnarvon resistance after extensive screening. Other than these sources, it needs to be like further investigated that the durum wheats, they are resistant to KB and loose mud also. Probably it's their floral biomorphology which imparts field resistance to these diseases, because the spike, it is like very tightly packed. Probably it has some physical hindrance for the pathotype, pathogen to enter the floral parts, or the genetic basis of this needs to be explored further. So genome edited, mediated techniques, etc., can also come to the rescue when we talk about the KB breeding in future. So now, breeding for disease resistance, our journey so far. So this slide summarizes, it gives the very basic figure Like when we started for marker assisted selection, it was in 2007-8 when the uh, recent breakdown of PBW343 resistance gave the breeding program a shock and a push at the same time, and we started the marker assisted selection. Initially we were only LR24 and LR28 genes, they were available at PAU. Later, in few years, we have wire 5, wire 10, 15, 36, 40, 57, etc. rolling into the breeding program. And there were like around 50% crosses having the composition of one parent, at least one parent having the known genes, and are monitored with the marker assisted selection in the prioritized crosses. So now in 2020-21, we do have added a good number of genes in the breeding program. So thanks to all the national and the international agencies, we have got genes from the different collaborations, and many of the genes there we have been identified and mapped in-house here at PAU. So this is the transit from having the marker assisted selection or the integration of biotechnology into the breeding program completely and seamlessly, rather than having marker assisted selection or molecular marker work or the lab work, keeping it on the peripheries or on the outer regions of the main breeding program. So now it's around 513 out of approximately 700 crosses have mostly both parents with the known gene resistance. So any breeding program is evaluated by the varietal development. So the salient achievements of any breeding program is the development of the varieties. So this is the development of the varieties, and which here clearly shows that some varieties are now having the genes either in the single or in the pyramidal states. PBW771 has two genes linked for which are linked genes for YR and leaf rust resistance. Unnat PBW550 has YR15, a single gene. Similarly, as discussed earlier, Unnat PBW343 has 5 genes for resistance, and similarly PBW757 has 2 genes for resistance. One is YR36 and another is YR15. So when we are working on the mobilization of the resistance and the integrations, so many of the lines exhibit complete resistance to the disease under consideration, but has some handicaps in terms of, say, yield or plant type, etc. So though they can be registered as the genetic stocks. So this is the list of the genetic stocks registered by PAU with NBPGR, and they can consist of genetic stocks for KB resistance, YR resistance, LR resistance, 4 gene pyramids, 3 gene pyramids, etc. So happy to share that the BGRI Gene Steward Award was also shared by the PAU wheat breeding team. So now the future plans or the future strategies for breeding for disease resistance. So here we intend to strengthen and integrate all the components of rust resistance breeding systems so as to provide a complete, totally in-house solution to these emerging diseases. Regarding Karnal bunt, we plan to develop a comprehensive picture of the genetic molecular basis of the KB resistance by utilizing the already developed nils and the already achieved leads in this disease. This will further help us in the development of the KB resistant varieties or the KB resistant versions of the major varieties or the advanced lines coupled with the stripe rust resistance. So with this, I complete my talk here. Thank you very much for listening. And here is wishing you a fruitful season and a happy year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashna ma'am, for a very, very exhaustive talk, I would say, at this moment. And I think it's open for discussion, and all the wheat means pathologist and the team is present. So we can take the questions now.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It was really wonderful. Nice, very nice, Dr. Achala.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have done a good job. Really, I can see after my retirement, so much of work has been done. So, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I just hurriedly say, just comment on the your presentation. Changes in varieties having different genes for resistance lead to change in virulences. So this is what you have already proved in your slides. And most of the work on the knowing new evolving resistant gene is host pathogen interaction, like using or differential. Actually, it's being really taken up very well. But do we have any knowledge that chemical management has differential response in relation to new evolving races? Like differential response of fungicides to new evolving races.
I'm sorry, there's some
this is I think
issue in audio.
Yes.
I don't know what's in my connection. I'm not able to clearly hear.
Actually, my audio is not coming here. I don't know what is the problem, but can you hear?
I think, ma'am, I can get the question. You are trying to ask that is the chemical control or giving a differential response, or it is uniform means for any?
Yeah, it's uniform. Right.
I think Jaspal ma'am can answer that. It's
Same,
same, ma'am.
there is no differential response with respect to chemical control.
Okay.
It's quite complete means in that respect. The chemicals are quite complete.
That's right. Okay, that's really excellent. Good. So I should congratulate you that the work started in 60s, survey and surveillance, virulence changes, gene for resistance in varieties. It is being taken up so well. But still there are pockets with high incidence of rust and KB. So we should know that how fast we need to move in breeding and pathological doing the races. So this was all about rust. And my, are you able to hear? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. As far as Karnal identifying new races of New Asia indica in relation to varietal change, that is, we must know that while PBW 343, what was the race, how many races were there, and now with the new varieties, is there change in pathogen or not? This is very important to know. Then is development of differential set to know the changes in pathogen virulence. Differential set means with known genes, like with rust we have known genes differential set. Can we really in future do some work on this? That for Karnal pathogen also to know the virulences, can we have a known genes differential gen, because now already your KB resistant genes are there in 343 and 542. Only thing is biotechnology need to be involved with, in a very vigorous way, like in breeding. Similarly, for knowing the resistance genes, there is a possibility of developing differential with known genes for resistance. So this is what I say with the biotechnology.
I think, yes, ma'am, this is quite possible. The KB means pathogen has already been sequenced at least 3 times in India itself.
Right.
So, and we have already initiated work on like because I think you very well know that PAU maintains the monosporidial cultures for all the samples that most of the samples we collect. So we are already trying to work on this thing of identifying their individuality and working on the kind of like their differential behavior or response to the cultivars.
Yeah, so variability in different compatible sets of monosporidia within a single teleospore and mixture of teleospores.
Yes, ma'am. That is as the control. We are taking that as control.
Like in a single teleospore, you have different compatible types. What is the virulence pattern of those? And mixture of teleospores
studies already done, but we haven't shared the results today. We were planning to, but somehow we thought not to because we are still to confirm those responses.
And finally, I would like to say that where canal bunt and rust are occurring regularly in the same field, can we have 5 years program in the form of a project, or maybe if you have already funding is there?
Ma'am, we are, I think, we
manage the disease, both diseases in the same fields for 5 years at least.
Ma'am, we are in the process of formulating that project, and we are already having a meeting, a group meeting for that. So, and we have submitted one concept note regarding this thing. We are hopeful if we get it. It's a multi-institutional project involving all the means institutes in the northwestern plain zones for the KB monitoring, as well as developing the pathogen basis of the resistance or the virulence basis and the cultivar development for in that context.
So it is today. It was very nice that I could hear Hudson after about 4 or 5 years, and Dr. Achala's presentation was very comprehensive. So I have made my comments. Thank you very much for involving the old people who can.
It's nice to hear you.
Thank you.
Good job. I have one question.
Okay. Now you can really interact with others. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, Brianna, sir.
Achala brought a very good point about the structure of the floral structure, or say, in durums, but then can you test some spelt weeds, because spelt weeds are very compact.
Sir, we have very like 1 or 2 lines only of these spelt weeds, but we do have spherococcums, and they're also equally compact.
The spherococcum opens up a bit, but spelts remain enclosed like durums. So that's
so we will be happy if some germplasm in that context can be shared with us.
It should be available in the, like, for example, when we call collections, somebody called Vavilov collection, other says Butkin's collection, other says something else, but they are collected pretty much throughout the world, and those collections are overlapping. And I think there are some.
We'll try to have access to those, no? And because we are looking for the different sources of resistance.
Yeah, so I think I probably have to leave after this talk because it's getting a bit late here. And it's Friday and we have some arrangements made before that. I thought that meeting will finish much earlier, but I didn't look at the full program. And it was really wonderful, but only one thing which I can say is that maybe chairpersons should actually restrict people with the timings, because timing is gone a little bit over. But overall,
yes, sir, I think
so. They are very lenient, sir.
Chairpersons are lenient on that.
It's quite enjoyable, you know. It's so much of information. I quite enjoyed it, but at the same time, I really wanted to attend students' talks, which I have to miss. And I encourage.
Start at 3, so that will be
quite late in Australia then.
Sorry,
it will start by 3.
Students to keep timing and learn to keep timings in future as well. And I suggest to organizers that maybe in future put the students' talks first, because we want to actually see the next generation's things, because otherwise we share this information through other projects and presentations, but students we only meet in these special circumstances. So, but overall, you guys have done a great job. I really congratulate you, and everybody presented such a comprehensive information, and, you know, salute to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Take care in future, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions regarding Dr. Achala's talk? Or any other in general? Okay, I'll hand over to Dr. Abhishek now.
Extremely sorry, we are not keeping up with the time. So since now I invite the chairman of this session, Dr. PPS Pannu, to for his remarks. Dr. Pannu, please.
Asla, you can stop sharing the presentation.
Okay.
Praveen, Pannu sir, are you? ओहो, मेरा माइक ही नहीं चल रहा।
See audible or Dr. Pannu? सुन रहे हैं ना?
पन्नू सर,
Dr. Pannu, please give your chairman remarks. Sir, please unmute yourself. Dr. Pannu, please unmute yourself. सब तो करके देखा
अनम्यूट ही है मेरे ख्याल में
मैम, but we are not getting his voice. He's unmute, but we are not able to get his voice. Should I call?
there is some technical issue.
I think there is some problem. You can use your phone's audio, sir.
I think there is some problem with the audio system which Dr. Pannu is using. So I will just, I will use, I will act as a filler for that. And yeah. So we had a very informative presentation since morning, starting from the inaugural session and throughout the whole day. It was a very sort of informative and very knowledge giving experience. It was really intriguing presentations by all the speakers, and Dr. Pawan's presentation on Karnal Bund, it was I have heard him other times as well, but today he's really summarized well, and KB is gaining more and more importance. So that's why I think the organizers kept KB and Rust both in the program. So similarly, the presentation on KB by Dr. Sudhir Kumar was equally informative, and kind of we now know the scenario where we are. And Dr. Pawan's suggestion that we should have some collaborative, international collaborative programs on KB, I think is actually need of the time, because individually it's a very, very difficult disease to all the diseases, even Rust are equally difficult to work with. But KB screening is a very difficult. So working in a group will give us a better chance of having a success and developing the weeds which have acceptable level of KB resistance. So I think we should, at least pathologists and the other members of this group should explore how to develop a collaborative program on Karnal Bund, and using your international partners, including CIMMET and other partners. Similarly, the next presentation by Shridhar was very, very informative, and he summarized it very well, all the Rust program which CIMMET is taking up in combination with other institutes. And all of us had a good discussion on both the presentations. Then Dr. Bariana's presentation is always a pleasure to listen to Dr. Bariana. So he gave a very good presentation on Rust, the kind of the work which is being done in PBI committee. And I think all of us have collaborated with his group at one time or the other. Thanks, Dr. Bariana, for a very nice presentation. And Dr. Bhardwaj summarized the Indian scenario of the Rust work, which they being done by our Flordale Center, and most of the Rust program which is India is taking up is actually dependent upon the work which is being done at Flordale, starting from the inoculum and then identifying the pathotypes, asking him for inoculum. All of us are after him, requesting him inoculum, then screening. He's always, that center is a sort of pivotal for Rust work in India. Thank you, Dr. Bhardwaj, for your presentation as well. I won't say much about PAU's presentation because I am part of that. So it has already been discussed well. So Dr. Hudson's presentation was really on surveillance. That's very, very important aspect. Breeding is fine, identification of pathotypes is fine, but surveillance is a very, very, survey and surveillance is a very, very important component of disease management, of integrated disease management. And his presentation gave a different, sort of viewpoint on the Rust scenario. And thank you, Dr. Hudson, for giving such an informative presentation. And I would stop here and thank you. I thank all the participants for staying with us throughout the presentations. And we have a small break, and then I request all of you to come back for the student award presentations as well. I hand over to Dr. Abhishek Sharma for his vote of thanks. Dr. Abhishek, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks for your remarks. And now we are moving towards the end of this session. Since already we are late, we again pardon for this delay. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the behalf of IPS Nordjon chapter and INSOP Ludhiana. And at the outset, I would thank to all the participants for their patient hearing and presence. We thank President of both the society, IPS as well as INSOP, for providing this opportunity to conduct this session.
Can I correct you a little bit?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think you are late because your break
actually,
40 minutes into 15, so you don't need to apologize.
no, we try to be a bit, like stick to the time, but definitely it always happens. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for this encouragement. Okay. So again, we thank to all, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pradam Shri Dr. B.S. Dhilloni, for granting permission to conduct this brainstorming session. We profusely thank our speakers. Definitely, we thank from core of our heart, because in spite of time zone difference, all of them could make it to interact with us, and even it was early morning for some of them, and it was late night for some. Still, they could make it. So thanks to all the speakers, and then we again thanks to chairman, co-chairman, and all the reporters. Then special thanks to Secretary IPS Dr. Robin Gogoi for his untiring support and guidance to conduct this program. And special thanks to Mr. Raju, who is there at IPS headquarters New Delhi, for his logistic and technical support all the time. And then thanks for all the members of IPS North Zone chapter for definitely nominating and electing us for this year executive committee. And then our thanks to all the executive committee of IPS, INSOP, and PAU administration for their guidance. And at last, I thank to all my senior teachers and retired faculty and all the students who definitely actively participated in this session. Thanks all my revered teachers who are all there, and especially from outside the PAU. I can see all Dr. Ashwani and Dr. Rana, Dr. Sir, Dr. R.C. Sharma sir was also there. He is not there now. Ma'am Man, Dr. Chahal, Dr. Dhiman, everyone. So thanks one and all. We will definitely after 10 minutes we will start this next session, that's award session, so that we can stick to the time. Dr. Naresh Mehta sir, kindly chair that. So the next session will be chaired by Dr. Naresh Mehta from HAU, Dr. Sanjeev Sharma from CPRI Shimla, and Dr. PL Kashyap from Karnal. And then next session is on award for the students. So kindly join us at 2:30. Definitely we'll start 2:30 sharp. So all the students, please be ready with their presentation. See you at 2:30. Sorry, we are not taking break. You can have your lunch simultaneously. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Indu, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. D.P. Singh, Dr. Nala Thambi. नहीं आपका एंड मीटिंग करिए कि नहीं चला म्यूजिक लगा दो अपना माइक बंद कर दो हैरान करिए जशन जशन हमारा
सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने तो
जशन करनी करो ज्वाइन कितने बैठे
let me check.
अंजू तो है अंजू इज देयर
We will take attendance no, first. Stop sharing करना. Dr. Kashyap, thanks for joining. Unmute करो sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining.
डॉक्टर कश्यप ने लंच नहीं किया
नहीं लंच करके आ गए हम तो
कर लिया
हाँ
packed lunch
So it's this is just call for the students who are going to participate in this session.
Jashan is there. 9.
Total 9 are there.
Jashan is there. Anju is there. Then
Outside there.
on second page. Let's
No, we will take it. Just we will check their audio video is working or not. Wait.
Anju, you are there? Anju? Anju, you are ready with your presentation? Anju Grace, are you there?
It's a simple call for all the participants, basically the contestants, not participants, for both MJ Narasimhan and IPS Travel Award. I'm just calling the names of the students. Just check your audio and video before we start so that at least you don't have any trouble, technical issues while presenting. So the first presentation will be Anju, Miss Anju from PAU. Anju, can you hear us? And if you can hear us, just unmute yourself and just say yes.
Oh, sir, yes, sir, I
can hear you. Okay. So if you just want to check your video, we can help you.
Yes, sir, just a minute.
Just check your video. Then the next one is Miss Nisha from Skost, Kashmir. Kadrul Nisha, is she there? Sanju, you will be the first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anju. And now next one is Nisha from Skost, Kashmir. Nisa. I don't know how to pronounce.
Nisa.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you like to check your audio video, or it's fine for you?
Yes, sir, it's fine. Sir,
No,
can you?
Anju, wait. You just stop sharing your screen. That's okay.
Okay,
It's
sir.
working. Thank you. Miss Mamta from HAU, is she there?
No.
It's a call for Miss Mamta from HAU. Okay, the next one is Miss Harneet from Palampur. Harneet, are you there? Then we have Ruby Sandhu from Jammu. Harpreet Singh from PAU.
Yes, sir, I am there.
Then we have Sumer Wani from Skost, Kashmir. Oh, it's a Sumer Wani.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, so Miss Nisha is also there with you?
Yes, sir, she is also here.
Then we have Jashan.
Jashan is here.
Jashan, are you there?
It's here, Jashan.
Okay,
Jashan?
So when you start, you unmute yourself. Okay, Jashan,
Okay.
thank you. And then we have last
Aisha Nabi.
Aisha Nabi. Is
Yeah. Doctor, yeah, she's here.
okay, good.
You'll be
So
delivering.
we have almost all, only one fellow from HAU is not.
Ruby Sandhu is also not there.
Ruby.
Ruby Sandhu from SPAST Jammu.
Anyone from Jammu can inform Miss Ruby.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ 5 ਨੰਬਰ ਦੇ ਗੇਟ ਤੇ ਫੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ
One from HAU, anyone from HAU can inform Miss Mamta. So Dr. Mehta is there already, and then Dr. Kashyap is there. Dr. Sanjeev.
Dr. Sanjeev को कॉल कर दूँ. Ona को लेके guidelines करते.
And Dr. Mehta sir, I think you have the scorecard and the guidelines. Sir, unmute करना पड़ेगा.
Thank you.
Yes, everything is with me.
Yes, sir. Okay. So Dr. Kashyap is there with us, sir. One of our member, and then Dr. Sanjeev will be joining. We have just called him, so he'll be joining us soon.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Harneet Kaur here.
Okay,
Actually, I
good.
was not connected at that time.
No, not an issue. Just we are checking your audio video is working on us so that we don't have any issue. And
Okay, sir.
kindly just stick to the guideline. That is the presentation and everything should be finished within 15 minutes. So that.
Yes, sir.
दिल्ली का है, कर लेना बात में.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sanjeev. Sir, unmute karo, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Abhishek. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us. So almost we are everyone ready. Non-formal welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome Dr. Naresh Mehta, Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, Dr. Premlal Kashyap, third session of this brainstorming session. So this session is very important session, and total there are 9 contestants who will compete for MJ Narasimhan Award, and only one candidate is there for APS Travel Award. So I will request the jury, Dr. Naresh Mehta, Dr. Sharma, and Dr. Kashyap, to judge them as per the scorecard provided to you. So first of all, I request Ms. Anju Grace to present her findings because she has her final viva today. So she has to leave by 3 or 3:15. So I request.
Just wait, madam. Just wait. Yes, I welcome my colleague first, Dr. Kashyap and Dr. Sharma. Very good afternoon. And I invite all the participants to be present very well their work. And I will be happy to announce one of the, you can say, awardee for this purpose for the final meeting. And now I welcome Ms. Anju to present their work.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Anju, you are audible.
So, I'm starting. So a very warm good afternoon to all the judging panels and all those who are listening to me. So myself, Anju Grace George. I am an MSc Plant Pathology student of Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana. So I'm here to present the topic, identification of novel donors for resistance against Tilletia indica, causing kernal bunt from wild and related species of wheat. So a number of biotic and abiotic stresses are affecting the yield as well as quality of wheat. So among that, kernal bunt is a major disease of wheat which is caused by Tilletia indica, and this was first reported by M. Mitra in 1931. This disease has occurred in an epidemic form in the past some of the years in Punjab and other major wheat growing areas. Although the yield losses are not as high compared to other wheat diseases, but there is quality loss. There is a deterioration in the quality of wheat flour that is caused by this KB. Most importantly, as Sir has already mentioned in the morning session, the legal embargo restrictions for wheat trade is imposed by certain countries like Australia, Russia, China, USA, and Canada for import from not only India, from any other country which has KB. And this has restricted the movement of wheat across the globe. And this has made kernal bunt a disease of an international importance. And also this restriction, in order to overcome this restriction, a zero infection level of KB is necessary. So for that, resistant sources are to be identified, and it has to be screened and utilized in the breeding program in order to overcome all these quarantine and embargo restrictions. And also there is a narrow genetic base of KB resistance in the bred wheat. Hence, we have to utilize the wild resources for obtaining this KB resistance. So I have carried out my study with the objectives to evaluate Aegilops species. There are Aegilops triennialis, Aegilops toshii, Triticum monococcum, Triticum bioticum, Triticum dicoccordus, and Araticum, and rye introgressions in wheat for kernal bunt resistance. And the second objective was to identify rye chromosomes conferring resistance to kernal bunt. So first it started with the culturing of Tilletia indica isolates. So first isolates were collected from various grain markets of Punjab. So these are the list of the grain markets from where these isolates were collected. And after collection of the isolates, it was cultured in potato dextrose agar medium. And this picture shows the culture room where I have done the culturing. And these isolates, the identity of the isolates were maintained, and they were separately placed in the different plastic crates. And after culturing, subculturing is done, and the mass multiplication was continued until sufficient amount of inoculum was prepared. And this shows a 2-day-old culture of Tilletia indica isolate. So I have taken the teliospores and cultured, and this first picture shows a 2-day-old culture. And this is a fully grown, second picture is a fully grown culture in which that white mycelial mat is the primary sporidia of this Tilletia indica. So after that, inoculum is prepared. The inoculum is prepared, and artificial inoculation is carried out. So for that, this sporidia is scraped out of all the tubes, and it is mixed with sterile distilled water, and to make up a concentration of 10,000 sporidia per ml. And it is followed by inoculation. So boot stage is the ideal or the right stage for artificial inoculation. So when the crop has reached the boot stage, this artificial inoculation is carried out using the syringe inoculation technique. So this technique was standardized by Ojla et al. In 1982, and syringe inoculation is done using a hypodermic syringe. The inoculum was injected into the boot leaf, and all the inoculated earheads were tagged. So these are the materials that I have screened. I have screened in this study. So it has the both the progenitors and non-progenitor species of wheat that are Aegilops toshai, Monococcum bioticum, Dicocoides are the progenitors, and this Triancialis and Araticum, they are non-progenitors of wheat. So about 153 lines of these introgressions of are utilized. Introgressions are screened, so the 153 lines are screened, and then these triticale introgressions are also screened in this study. So triticale is actually utilized to transfer the utilize the rye genes, because rye is an outstanding source for many of the diseases of wheat. Not only kernel bund, other rusts or powdery mildew, they are the good source. And also many scientists have already reported that rye is a very highly resistant to kernel bund. So to utilize those rye genes, we have screened this triticale introgressions in bread wheat, that also was screened. And this was the layout of field where I have carried out my experiment. So at the end of the season, all the inoculated ears were harvested. Those which were tagged were harvested, and the percentage of infection was calculated. And this infection, all the lines were categorized based on this disease score, that is as resistant or moderately resistant, moderately susceptible, susceptible, or highly susceptible. This table shows the reaction of the popular wheat cultivars that are widely cultivated in Punjab, that covers a large area of Punjab. So this shows that all the popular cultivars are highly susceptible to KB. So that's also so that's why there is a requirement for the resistant sources that has to be found in the wild relatives. So because all the popular cultivars are highly KB susceptible, they have high KB infection, all are highly susceptible. And some of these lines were used as susceptible check. After every 10 lines, every 10 lines of screening, a line of susceptible check was shown, and also resistant check was also there. So this table shows the resistance spectrum of the wild wheat introgressions that I have screened. So this there is a Monococcum, Aegilops toshai, Araticum, and Triancialis. That these are the lines that I have screened, and their introgressions in wheat. They are the lines I have screened, and out of the 153 lines, around 86 lines, about 86 lines were highly resistant, and 50 lines were moderately resistant. And this also shows the range of KB infection, that is the lowest score recorded and the highest score recorded in these lines, and also the percentage of resistant lines. So based on the evaluation, it was found that the Triticum araticum, that is the best source among these lines I have screened. This is the Triticum araticum introgression in wheat. So it is crossed with durum, and it is back crossed with wheat. So this line is the best source for KB resistance, because it is concluded based on this disease score, because the lowest disease score was reported in this line. So, and it is followed by the Aegilops toshai. That's another best source for KB resistance. Next, coming to the triticale introgression in red wheat. So these are the triticale lines, and their introgression in wheat is given here. So among these lines, I have already mentioned that all these bread wheat lines are highly susceptible to KB. So it is given that out of 337 lines screened, 181 lines were resistant. So majority of the lines were highly resistant. And this resistance is contributed by the rye introgressions in this wheat. So it is contributed by the rye introgressions in wheat. So these 181 lines were highly resistant, 69 were moderately resistant. And among all these lines which were screened, this TL2908 in DBW17 background was found to be highly resistant among these lines. And also the TL3021 in PBW550 background was also a good source of KB resistance. And now coming to my second objective of my study was to identify the rye introgressions conferring KB resistance. So rye, I have mentioned that rye is a very good source and it is highly resistant to KB. So this those lines which were found to be resistant in the field, those introgression lines were and the DNA was isolated from those lines which were phenotypically resistant. And this is the list of markers. These are EST based markers that are rye chromosome specific, are applied on all the resistant phenotypically resistant lines. So this is specific for different chromosome arms of Rai. For example, this one RS indicates it is specific for a region of short arm of Rai chromosome. Likewise, there are markers specific for various regions of the 7 set of chromosomes of Rai, and it also shows the marker and the amplicon size of Rai in this table. Okay, then coming to these are the gel pictures of the gel pictures in which all these are compared with the parents, means the triticale, Rai and PBW343. It is all these lines have been compared with that. So it is this particular marker has this particular marker has an amplicon size of 1000 base pair. So all these lines are being compared with this Rai parent, so that those lines which carry the introgression lines will be having that particular amplicon size band, and also the wheat parent doesn't show any identifiable amplicon with this marker. So those lines without any bands, they are actually having they are without any introgression. So since majority of the lines that I have screened are with introgression, they are showing introgression for this particular chromosome region of Rai in it. And this also show another picture in which this particular marker that is specific for the short arm of 4th Rai chromosome is resolved on page. It is resolved on page. So this indicates that in this marker the amplicon size was 160 base pair. So very few lines were showing introgression for this chromosome region of Rai. So that I have already indicated here with this arrow mark. So those lines are showing the introgression, and others are without introgression of this region of chromosome. So I'm concluding my study by saying that these are the sources, these are the highly resistant KB sources. So that is the TL2908 in DBW17 background and TL3021 in PBW550 background. These are the triticale introgression lines that were found to be highly resistant for KB. And among the wild relatives of wheat, this Triticum araraticum and Igelops toshii, inbred wheat background, these introgressions are the best among the lines I have screened. And coming to the Rai introgression, so the certain regions of this particular chromosome arm of Rai might have contributed to KB resistance, since the bred wheat is highly susceptible, and those lines were found to be resistant in phenotypically. So this Rai chromosome, the presence of this introgression was contributing towards the resistance in those lines. And also in with the other markers, some of the lines have shown introgression with even other chromosome regions of Rai as well. So even some lines were having multiple introgressions. More than one chromosome regions were also present in different lines. But in the lines that I screened, this chromosome region of Rai might be contributing towards KB resistance. And I'm concluding with the future prospects. So I have screened so many lines, and all the lines that were found to be highly resistant were good sources of KB resistance. They can be exploited in future breeding program in order to overcome the quarantine restriction or the embargo restriction for the import of wheat, so that there is free movement of wheat or free trade of wheat across the globe. So second thing is that there is in order to identify the introgression, Rai introgression, I have done the marker. I have used the chromosome specific marker. Other markers can also be used, but some advanced techniques like cytogenetic techniques like this fluorescence in situ hybridization, which I have shown here. So in this, it is nothing but the wheat chromosomes that are shown here. So the blue color, the sky blue color indicates the wheat chromosomes, and all the pink and the light green color shows the Rai introgressed regions in wheat chromosomes. So we can utilize this. This is also a potential technique to detect the Rai introgression in wheat. Not only Rai introgression, even the wild introgressions can also be detected using this fish technique. And also we can go for the AB-QTL analysis. That is the advanced backcross QTL analysis can also be performed to identify significant genomic regions associated with KB resistance. So in this AB-QTL analysis, the advantage is that there is a simultaneous detection and transfer of the QTL regions, QTLs associated with this KB resistance from the introgressions from the wild relatives to the advanced lines. So we can simultaneously do that. So AB-QTL analysis is also a very good technique to be utilized. So I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanju.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
thank you very much for the nice presentation. I think in the award session, there is no question answers. So I request another speaker
Thank you, sir.
present their work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Badrul Lisa, please. Please share your screen. Lisa, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, please share your screen.
Yes, next speaker, please.
We have already permitted from our end. Kindly share your screen.
Just a second, sir. Is my screen visible?
No, screen you have to share actually.
Nothing.
Yeah, we can hear you, but your screen is not. Yeah, it's coming now. फुल स्क्रीन कर लो अपनी से स्लाइड शो Yeah, we can see your screen now. You can start. Just bring it in full mode actually, the slideshow mode. Next speaker, please be ready with your chance.
So, hello, sir. Can you please allow me with Mayavani?
And your screen is visible to us.
You can start.
You can start and bring it to slide mode. So slide. Yes, you can start.
Worthy members of IPS, I welcome you all to my presentation. The title of my work is...
This is not clear. Can you be louder?
Good afternoon to all of you. worthy IPS members, I welcome you all to my presentation.
No, it's not on slideshow mode.
थर्ड बटन दबाओ हाँ इधर इधर सही आ रहा है हाँ ये वाला
Yes, it's okay now.
What's the name of student?
Kadrun Nisa.
Start now, it's fine.
I'm from the Division of Plant Pathology, SCOS. The type of my research work is studies on the interaction of native pathogens associated with the bulb rot of tulip. As you all know that the Asia's largest tulip garden is located here in Srinagar, Kashmir, and bulb rot is the main disease that comes on the tulip. Basically, bulb rot is a complex disease in which more than one pathogen is involved. When we study the disease where only one pathogen is responsible to cause a disease, the fate of the disease is determined by the interaction of that host and pathogen. But when there is a complex disease, when various pathogens are involved with the disease, it is the interaction of the pathogen within themselves as well as the host which will decide the fate of a disease. So this was the major reason behind taking this research program. The main objectives were the isolation, identification, and the interaction of the pathogens with the bulb rot, and second was to manage the disease with biocontrol agents. These are the brief symptoms of the bulb rot. Firstly, there is a yellow color sunken spot on the tulip surface, followed by when these symptoms coalesce, and there is finally the rotting. These are the symptoms in the storage condition, and these are the symptoms in the field. There is tiny brown flecks on the tulip bulb, followed by the characteristic symptom on the leaves. The flower gets deformed, and these are the botrytis sclerotia on the tulip base. We encountered 4 pathogens involved with the bulb rot, that were Fusarium colony, Penicillium nordica, Aspergillus niger, and the botrytis tulipae. These are the pathogens that is carried out of Fusarium colony. These are on the Aspergillus niger and the Penicillium nordica. This is the botrytis tulipae. These are the morphocultural characteristics of the Fusarium colony. These are the colony characteristics, that was the shape was flocose, formed by concentric rings, as you can clearly see from the pictures. The mycelium was aptate, and these are the picture of microconidia and microconidia. The second pathogen was the Penicillium nordica. The colony characteristics of flocose to fasciculate, the mycelium was branched, and the conidiophores were broom shaped, and the conidia was lobose to subglobose. These are the pictures. The third one was the botrytis tulipae. The colony was fluffy, the conidiophores were branched, and the conidia were ovate, and sclerotia were tiny, blackish. These are the photographs. The fourth pathogen was the Aspergillus niger, that was isolated during the storage conditions. The colony was granular fast, the mycelium was aptate, and the conidiophore was radiate. The conidia was globose to subglobose. These are the pictures. The colony characteristics, mycelium, conidiophore, and
Sorry to interrupt you. You have like 2 devices. Kindly switch off one device so that the sound doesn't get echo. We are having echoing issues. Can you switch off one device?
Okay now. So can I proceed? So this further the molecular identification of all the 4 pathogens was carried out. This is the DNA extraction gentic. These are the PCR amplification.
Nissa, you're not audible. So,
Am I audible?
yeah.
Coming to the major objective of the program, that was the interactional study of the pathogen. First of all, Fusarium solani was co-inoculated with all three pathogens, that is Botrytis tulipae, Aspergillus niger, and Penicillium noricum. And 4 types of interaction phenomena were seen, that is antibiosis, merging of the mycelia, and deadlock. You can clearly see between the Aspergillus niger and the Fusarium solani, there is an inhibition zone formed, and you can see in the Botrytis tulipae and the Aspergillus niger, there is a complete deadlock, that is none of the two pathogens were able to cross each other, grow past each other. In case of Penicillium noricum and Fusarium, there was again antibiosis, which clearly shows that there was a degree of antagonism between the two pathogens. In the same manner, Penicillium noricum was inoculated with the other three pathogens, that is Fusarium solani, Botrytis tulipae, and the Aspergillus niger. And you can see there is a complete deadlock between the Botrytis tulipae and the Penicillium noricum, that is none of the pathogen was able to grow past another. And there was an antibiosis between Aspergillus niger and Penicillium, which again showed the degree of antagonism between the pathogens. In the same manner, the Botrytis tulipae was then co-inoculated with the other three pathogens, and fourthly, the Aspergillus niger was also co-inoculated in the same petri dish, in which first of all, 2 pathogens were placed, followed by the combination of 3 pathogens, and followed by the combination of 4 pathogens. And you can see the least mycelial inhibition was seen when the Aspergillus niger was co-inoculated with Fusarium solani, and the maximum mycelium inhibition was seen when all the 4 pathogens were co-inoculated in a single petri dish, that was equal to 61%. Now, these are the interactional studies. The first of all shows the antibiosis. The second shows the deadlock between the Aspergillus niger and the Fusarium solani. This is the antibiosis between Penicillium and the batter plate was basically kept as such for 21 days. And as we all know that Penicillium noricum is a very fast sporulating pathogen, and also same is the case with Aspergillus niger. But when the pathogen was even kept for 22 days, there was no spore of the Penicillium was able to grow in the boundary of Fusarium solani and in the boundary of Botrytis. That shows the antagonism between pathogens. This is the inhibition zone, a zoom view of the inhibition zone, that is antibiosis between the Aspergillus niger and Fusarium solani. In the simple cases where Botrytis tulipae was individually inoculated on a batter plate, the secularal bodies formation was after 10 to 12 days. But when it was co-inoculated with other pathogens, you can clearly see the stress level of the pathogen, that is the formation of secularal bodies, was only after 4 days. That clearly shows that the pathogen was in a stress condition because of the other 2 pathogens. Now, it was on the artificial media PDA. Now, the interactional study was seen on the bulbs. First of all, they were individually inoculated. Among the 4 pathogens, it was seen that Botrytis tulipae was able to cause the rotting in minimum number of days, and that was also a complete rot, as you can clearly see from the pic. Fusarium solani was not able to cause the full rot. Only Botrytis tulipae was able to cause the complete rotting, followed by Aspergillus niger and the Penicillium noricum, and the least virulent was the Fusarium solani. This is the interactional study. Although both of the interactions were seen, that is synergism as well as antagonism between the pathogen, but antagonism was the leading interactional study among all the combinations. And it was the basic result of the study was that when the pathogens were co-inoculated on the pathogen, on the bulb, it took the more number of days to rot the bulb as compared to the individual inoculations. That clearly shows that existed the level of antagonism between the pathogens. This is the graph showing the rotting. These are the pictures when the bulbs were co-inoculated with the 2 pathogens, 3 pathogens, and more number of pathogens. Finally, they were managed with biocontrol agents. The conclusion of the research program was that we isolated 4 pathogens from the tulip bulb, among which the 3 were the first post from India, that were Penicillium nordicum, Fusarium solani, and Aspergillus niger. And there existed various types of interaction between the pathogens. Among them, antagonism was the leading one, and same was true with when the pathogens were operated on the main host, that is the bulb. So the future prospects of the program, we can say there exists different kinds of interaction between the pathogens, that is synergism as well as antibiotics and the plant pathology interaction studies for the future disease management strategy. Thank you so much.
I have one queries. This is not a question, but some queries are there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Vani, please let me know. You isolated 4 pathogens: Fusarium, Aspergillus, Penicillium, etc. Again, you tested their antibiotics.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, how much loss they caused individually and with the antibiotics when they combine all these pathogens? What kind of antibiotic activity they had?
Sir, basically, we didn't proceed what type of chemicals they secreted in causing antibiotics, but it was a preliminary study. That is, when we co-inoculated them on a single pathogen, the level of rotting was less. And if they rotted, and if they rotted the bulb, they were not able to cause the complete rot.
Yeah, it means they are not pathogenic. They are synergistic effect is there. I am right?
Sir, when they were individually inoculated, they were able to cause the rot. Okay.
Yeah.
So when they were co-inoculated, it took more number of days to complete the rot.
Okay.
To cause the complete rotting, it took the more number of days. That is their interaction within themselves was a kind of they were antagonistic to each other.
It is clear to me now. I was confusing with what was the pathogen, how it was the antibiotic reaction was there. So it was clear to me now.
Antagonism
Thank you
was
very
between
much.
them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, next speaker, please.
So the next speaker is Mamta from HAU. Mamta, kindly share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, put it on slideshow mode.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mamta, Assistant Professor in Chaudhry Chand Singh Haryana Agriculture University, Hisar. The title of my presentation is Cultural, Morphological, Pathogenic and Molecular Variability of Tilicia indica mitra, the incitant of kernel bunt of wheat. A brief introduction of kernel bunt. As we know that wheat is the second most important cultivated crop in the world, and wheat is susceptible to number of diseases. So among all the diseases, kernel bunt is one of the important disease which is caused by the Tilicia indica. It is also known as the partial bunt, as the symptom is the infected grains, they are partially or completely converted into a black powdery mass, and after the threshing, when the grains are jerk off, they are observed. Freshly collected grains, they emit some foul odor. It is due to the trimethylamine. And the disease, it is caused both quality as well as quantitative loss. That is why it is internationally quarantine disease. And the loss is not so much. It is 0.2 to 0.5%, but due to the qualities affected, it is more under consideration, and that is why I have taken this as a research. So my first is the cultural morphological. I have tested the cultural morphological, pathogenic and molecular variability, and the first objective of my research is the cultural and morphological of the isolates. Here, I have collected the 15 isolates from the 6 states of northwestern plain zone of India, that are the Haryana, Rajasthan, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Himachal Pradesh. And among this, I have studied the cultural and morphological variability. In this, I have collected the teliospores from the bunted grains, and I examined the teliospore size under the microscope, and I observed that the Bhiwani district of Haryana, it has the highest teliospore size, that is 54.8, and the Kapurthala of the Punjab has the least, that is 40.4. Whereas the colony color, it varies from yellowish white, creamish white, creamish yellow, and creamy. And the colony culture colony characteristic, it is of different types. Like some are the spreading, erect, crotose, erect, appressed, fluffy, and the leathery. After, these are the picture which showing the different isolates, the teliospores under the microscope and the cultures. These are the pictures showing the 15 different isolates which are collected from the northwestern plain zone of India. After that, the second experiment is the effect of different temperature on teliospore germination percent of different Telesia indica isolate. Before going to the teliospore germination, I have the brief introduction. That is, the canal bud is the seed, soil, and the airborne disease, and the teliospore germination with the it germinates from the promycelium, and it bears many primary spores, and these primary spores, they produce the primary sporia. The primary sporia, they produce the secondary sporias, which are allantoid and filiform, and the allantoid sporias, they are capable to infect the disease at the inflorescence stage. So because of this, we have studied the teliospore germination. Here, we collected the teliospore from the bunted grains. As we know, the fresh teliospores collection, they are unable to grow. So we expose the teliospores at 55 degrees Celsius in the oven at for the 2 hours, and then we transfer them in the vials which collected the distilled water. And after that, they are incubated at different temperature regime, that are 15, 18, 21, and 24. And we found that the 18 degrees Celsius is favored the more teliospore germination. And the Pantnagar isolate, that is KB13, it exhibits the maximum teliospore germination in all the temperature. Then is the pH. The effect of pH on the teliospore germination percent of different Telesia indica isolate. Here, the pH that is slightly acidic, that is 6, is congenial for the teliospore germination of the Telesia indica. Then is after the 1 week, after the 1 week of the voice, we taken the primary sporia, we collected the, when we found the tinge in the water, we collect the number of sporia per ml in the suspension, and then we count in the hemocytometer, and we found that the voids which are kept at the 18 degree temperature, they produce the maximum primary sporia formation are there. And again, the Pantnagar is having the maximum primary sporia in all the temperature. Then after 20 to 25 days after that, the secondary sporia production on the PDA, they are collected and then they are examined, and again the 18 degrees Celsius is favorable for the secondary sporia production. Then after that, what we have done in the in vitro condition, the cultural morphological, the 15 isolates, they are then exposed to the pathogenic variability in the in vitro condition. Here, the pathogenic variability was observed using the 13 host differentials against the 15 isolates. And the method of inoculation was the syringe inoculation. That is, the allantoid sporial suspension, that is 10 to the power 6 per ml, was inoculated at the earhead aperture stage. That is the Jordan 49. And the Jordan 49 is the stage when the awns are emerging out from the inflorescence. At this stage, we inoculate, and this is the table showing that the maximum coefficient of infection was observed in HD2967 and the HD2967 and the KB13, that is the Pantnagar, it has the maximum mean coefficient of infection, that is the 12.2. And the HD29, HD30 and the Eldan, they show the resistant reaction against all the isolates. After the in vitro, in vivo conditions, We go for the further study, that is for the molecular variability. Taken the DNA isolation was done through the pure culture by the CTEM method, and the genetic variability was observed through the different markers. Here we have taken 4 different markers, that is ITS, SSRs, ISSRs, and the SCAR markers, and we found they are the 100% polymorphism in many of the markers. And these are the agarose gel showing the allelic polymorphism. In some the agarose gel, we found some unique band also. And as we see, this is the sample that is from the Pantnagar. We found some unique band, and there are the 3 unique bands which are found in the different markers. These are the dendrogram showing the genetic relationship among the isolates, and there are the 3 major groups: the major 1 group, 2 group, and the 3 group. And the 3, as we see here, that this is the Pantnagar isolated, which is separated from the all other isolates, which are collected from the different zones. These are the 2D picture. After this, the symmetry matrix is generated by the molecular marker, and here the similarity is between the 0.5 to 0.8, and as we see here, the G6, it shows the least way there is a variation, that is 0.49. Among all, they have the variation, but this is the least variation. And this is the sequencing we have done that, and in this we have found the 3 bands, the unique bands we have found that they have some, the one isolate, they show some different, there is some difference, different regions are there, and this is used for the further study, and these are the target for our further study for the next year. And for the conclusion, we have studied the cultural in which we studied the telespore size, colony color, and the colony growth, and then the morphological where we studied the telespore germination, the primary spodia and the secondary spodia. They all are maximum at the 18 degrees Celsius. So 18 degrees Celsius is congenial for the telespore germination, primary and the secondary, and the maximum coefficient of infection, that is, it is the HD2967 is highly susceptible, and HD2930 in Eldan is the resistant varieties. In molecular variety, we concluded that we have collected the 10 Carnarvon isolated against the 4 different markers, and we concluded that in this the Pantnagar isolate, it exhibits the different from the other isolates, and from the there are 3 unique bands are also found in this, and these are then we go for the genomic, and we found that there are the different regions are also be there in the Pantnagar isolate, which are be further studied or which are the target for the further study. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mamta. Now next speaker, please.
Harneet Dillo, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible? Excuse me,
Harneet,
ma'am.
it's visible. It's visible. You can start.
Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all. I'm Harneet Kaur, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD from Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana. And my research work was eco-friendly management of wheat powdery mildew caused by Plumeria graminis stratici. As we all know, wheat is one of the most important cereal crop that is grown globally, and it is grown on more area than any other commercial crop. And India ranks third in total cereal production and second in wheat production in the world. And among various diseases, wheat powdery mildew caused by Plumeria graminis stratici is one of the most devastating disease after the rust. And this disease is very important in our hilly and sub-mountainous regions of North India. And it can be managed by cultivation of powdery mildew resistant cultivars, but pathogens have high ability to evolve at a very faster rate. So it easily overcome resistant genes after a very short period of its commercial exploitation. So continual research and monitoring of virulence is necessary in order to prevent various epidemics. And also donors with adult plant resistance can also provide more durable resistance. And chemical fungicides can also help in disease management, but they all have ill effects on human health, environment, water, and soil. So plant extracts and organic formulations can provide a substitute for that. So objectives of my study was to identify the seedling and adult plant resistant sources, to study virulence analysis of ascosporic isolates, and to study the in vitro and in vivo efficacy of non-chemical products comprising plant extracts and cow urine-based organic formulations. All these experiments were done in Chaudhary Sarwan Kumar Himachal Pradesh Krishi Vishwavidyalaya in Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, and Rice and Wheat Research Station Malab, that is in Himachal Pradesh. First experiment was to study seedling and adult plant resistant sources. For identification of the resistant sources, about 2023 genotypes of Triticum species were screened, and material was this at 943 NPGI germplasm, 765 genotypes of CMYC material was taken, and 315 varieties of European varieties were screened. And this germplasm was evaluated both as seedling and adult plant stage against the local isolate of Plumeria graminis stratici. First was seedling stage resistance. For this, the genotypes were screened in polyhouse conditions of Palampur against the local field population of Plumeria graminis stratici. And then genotypes were raised in iron trays filled with soil and farmyard manure, and the susceptible check that used was HPW155. And then fresh and viable conidia of powdery mildew was maintained on this susceptible check, and that healthy and fresh conidia was test inoculated after on the test genotypes, and data was taken on 0 to 4 scale that was given by Smith and Blair in 1950. This is the screening of germplasm at seedling stage. First, genotypes were raised in iron trays. Then second, in this picture, we can see that genotypes are free from infection. In third picture, there is slight development of spores, and but this genotype can be said as a resistant one. And in the last picture, there is abundant mycelium development and sporulation. It is highly susceptible. And this is the result. These are the number of the genotypes that were resistant to Plumeria graminis stratici at seedling stage at Palampur. In NPGR germplasm, 40 genotypes were highly resistant. In CMYC material, three genotypes were highly resistant, and in European varieties that exhibit a high level of resistance, 31 varieties were totally free from the infection. As we all know that in northwestern plain zone and in north hill zone, powdery mildew appears late in the season. So that genotypes were also evaluated at adult plant stage in the field. And this is the screening of the germplasm at adult plant stage. So the experiment for this was conducted in the fields of Palampur and Mala as well in Himachal Pradesh. And for this, the seed of test entries were raised in 1 meter long row that was spaced 20 centimeter apart in the field, along with susceptible checks, that is HPW155 and Agra local, and that they were sown after 20th test entry. And the susceptible checks and test entries were frequently dust inoculated with locally available isolates. And then data was frequently recorded during the season on 0 to 9 scale that is given by Surrey and Prescott in 1975. And this is the screening. This picture is of screening of adult plant stage, and at last there is development of Clistrothecia in the later stage. And these are the number of the genotypes that were resistant to wheat powdery mildew at adult plant stage. This is, we can see that 6 genotypes of NPGR germplasm were totally free from infection at adult plant stage, and 5 of CMIT material were totally free, and 145 European varieties were totally free of infection at adult plant stage in Palampur. And the rest of the germplasm developed disease reaction of 5 to 9. And based on this disease reaction and based on terminal disease severity, the whole germplasm was divided into 5 categories. So this whole data is of susceptible genotypes. In NPGR germplasm, 308 genotypes were susceptible. In CMIT material, 426 were susceptible. And in case of European varieties, only 21 European varieties were susceptible. So we can say that European varieties exhibit a high level of resistance. So these are the genotypes. 17 genotypes of NPGR germplasm was resistant both as seedling and adult plant stage at Malaya and Palampur as well during 2018-19. And 18 genotypes of CMIT material were resistant both as seedling and adult plant stage. And these are the genotypes, these are the European varieties that were resistant both at seedling and adult plant stage at Palampur during 2018-19. So, so the genotypes which possess high level of resistance can be utilized in our breeding programs in order to develop resistant varieties. And my second experiment was to study virulence analysis of ascosporic isolates. For this, the leaves with Clistrothecia on common wheat were collected from powdery mildew susceptible, naturally infected wheat cultivars from Daling Madan, that is in Lahore and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh. And then proper procedures followed to continuously moist Clistrothecia. And then they were observed for the release of ascospores from the 4th day of their inoculation. And then conidia from single well-isolated colony was transferred on susceptible check. And total 20 such isolates were obtained. And this pathogenic variation among isolates was studied on a differential set that comprised near isogenic lines, cultivars having non-powdery mildew resistant genes, and cultivars with gene combinations. And it is found that cultivars with resistant genes PM1C, PM2, and PM3B were resistant to all isolates of Plumeria graminis stratici, whereas all test isolates were virulent on PM8 and Chancellor. In our study, 55% isolates were virulent on PM1, which earlier showed resistant in various studies. But in our study, PM1 showed 55% isolates were virulent on PM1 gene. So based on these differential reactions, isolates were grouped into 20 pathotypes, and the most virulent pathotype was 20, which showed a reaction on 22 resistant genes, and pathotype 2 was least virulent, as showed susceptible reaction to 12 genes only. And my next experiment was to study the in vitro and in vivo efficacy of non-chemical products comprising plant extracts and cow urine-based organic formulations. And this experiment was carried with respect to inhibition of conidial germination at 5%, 10, 15, and 20% concentrations at time intervals of 24, 48, and 72 hours. And all the concentrations of plant extracts and organic formulation inhibited conidial germination as compared to control. And also growth inhibition was increased with increase in concentration of plant extracts. That is, maximum spore inhibition was observed at 20%. Here it can be seen that Azadirachta indica was most effective at 20%, which was followed by Calotropis gangetia, and that was followed by Justacia adatoda, and Eupatorium was least effective with 40.71% inhibition. And this is pictures. We depict conidial germination in Jadirashta indica. There is less spore germination and even less spore germination in propiconazole. And in case of eupatorium, there is more, as it was less effective, there is more spore germination as compared to control. Control have the maximum spore germination. So the experiment was also conducted in polyhouse conditions by using susceptible variety HPW155, and here pre and post inoculations were done, and it was found that Jadirashta indica was most effective in pre as well as post inoculations at 15 and 21%, followed by Calotropis gingatia, and Tamarlus in this case was least effective, that control 47.18% of the disease. And the field trial was also conducted to assess efficacy of our selected plant extracts, which were affected under polyhouse conditions. So water spray and propiconazole were kept as check. And in this case, Calotropis gingatia was most effective as it disease control of 85, as it showed disease control of 85.28%, and lantana was least effective in this case in field conditions. And it was conducted on variety HPW155. So we can say that powdery mildew is one of the most devastating and important disease in our North Hill zone and Northwestern Plain zone of our country. And this pathogen is highly variable, and desired level of resistance is still not available in our cultivated varieties. So a large number of resources in our study with seedling and adult plant resistance have been identified. And these sources can be utilized in various breeding programs for the development of a resistant variety. And also virulence analysis should be regularly done in order to have a resistant donors. And plant extracts and organic formulations can also be used as a component of integrated disease management, as they're cost-effective, eco-friendly alternatives under organic and natural farming. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much. Yes, next speaker, please.
Ruby from Squash Jumbo. Ruby, are you there? I think
your voice is not clear.
Ruby, are you there? So if Ruby sometimes not there, then I request Harpreet, please present their findings. Harpreet, are you there? Dr. Rishi Sharma. Harpreet.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੁਣੀ ਸੀ?
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
You can start your presentation.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਐਸਚਨਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
Hello.
Yes, please speak.
Everyone is hearing me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. I am Harpreet Singh, master's student of plant pathology from PAU Ludhiana, and working on loose matter weight under the guidance of Dr. Rituballa. And the title is to identification and validation of molecular markers linked to loose matter resistance genes near acidic lines in the background of PBW343. First of all, introduction. Loose matter weight is an internally seed-borne disease caused by Aspergillus that manifesting itself in the wheat ear is one of the devastating disease, and it can destroy a large proportion of wheat. And the resistant breeding is the most efficient method for management of this disease. First of all, there are two objectives of our study. First objective was to identify molecular markers linked to loose matter resistance genes. And the second is to validate linked markers in loose matter resistance near S-genic lines. First of all, phenotyping of nils. We have derived two nil population, that we have two resistant lines. First is W5100 and second is W4461, and one susceptible line that is PBW343. We have derived two nil population, first derived from cross of W4461 into PBW343, and the second one from W5100 into PBW343. And this is the experimental layout of our study. The nil populations were shown in 1 meter row during the years 2018, 19, and 1920. And the row to row distance is of 25 centimeter, and one row is accommodating approximately 25 to 30 plants. And the susceptible check will also grow shown after every 20 nearest lines. This is the methodology of the artificial inoculations. In this, first of all heads were prepared for inoculations by removing the upper and the lower spikelets and cutting the 1/3 part of the gluons, but without causing any injury to the anthers or the stigma. And then after that, the teliospores from an infected heads were gently dusted on the ears. And 4 to 5 heads of each nil were inoculated. And for the inoculation, we have used two isolates of Aspergillus T11 and T34. And after that, the observations were recorded as a loose matter infection percentage is equal to number of infected tillers divided by total number of tillers into 100. And the static analysis was done by chi-square analysis for goodness of fit. And this is the phenotypic data. This is the distribution of nils derived from first cross, that is W4461 into PBW343 when inoculated with the T11 isolate of Aspergillus. Here we consider, here there are 6 categories. We have considered 6 categories. First 3 categories are considered as resistant, and the rest of the 3 categories were considered as susceptible. We extracted after that. This is the chi-square analysis of goodness of fit for the first cross when inoculated with race T11. Here is the chi-square calculated value is 0.26 and the chi-square table value at 0.5 significance level is 3.84. So the chi-square calculated value is less than the chi-square table, so that there is no significant difference between the observed and the expected frequencies. So the hypothesis that the nil population is hereby accepted. After this is the distribution of the first cross when inoculated with the T34 isolate of Aspergillus. Here the same, approximately 50% of the lines are resistant, and the rest of 50% lines are the susceptible. And this is the chi-square analysis of this first cross against the race T34. Here is also the fit is good because the ratio of resistance susceptible is 1:1. After that, this is the distribution of the second cross, W5 and W0 into PBW343 when inoculated with T11 isolate of Aspergillus. Here is the same pattern because approximately 50% of the lines are susceptible and 50% lines are resistant. That is in the 1:1 ratio. And here also the fit is good because the chi-square calculated value is less than the chi-square table value. And then next is the distribution of nils derived from W5 and W0 into PBW343 when inoculated with T34 isolate of Aspergillus. And here is the same pattern. The ratio of the chi-square analysis is 1:1 because half of the lines are resistant and half of the lines are susceptible. And then is the mapping of loose matter resistance using bulk segregation analysis and identification of molecular psi. In this experiment, we have extracted the DNA of 2 nil populations along with their parents. We have 62 nils of first cross and 40 nils of second cross, and we have 3 parents. First is W5 and W0, W4461, and PBW343. And after the methodology of the experiment, first of all, the parental polymorphism survey was done using the approximately 400 sample sequence repeat markers. And after that, the bulk segregation analysis was done by preparing the resistant and susceptible bulks of the near ascending lines according to their phenotypic reaction. This is the parental polymorphism. Picture showing pictures of agarose showing the parental polymorphism. This is the GW124 marker showing polymorphism between the parents. This is the susceptible parent PW343, and this is the resistant parent W5100, and this is the second resistant parent W4461. And this is the picture of monomorphic marker GW67. This is the susceptible parent. This is the resistant parent. After that, this is the after the parental polymorphic survey. We got 27 markers that are showing polymorphism between the first cross. This is the list of 27 markers, and after that we got 23 markers that are showing polymorphic in the second cross. That is W5 and W2, PBW343. After that, the bulk segregation analysis was done. Resistant and susceptible DNA bulks were made on the basis of phenotypic data. Resistant bulk consisted of consisting of nils showing a resistant reaction phenotypically, whereas the susceptible bulks consisted of nils showing susceptible reaction. This is the GW124 marker showing polymorphic reaction. This is a resistant parent, the susceptible parent, resistant bulk, and susceptible bulk. This is the second polymorphic marker, XWMC382. This is a sequence of these two polymorphic markers. After that, there is the results of this experiment. Out of 400 markers, 23 markers showing polymorphism between the PBW343 and W5100, and 27 markers showing polymorphism between the PBW343 and W4461. And out of these 23 markers, 2 markers showing polymorphism in bulk segregation analysis of the first cross, that is only of W5 and W0 into PBW343. They were validated on the whole population of nils. In the next, the validation, the markers identified as polymorphic on the bulks were validated on the nils derived from cross W5 and W0 into PBW343. And this is the picture of the agarose gel showing the validation of the population, whole population. This is the susceptible, this is the latter, and this is the susceptible parent, that is the PBW343. This is the resistant parent W5 and W0, and this is the population 1 to up to 8. And after that, this is the picture of agarose gel that is showing the validation of the second linked marker on agarose gel. Then after that, the genetic map was prepared using the MapResto software. And this is the map showing that the XG124 marker is at 4 centimorgan distance from the second marker X bar by 80. That is the map of chromosome 1B. And this is the genetic map of the second marker, and that is showing the location of the marker on the chromosome 2A. That is the different distance from the different markers. After the conclusion, the nils are the highly homogeneous and homozygous individuals, except for the targeted trait. Therefore, the very few markers showing polymorphism in the bulk segregation analysis, and the two markers XGW124 and WM382 are the linked with the resistance locus, and the linkage between the trait and the marker will be further mapped using more markers in this region of the weight. For this, SNP genotyping is being targeted for further fine mapping the gene. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Sumer Vani, are you there? Sumer Vani. Sumer Vani from Squash, Kashmir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then start your presentation and share your screen.
Yes, she has presented earlier also.
No. Kadrul Nisa has presented, but not Sumer Vani.
This on tulip bulb routing.
Yeah, it was presented by Nisa, not by Vani.
It was a Nisa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Kadrul Nisa.
everyone. I am highly thankful to IPS for providing me this opportunity.
Vani, share your screen, please.
Ma'am, I have shared my screen.
Just a minute. Dr. Ashwini. You are sharing.
It's.
I think Dr. Ashwini is also sharing the screen. That's why. Vani, please start again. Now try to share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm highly thankful for IPS for providing me this opportunity. Myself, Sonia Vani, and I have done my MSc in horticulture plant biology under the guidance of Dr. Aflaq Hamid. As my research title is Status and Molecular Characterization of Potato Virus Y strains in Kashmir. As it is known that potato is the staple food and is highly recommended security crop that can help shielding the low-income countries from the risk posed by rising international food prices. Likewise, if we talk about Kashmir, cultivated potato is considered as one of the major field crops. And like other crops, this crop is susceptible to various fungal, bacterial, and viral diseases. And among viral diseases, more than 40 viral diseases are reported worldwide that are infecting this crop, and among them, potato virus Y is the major virus. And it is economically important virus because it causes yield loss of 80 to 100%. So, keeping in view the importance of potato crop, the economic loss caused by the PVY, and the limited availability of studies of PVY in Kashmir, the research entitled Status and Molecular Characterization of PVY strains in Kashmir was carried out with the following objectives. Objective 1 was survey to document the present status of PVY in Kashmir, and second objective was identification and molecular characterization of PVY using universal code protein and strain-specific primers. The brief outline of the program is first we started with the surveys and recorded the incidence of the disease, then collected samples from the selected locations, isolated the RNA, and synthesized cDNA. Then for the identification of the virus, we used the code proteins specific primers, and later the positive samples that we got from the specific primers, they were further used for strain identification using strain specific primers. And the representative samples from each location were sent for the sequencing directly as PCR products, but after purification. And the sequences that we obtained, they were blasted with already available sequences in the gene bank so that we can identify our sequences. Also, we constructed the phylogenetic dendrogram of the known sequences, and a study was done also on the potential vectors of PVY in potato fields. Now, first objective was to survey to document the present status of PVY in Kashmir. And here I have given the map of the valley that is showing the locations that we selected for the study. We have selected different districts from the north, from the central and the south zone of the valley, and equal number of locations from each zone was selected for the sampling. These are the pictures of the fields from where we collected the samples from the different locations which the crop was grown. Sample collection was done on the basis of the peculiar symptoms of the virus, that is the mosaic, the stunted growth, leaf malformation, leaf puckering. And in addition to the positive symptoms of the virus, if the vector was present, that was the sign that a plant was infected with the virus. So we collected the samples on the basis of these symptoms. But during selection, it was taken into consideration that sample collection should be done in such a way that it should represent our field. Sampling was done from all the corners, from
बंद कर देना, मैं जा रहा हूँ क्या अंकल? बंद कर दिए।
Am I audible?
Yes, Mani, you are audible.
Okay. The sample collection was done in such a way that the sample should represent our field, whole field, and at least 3 leaves per plant were collected and
Slides
stored.
are not visible.
Your slides are not visible. Please
Okay, ma'am.
try to share your screen again.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it's
Visual?
visible.
Yeah.
It's visible.
Okay. Visible now?
It's visible.
Okay.
Mani.
No, I was talking about the sample collection. So this is the flow chart that is showing that sample collection was done in such a way that our sample should represent the whole field. Mere collection of samples from any part of the field doesn't represent the whole field. So this point was taken into consideration, and equal number of samples were collected from each field, and properly they were stored under proper conditions until further processed. Then this is the incidence of the virus on the basis of the symptoms. And highest incidence was found in the Srinagar district of the valley, and lowest was found in the Badgam district of the valley. Now coming to second objective, that is the identification and molecular characterization of PVY using universal and strain-specific primers. I want to make this point clear here that the virus which we are talking about is a RNA-based virus. It is having positive and single-stranded RNA as it is genome that is translated into a large polyprotein and which is later cleaved into 10 mature proteins. And for the identification of the virus, we have targeted the coat protein part of the virus. And later for the identification of strains, different strain-specific primers were used. And these are the gel pics that are showing. The first one is showing the RNA that we isolated from the samples, and the second one is showing the code protein specific bands, the positive results that we got from our positive samples. Later on, we calculated the incidence of PVY based on our positive results that we got by using the protein primers, and we got that the highest incidence in this case was also found in district Srinagar, and lowest was found in case of Badgam district. These were the strain-specific primers that were used for our study. These were already designed, primed by Lawrence et al. 2006. They were already designed, and we used them for the strain identification. And different strains we reported. First time we reported 3 strains from the Kashmir. And in most of the samples, mixed infection of strains was present. NTN, O, and N. This will be more clear by this NTN and O strain and NTN and N mixed infections of these strains were present in most of the samples, and we loaded the samples on the gel, and this is the gel picture showing the mixed infections of those isolates. Later on, the representative samples from each area, they were eluted from the gel, they were purified, and they were sent for the custom sequencing. And after custom sequencing, we got the sequences and we submitted them to the NCBI. These sequences are now available in NCBI. And this is the electropherogram that was provided that shows the exactness of our sequences. Later on, we constructed the phylogenetic dendrogram of our sequences. We blasted them in NCBI, and we related them to the sequences that are present worldwide sequences of the PVY that are present. And our isolators that are highlighted here that fitted in this dendrogram that showed that our results were correct, that our virus, that our isolators actually belonged to PVY. These are different isolators, our isolators that are shown in this dendrogram. A part of the study was about the vectors, study of the vectors of the PBY. We collected the aphids from those plants which were showing the PBY symptoms. We collected those aphids, we isolated RNA, we used primers for those, and we found that the aphids were also infected with this virus. That confirms that aphids are the vectors of PBY. And in addition to the aphids being the vectors of this virus, this virus is also transmitted by the tubers. So I collected the available germplasm that was available in the Kashmir, that was available in University, SCOST University, SCOST K. I collected those tubers. I grow them. I cultivated them under the lab conditions, and those samples also showed the symptoms of PBY. And from those samples, I isolated RNA. I followed the same process, and I found that those samples were also showing the PBY symptoms. They showed the positive results. And in addition to PBY primers, I used primers for PVX, PLRV, PVS, and PVA. And many of the samples showed positive results not only for the PBY but also for the other viruses. This gave us the idea that potato crop is infected with many viruses in Kashmir. Now, in conclusion, my conclusion and my future perspective is here that present study gave us the brief insight about the prevalence and spread of PBY infection in the commercial potato fields of Kashmir Valley, and the availability of specific primers facilitate the typing of PBY infection and various isolators to the strain level. And my study laid the ground for the further investigation to determine the extent of PBY infection in particular and the possibility of other strains and other viruses in the seed and other commercial potato fields. And breeding of potato cultivars resistant to PBY infection should take into consideration the full gamut of PBY strains. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you, Vani. So next contestant is Miss Jashanpreet Kaur from PAU. Jashan, are you there? Jashan? Jashan, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I
Please
audible?
share. Yes, you are audible. Please share your screen.
Not doing- Yes.
Jashan, your screen is not visible.
Ma'am, there's some problem.
What happened?
Something is not there.
For sharing.
Try again, Jashan.
Seminar. Ma'am,
It's visible. It's visible. You can start your presentation.
okay. Sorry for the delay. I'm Jashanpreet Kaur, and the topic of my presentation is identification and molecular mapping of resistant genes in cultivated wheat derived from Agelux spaltoids against leaf blight caused by Bipolaris sorokiniana. First, the leaf blight disease of wheat, also called as spot blotch, is caused by Bipolaris sorokiniana. The most typical symptoms include dark brown, small-sized lesions initially, which with time later coalesce and cover a large part of the leaf to form blotch-like appearance and later cause death of the leaf tissue. Warm and humid weather are highly favorable for the disease to occur. Currently, this disease is causing a havoc and causing major disease losses in Eastern Gangetic Plain region of India, reporting to be able to cause 20% of yield losses. But however, under favorable conditions and also in susceptible genotypes, the losses may increase to over 80%. And currently, due to climate change, with unusual rainfall pattern and unusual high temperature in late in the winter season, late in the wheat growing season, this disease is now gradually expanding and causing yield losses in northwestern plain zone region of the country, which also includes Punjab. This slide shows the first first page shows the typical symptoms of spot blotch. The second shows the spores of Bipolaris sorokiniana. These are multi-septate horizontal spores present in this spore of Bipolaris sorokiniana, and the next two shows the pure culture of this pathogen. So to avoid the yield losses, resistant varieties are major use of resistant varieties is mainly recommended. So for this, our study was planned with mainly two objectives. Well, first was evaluation of backcross integration lines which were developed at PAU during our wide hybridization program. So this backcross integration lines were developed from Triticum durum and Agelux spaltoids. Since we know that Agelux spaltoids is highly is known to possess resistance to major biotic abiotic stresses, and thus this cross was developed. Another, we had a set of Triticum aestivum and Agelux spaltoids backcross integration lines, which were screened during our study. And second objective was to use these lines for mapping the leaf blight resistance, and which and those markers which were mapped were further validated on another population. So for screening, we had this following germplasm: 317 backcross integration lines developed from Triticum durum and Agelux spaltoids. We had this subset of 89 backcross integration lines, which were derived from these 317 lines only. These were based on preliminary studies, and also during this study, these lines were further selected to be evaluated under polyhouse conditions. And another set, we had 26 backcross integration lines with hexaploid background. So for screening, we had created artificial epiphytotic conditions. For this, we had used previously soaked and autoclaved sorghum grains, which were on which we had multiplied our pathogen Bipolaris sorokiniana, and after which had 1 million conidia per ml. So this conidial suspension was sprayed until symptoms had appeared on our susceptible check, Raj 4015 and Sonalika. And then after inoculation, spray of the inoculum, light irrigation was followed to create highly humid conditions, which is predisposing for the infection. So for disease assessment, we had used this double-digit scale given by Ayal et al. 1987. So for a double-digit scale, our disease first digit of our score indicate the disease severity on flag leaf, and the second digit indicate the disease severity on leaf below flag leaf. On basis of disease assessment was done during 3 growth stages: flowering stage, the dough stage, and hard dough stage. Based on this disease score, we had categorized our germplasm, our genotypes, into these 5 disease responses. Disease score was was observed during 3 growth stages. However, we had calculated an average of the 3 by taking the mean of both the digits separately. Another parameter we calculated was area under disease progress curve by this formula given by Wilcoxon et al. 1975. Based upon this mean disease score, we had categorized our lines into 5 disease response categories. And this table shows disease response of our germplasm during year 2018 and 19, which includes where our resistant parent Aegis spaltoides was categorized highly resistant along with the check TDI3 resistant check. And however, a susceptible parent PDW274 was categorized as moderately susceptible type, and susceptible checks were under highly susceptible conditions. This table gives us categorization of germplasm during 2019 and 20. So we can see from these pie charts that our results were almost similar during the two seasons 2018-19 and 2019-20. 18% of lines, almost 18% of lines were highly resistant during the 2 years. 50% were resistant, 25 moderately resistant, and 7% were under susceptible conditions. So we can see our results had been almost more or less the same during the 2 years, and any minor variation was largely due to environment. This graph shows us distribution of our lines based upon mean disease severity during 2 years. And this graph shows distribution of our lines on basis of area under disease progress curve. Out of 317 lines initially evaluated, we had selected 89 lines which were to be evaluated under polyhouse conditions, where a condition of warm temperature and high humidity, which are highly favorable for this disease to occur, were prevalent. So for this, we had evaluated our 89 lines along with the parents under polyhouse conditions. We had received results in which DS13, DS61, and DS80 were found to be highly resistant during both the seasons, and thus indicating that they had persistence in resistance and they can be used in further wheat improvement program. This graph shows the distribution of our 89 lines evaluated under polyhouse conditions on basis of mean disease severity and on the basis of area under disease progress curve. Next, we had a set of 26 lines of Triticum aestivum into Aegis spaltoides backcross integration lines, in which we find that during 2 years, most of our genotypes had shown resistant to moderately resistant type of reaction, suggesting that this disease is that the hexaploid wheat is less vulnerable to this disease than the durum wheat. The graph gives the distribution of these 26 bills backcross integration lines on the basis of mean disease severity and on the basis of area under disease progress curve. Second, the next objective was to map the spot blotch resistant linked gene zinc QTLs, and for this 89 lines which we had evaluated under polyhouse conditions were used for genotyped using genotype by sequencing, in which we obtained a total of 7,729 SNPs in the raw files, which were subject to data imputations, data filtrations, and we had obtained a number of 4056 SNPs in a HapMap file format. With this file was further used for mapping in QTL ICI mapping software. So the results obtained, we had obtained 13 SNPs which were linked to spot blotch resistance. This Manhattan plot shows the number of QTLs identified during flowering stage. The solid horizontal line indicate the threshold lot score value of 3, and all those SNPs which had lot score of 3 or above were selected. This is for dose stage and this is for hard dose stage. So this table gives information about the 13 markers, 13 SNPs we had identified during our study by single marker analysis method and R-step LRT in this QTL ICI mapping software. So here we can see that these 13 markers had a R-square value of 10 to 32.96%. They were able to phenotypic variation explained by these markers was large, even up to for many of them these markers was above 25%, suggesting they had a major impact and can be called a major QTL if studied further. Here we can see that resistance contributed by these SNP markers were contributed by both the parents Agilab speltoids as well as PDW274. This slide shows the physical position of these 13 SNPs identified on chromosome 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 4B, and 5B. The SNP markers for these 13 SNP markers were further utilized for validating in BC2F1 population. This population was made by crossing DS13 parent. DS13 was one of the line evaluated under polyhouse condition and had shown persistent resistance during 2 seasons. So we had utilized this as a resistant parent and developed a BC2F1 population on which we had validated our 13 markers, and also they were phenotyped. This population was also phenotyped under polyhouse conditions. The plate shows a typical example of a susceptible parent and of a resistant parent. Out of all the plants in BC2F1 population, 75% of the plants show resistant reaction, and suggesting that they have been probably a transgression of resistant genes into this BC2F1 population. The 13 markers identified in our last experiment were converted into Cas markers, where we had 2 allele specific and a single common marker. These markers were used to validate on the BC2F1 population. Here we had upon checking the parental polymorphism, we had obtained 5 markers which were able to differentiate between 2 parents, Agilab speltoids as well as susceptible parent PDW274. The marker had amplified the 2 parents on 2 different axes, suggesting these were polymorphic. And further, these 5 markers were used to validate on BC2F1 population, in which only single marker, this on chromosome F5B, was found to be polymorphic for parents of our BC2F1 population, DS13 and HD3086. So this picture shows us that this marker was able to amplify the 2 parents on 2 different axes, and also show that 5 of our lines had shown integration of spot blotch resistance gene into these 5 lines, and suggesting that this marker can be highly helpful in future purposes. So conclusion. This our germplasm, which we had evaluated under field as well as polyhouse conditions, showed a continuous variation in disease severity, thus proving that the resistance to leaf blight of wheat is highly quantitative in nature and is polygenic. So resistance will be is contributed by a number of loci, each having its small and additive effect. And currently, no wheat cultivar presently grown in northwestern plain zone possess resistance to this disease. Therefore, the lines which had shown consistent resistant behavior during both the seasons can be exploited in weed improvement program to develop resistant varieties. The SNP marker identified in this study can be used for marker-assisted selection to monitor transfer of this transfer of alien integration conferring resistance in wheat, and as well as gene pyramiding in future crop improvement programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, should we start with the next participant? Okay, Aisa Nabi. Aisa Nabi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start with your presentation and share your screen.
Aspirant का वाला जो
ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਫਿਲਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ।
आप करो ना, जोर से बात करो।
Hi, sir, please
Am I-
unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Good evening, everybody. I'm Asana be pursuing my MSc in Sher Kashmir University of Agriculture, Science and Technology under the guidance of Dr. Bilal Padar. Am I audible? Is screen visible?
Yes, everything is fine. You go ahead.
Okay. So bean is an important crop of northwestern Himalayan region, and the major disease that causes economic loss to this crop is bean anthracnose caused by Coletotrichum methyanum. Our goal is to decipher the pathogenicity arsenals of fungus Coletotrichum methyanum. However, in this pathogen, there is lack of literature regarding the pathogenicity genes, and one major reason for this is the lack of efficient transformation system. In recent years, ATMT has become an important tool regarding pathogenicity regarding the discovery of pathogenicity arsenals. However, the optimal conditions for successful ATMT varying among different species and different co-cultivation parameters have to be adjusted to obtain optimal ATMT protocol conditions for each fungal species. Keeping in view the same, my research title was optimizing the agrobacterium tumefaciens mediated transformation conditions in Coletotrichum methyanum for uncovering the functionality of pathogenicity arsenals. So for the transformation of the fungal pathogen Coletotrichum methyanum, the construct used was PB1F EGFP, consisting of two selection markers, that is HPA gene under the promoter TRPC of Aspergillus nidulans, and another marker was EGFP reporter gene under the promoter GPDA and terminator TRPC of Aspergillus nidulans. So first of all, the construct was maintained in E. coli and was transferred into agrobacterium via protocol given by Galvin and Chilpot in 1994. And the same agrobacterium was used for the transformation of Coletotrichum methyanum. For optimization of the protocol, different parameters affecting the transformation efficiency were optimized. First of all, the hygromycin dose was selected that could inhibit the 100% mycelial growth of the fungus, so that the same concentration was used later for the selection of transformants. Second parameter that was optimized was spore concentration to select the spore concentration that would give the highest number of transformants. Third was to select the temperature that was feasible for both transformation of fungi and for the growth of bacterium. Fourth was to select the membrane type that would provide highest number of transformations to fungi and would provide close proximity between the fungus and the bacterium and for the transformation process to occur. And the fifth was to select the co-cultivation time during which the bacterium would get enough time to infect its fungal host. So this is the plate showing the effect of hygromycin B concentration on the growth of the wild fungus raised 2047. So here you can see that at 200 microgram per ml, 100% mycelial inhibition was seen. So this was the dose that was selected for subsequent selection of transformants. So this is the box plot showing the effect of the hygromycin concentration on the radial growth of the fungi. So for the selection of the optimal conditions of spore concentration, membrane type, and this is the plate showing how the bacterium and the fungus were co-cultivated on induction medium agar. And this is the plate showing the effect of the different spore concentrations and Waldman filter on transformation efficiency. Here you can see the highest number of transformants were obtained at 10 raised power 7, 10 raised power 7 spore concentration. This is the plate showing the effect of nitrocellulose membrane on the transformation efficiency. And this is the plate showing the effect of cellulose membrane on transformation efficiency. Overall, the trend followed by the fungus for the transformation was with increase in spore concentration, the number of transformants increased. Here also, but the trend was not seen for temperature. With increase in temperature, the number of transformations first increased and then decreased with increase in temperature. Because above 26 degrees Celsius, the virgin expression of the bacterium decreases, due to which there is not enough conjugation pilus formation and there is no transformation. So here you can see the effect of different membrane types on the transformation efficiency. The highest number of transformants were obtained on cellulose. However, nitrocellulose was at par. And this is the effect of co-cultivation time on the transformation efficiency. With increase in co-cultivation hours, the transformation efficiency increased. However, there was one main problem there. With increase in temperature, with increase in spore concentration and increase in this co-cultivation time, there was huge fungal background growth, due to which picking of subsequent colonies, usual colonies, that was our aim, was very difficult. So the optimal conditions that we optimized for our protocol are 10 raised power 6 spore concentration and 72 hours of co-cultivation time. So this is the overall optimized protocol, how the transformation process works. First of all, the agrobacterium is strict on the antibiotic amended LBA. Then after 48 hours, when the colonies appear on the media, colony PCR is done to check the integration of PB1F2 EGFP construct. The positive colony from here is selected for formation of the fungal bacterial spore suspension. Side by side, we prepare this fungal spore suspension and co-cultivate them both on induction media agar containing the S2 So after 72 hours, these filter papers, they are transferred to the master media amended with hygromycin, and then subsequently after 5 to 7 days, when the new colonies are selected, the transformed colonies are selected, they are again transferred to the hygromycin amended media. After that, we go for the checking of this transformation by checking the fluorescence of the transformants. Only the fungus that is transformed exhibit GFP fluorescence under the UV light. So the overall optimal conditions for transformation are 25 degrees Celsius temperature, 72 hours of co-cultivation time, 10 raised power 6 spore concentration, and cellulose membrane type is best. So what are the different approaches for identification of choledotrichomerine methionine transformants? As there are two selection markers in the construct, first we go for selection of transformants by using this hygromycin selection media. As each colony of transformant grown on HPA media contain the construct harboring the EGFP and HPH gene, so only the transformants that contain the HPH gene are grow on this hygromycin media. Also, the transformants are checked under UV light for the expression of GFP reporter gene. So only the fungus that is transformed could exhibit the GFP fluorescence under the microscope. Third is that the DNA of the transformants is extracted and amplified for 720 base pair EGFP reporter gene. Only the transformed fungi would be able to amplify the 720 base pair gene. So this is the gel where this one line here is our wild type, and the rest are the transformants which are able to amplify the 720 base pair reporter gene. So these are the morphological and cultural characteristics of Coletotrichum linmethianum race 2047. As you can see, the characters of this race 2047, and luckily we were able to get some morphologically altered transformants, which indicates that our tDNA has integrated in some coding regions of the genome of the fungus that has resulted in this morphological alterations. First of all, you can see the brown coloration of the transformant. Here it has completely lost the ability to produce melanin. Same can be seen in CT38, and in CT51 there is alteration in the formation of this conidiogenesis and melanin biosynthesis. So these are the altered, these 4 characters that we have seen. In CT41, some we can see that the some conidia are completely deformed because of the transformation. Here you can see the size of the transformant conidia has decreased. And in CT51, there is complete loss of conidiogenesis. In CT38, there is this less abundance of conidia formed. So as you have seen that this transformation, this results in the formation of large transformant libraries. So for the phenotypic biopsy, there are only 2 established methods, that is germinated seed dip method and seedling inoculation method. However, both these methods, they take a lot of time and are they take a lot of time. So we trail 2 new methods for the phenotypic biopsy of the pathogen. First, detached twig method, and the second is detached leaf method. So these are the reaction valence patterns of these transformants on detached leaves. First of all, this is the valence pattern of race 2047. This is showing the valence pattern of the transformants, which is somehow similar to that of wild type. And this is the valence pattern of the reduced type, some transformants that were completely were reduced in terms of pathogenicity. And this is also the valence pattern of reduced type where small lesions were formed. This is the valence pattern here. In case of reduced, there were no symptoms visible. And also this is the water as control. It's showing the water as control. So similar pattern of symptoms were seen on detached twig method, where the wild type covered both primary and secondary veins. Same was with the transformants that were similar to wild type. And this is the valence pattern of reduced type, and this is the valence pattern of impaired type, which was not able to cause any disease, and it had lost the ability to cause disease. So these new methods, they were later validated with the already established methods of seedling method and seed germination method to see whether the transformants would show the similar level of virulence there or not. So luckily, they showed the same virulence level. That is the wild types that we got from the detached leaf and detached twig method. Same, those transformants showed the similar virulence pattern here. Similarly, the reduced that were obtained from detached leaf and detached twig method, they showed the similar virulence level here. So this indicates that these two methods are reliable for using for screening of transformants, and as they take less time, they need less resources. So these can be used not only for screening of transformants, but they can also be used for race evaluation on differentials and for screening of germplasm. So the conclusion of the present study is that ATMT is a highly efficient method of transformation for Colletotrichomerine methionum, and the morphologically and pathogenically altered transformants indicate that our tDNA has got integrated into the coding region of the genome. So, and also the new two methods that were traded for screening of transformants, they provide reliable results and consistent with those of the established methods. This indicates that they can be used for screening of transformants. So the future targets of our study are like the immediate targets, the morphologically varied and pathogenically deficient transformants that we got from our protocol, from our study. They would be like keys to decipher the genes and molecular events associated with the pathogenesis. Also, these some morphologically altered transformants, they were also pathogenically altered, like the ones that were melanin deficient, they showed reduced or completely loss of pathogenicity. This indicates that there is some wiring between the pathogenicity and morphological, or we can say growth and developmental stage. So we are going to work in that. Inshallah, I will be taking that in PhD. So, and also the wild types that acted as similar, that showed the Williams pattern, same as the wild type, can be used to study the infection events of the pathogen on the host as they are GFP tagged. And the same protocol, we are aiming to use the same protocol for homologous recombination via CRISPR-Cas, where the guiding light would be the paper given by Dicarios of 2019, where he has worked on many effectors. He has made a list of effectors that we will be targeting. We will fetch the sequences of these effectors, may guide RNAs, and then go for homologous recombination. Thank you. So this is all from me.
Thank you, Aisha Nabi. Dr. Mehta.
Yeah.
Please give your remarks.
Okay, it is over now.
Yes, it's over. One of the candidates, he has not joined us. So in total, there were 8 presentations.
Hello.
Okay then. Okay then. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Vikram. Ruby Sandhu is here.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ma'am, I'm saying actually I'm not mailed this. Can you check my name in list, ma'am?
May I know your name?
Vikram, ma'am. Vikram Singh.
From where?
HAU, ma'am. CCS HAU, sir.
Vikram Singh. Just a minute, I have to check it again, but I think I haven't received your mail. Just a minute.
Okay, ma'am.
उठ लो अब, सोए रहोगे सारा दिन?
रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस जमा कराई है? विक्रम जी, आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस जमा कराई है?
Yes, sir. 590.
But I haven't got your mail.
आपने भेजा तो है ही नहीं हमें कुछ भी.
Yes, sir. मैंने वो किया था सर, वेबसाइट पे, IPS की वेबसाइट पे गया था रजिस्ट्रेशन, बट
पे तो कर दिया, but you haven't informed we people. ना तो आपने मेरे को मेल करी, ना डॉक्टर अभिषेक को मेल आई.
डॉक्टर रोबिन आपके पास है कुछ सर इनका आया आपके पास?
No, I have to check. I don't know because just now I came to know. But one thing, so you did registration, Bikram?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On 15.
115. Okay.
On 15 December.
Registration and registration fee.
Yes, sir. 590.
Membership.
IPS membership.
Yes, sir. I applied on the same day, sir, for membership actually.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, he has paid.
Yes, paid.
Okay, then should we allow him?
Yes,
yes.
You can allow. Yeah, Bikram, you can.
Okay,
Dr.
sir.
Mehta, it's okay? Mehta, sir, it's okay? Should we allow him?
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Okay, Vikram, go ahead with your presentation and share your screen.
Okay, can you hear and see me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you and your slides are visible to us. Please make it to slideshow.
Okay. Thank IPS for giving me opportunity to present my presentation here. I'm a PhD student of second year CCS HUSR. I done my PhD work under guidance of Dr. P.K. Sharma in CCS University Med. It's my part of my MSc work, but it's not complete. It's a part of it. Firstly, that titled the isolation and characterization of endophytic bacteria from wheat, Triticum aestivum. Introduction, that wheat is the second largest cultivated crop in the world, mainly due to its presence in the diets of most nations. The production of wheat found to be in 1920 106.2 million tons. The bacteria that's colonized internal tissue of plants showing no external symptoms are called endophytes. The word endophytes means in the plants which resides in the plants but have no show infection or no symptoms in the plants called endophytes. The role of endophytes are they are mainly they promote growth and use in disease control, and by two ways, like in direct mechanism they promote plant growth by like zinc phosphorus solubilization and by nitrogen fixation. In indirect mechanism, by the various enzymes like HCN, amylase, they protect the plants from biotic and biotic stresses. In view of all of these points, and currently the fungicides are banned and fungi being resistant, so this study was carried out. The first objective, isolation of endophytic bacteria from leaf, stem and the root of wheat, then screening for plant growth promoting traits, and the identification of endophytics by using 16SR DNA marker. Methodology that was followed: the isolation of endophytic bacteria from leaf, stem and the root of wheat. The healthy tissue were isolated. Firstly, they will surfacialize, then rinse in 0.1 HgCl2 for 30 seconds and sterilize 70% ethanol, and then grind in mortar pestle. Then after that they further put on the different media like nutrient agar, Pseudomonas and actinomycetes and incubated for 2 or 3 days. Then after they will screen like for HCN production methods followed by Lorick 1948. Then for ammonia production, freshly grown culture were inoculated in 10 ml peptone growth in each tube, incubated 21 plus minus 2 degrees Celsius, 48 to 72 hours, and national reagent was added to its tube after incubation. Then endophytic bacteria on the media was supplemented with various concentration of Petavax like 0.0%, 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.25%, and 1%. Then a determination of amylolytic activity. Isolated bacteria were inoculated in starch agar media with 0.2% soluble starch, 8pH6, and after incubation the culture were treated with Lugol solution, were poured into colonies. Then phosphate solubilization ability of endophytic bacteria was determined qualitatively by sticking plates on picovascum media, and the PSI index was calculated total diameter of colony plus halogen upon diameter of colony. Then zinc solubilization efficiency was calculated by diameter of solubilization halogen upon diameter of colony into 100. Then the molecular characterization of the potent, we identify with the ITS marker the effective endophytes. Firstly, the genomic DNA isolated from the endophytics, then qualitative and quantitative checked on the agrogel ectophoresis, then the identification of. We have taken these 8 varieties of wheat like Sonalika, HD 2985, UP 2950, Agra local PBW 723, W2 DBW 1168, and HD 32. Then we isolated the 101 samples, like 40 samples from leaf, 30 from stem, and 31 from root on different media like nutrient agar, Pseudomonas, and actinomycetes. These were the different isolates. Total 40 isolates from leaf and 30 from roots, 31 from root, and total 108 will be was isolated from the different tissues of the wheat. These same slides. This is the diversity of endophytic bacteria from wheat like on into nutrient agar media. This actinomycetes, nutrient agar, and Pseudomonas. These are the SOHCN production was shown by 4 strains like WV25, UP 2950, 7, HD 3218, and UP 2950 PL4. The change in color, like light yellow to orange brown, was positive. Then for ammonia production, 7 strains were positive, like WV1, WV25, UP 3272L2, L2, WV2, PL3, HD 32718, UP PL3 was found positive. Failed yellow to dark brown color was positive for ammonia production. These are the tolerance shown by all fungicides, but no bacteria can tolerate this 1%. These are the images shown by 3 endophytes like UP 2950, WB25, HD 32718 as shown in diagram. Then amylase production was shown by 8 amylase production diameter of inhibition zone like W2V 3.3, W2V25 3.2 and 2, UP 2950 2.7, SD 32 L2 G2.8, WB2 PL3 2.5, HD 32 7218.20. These are inhibition zones shown by different endophytic strains. Then phosphate solubilization, this is the halogen, and these 7 endophytic strains were found positive. WB21, like next slide, that's PSI was shown by different, like WB21 0.5, WB25 1.7. These are the inhibition zones shown by different strains. Then zinc solubilization was shown by strains, and this is the UP 2950, WB25 SD, but this 327818, and the maximum solubilization was shown by HD 32718 and the minimum HD 32L2 strain. Then these are the zinc solubilization index shown by different strains. Then identification of different endophytics done by the 16SR DNA and WB2 more effective. Out of these, we identified like WB25 identify and Bacillus subtilis, UP 2950 Bacillus cereus, and the SD 3218 Bacillus subtilis subtilis. Then conclusion, like we shown that results concluded that these endophytes can produce all these HDN, can produce HCN, ammonia, amylase, beta-Vax. They can also tolerate the fungicides. They can solubilize zinc phosphate, which help in plant growth. Then, but in current situation, that fungicides are gone banned and fungi are gone resistant. So endophytes can be a better option if we work on it. Then we have also checked antagonistic activity, but I don't present here because it's already I present there. 8 endophytics also shown good and antagonistic activity. Then in future we can go for endophytics for biocontrol also. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ma'am, over. Thank you.
Can I ask question?
Thank you, Vikram.
Okay.
Madam, can I ask one question for him?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Professor Niranjan.
Yes, sir, you can ask.
Did you find out the characters of the endophytes and what is the difference between the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria and the endophytes?
Rhizobacteria reside in the rhizosphere, sir. They remain in the rhizospheric space, but endophyte.
Listen me first. Whatever characters you are characterized, everything will be produced by the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. But you are the same characters in endophytes. The same triads will be produced by endophytes also.
Yes, sir. They can also produce the same character.
Same characters.
Yes, sir.
Then what is the speciality of going for endophytes? Then we can use only for PGPR.
Endophytes are going in current, and they can show more diversity, sir.
What to present it for the contest should not be published.
Promoting rhizobacteria are available in the soil naturally.
लेकिन
Why don't we stick out for PGPR?
इसका शायद एक पेपर पब्लिश होना चाहिए
Endophytes can show more diversity in comparison to PGPR. Yes, sir. They can be more effective. So we can go for them.
Yes, madam. Kindly. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam, now I think it is over.
All the presentation, they are done. Now.
Share slides.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I think by the time you will finalize your result, we can ask Dr. Gagoi for his remarks.
No, it is okay. I will call now for your results. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So by the time we can save time in this way, no? He will take 5 to 10 minutes for his remarks. By the time you can finalize your results. So Dr. Gogoi?
Yes. So, dear viewers, plant pathologists and senior members, and today we have come to the end of this one-day function, this program organized by Dr. Jaspal Kaur and Dr. Abhishek as a zonal president and zonal councillor. So really, at the end of this entire program, I realized this is a really very beautiful, very good and informative program. So, and more or less, so even though it is a zonal chapter function, but it has made a completely globalized, because the both zonal president and councillor, they materialized and they motivated the speakers from across the globe. Really, so we are very much thankful from the headquarters of Indian Phytopathology Society. It's nicely organized. And all the speakers really spoke very nicely, informative, and especially to the student, but more especially for the researcher. Based on the practical experience and generated data, so each one of the speakers nicely deliberated their talk. We are impressed from each of their talks and also subject presented. But initially we thought, since Dr. Jaspal and Dr. Abhishek, when they proposed the theme of the this one-day brainstorming session, so this is related to only wheat disease, especially the rust and kernel bun disease, we thought so it will be quite narrow. But with respect to the practical or application part, really it is very good. So very specific, very focused program could be organized today. And Moreover, I am very happy to see very senior persons join here in the inaugural program, and not only inaugural program, other this discussion also they took part, including Dr. Chahal, and from abroad also.
Ma'am Indu Sharma, ma'am SK Man, they are very senior.
Yes, Indu Sharma madam, but I couldn't recognize by seeing her face after a long time. It's completely changed her face. That's why by
Ma'am
seeing
SK Man, she was also there. She joined from USA. She was there in the morning.
Yeah, that were very good, very nicely organized, both of you. And so from the headquarters of Indian Pathological Society, I must congratulate Dr. Jaspal and Dr. Abhishek and their team. And also, I must thank the Punjab Agricultural University to allow them to host this nice program. And with this, so I would like to conclude my brief address. So now I'm handing over this mic to the Joint Secretary, Dr. Kalyan Mandal. So he wants to highlight few of the things over this society activities.
So thank you, Dr. Gogoi, and it's really a great day for all of us. Since morning, we are listening some couple of good presentations, competitions among the students, and really we are thankful for Dr. Jaspal Kaur, President, and Dr. Abhishek, Councillor, and particularly this provides a great opportunity to interact with a lot of my seniors, my colleagues in other Himachal Pradesh also, Dr. P.N. Sharma, Dr. Sunil Kumar I see, and Professor Niranjana and Dr. Chalal, then Indu Sharma. So all these, I think, this great legend of this zone. So they are simply, it is a great opportunity for us. I would like to brief about the recent changes we made, particularly with respect to the Indian Phytopathology News, which is the face for this Indian Phytopathology Indian Society, Phytopathology Society. So just there are, because earlier it was not very haphazard. So now we have made some systematic approach to what to include and what not to include in this newsletter. So I think it is we should make it a prize to all the members because their input is very important. And with respect to this phytopathology news, and this news actually we include here in different aspects, particularly when we see or any report any new disease. So that disease or new pathogen must be documented through a valid publications, because this news will bring a glimpse of that new information, but it has to be published somewhere in a reputed journal. So other thing is that we can bring also the highlights of the policy issues, recent policy issues that may be important for the stakeholders like farming community, like extension workers, KVKs, and also for scientists. And beside this, we have also introduced to incorporate the scope of informations like label claim expansion of the new products and bioagents registered. So this is very important because most of us sometimes are not getting update of these things. So it is very important that at least those who are working on different biocontrol agents, different pesticides, bioagent chemicals, so they must know that what are the label claims and how what are the expansion of this label claim. Besides this, there is also scope to provide these informations regarding awards and honors of the members, honorable members, and those awards and honors should be informed. And I think you can incorporate all these informations. With this, there are also recent crop protection news, like we have made a particular sections that plant pathology medley. There we use the crop protection news, which is very emerging or very, you can say, important news. So these may be a good information for all of us. And beside this, there is a scope for genome announcement. So if we find or any kind of new genome we publish, So that kind of information also we can publish, we can brief here. And beside these new protocols, patent granted, patent filed, all these informations we can bring to this phytopath news. And also book published, but that book must be reviewed at least by two eminent, we can say, scientists with a relevant field. So this book published, new book published, that we can include, but only provided that that has been reviewed thoroughly. And then beside this, we can also include that is a scope for research insight, but that is also a thorough, I can say, based on publications, and then we can just publish it, the gist. Pesticide, beside this, there is a scope for pesticide ban as per CAIB or C guidelines. So what are the pesticides that has been banned recently? Because this information is required for the researchers. Particularly, sometimes we formulate our research program, but we don't know that whether this pesticide is banned or not. So if we know this information, and I think this is a good platform for phytopathology news for this. And besides, you know that there are 20 to 30 biopesticide now registered. So what are those biopesticide registers? That also information we provide in the phytopath news. Besides this, the new tools which are used for the agriculture, like electronic nose, or you can say sensor-based diagnostics, or host pathogen interaction study. So these are some of the important informations we can provide in this phytopath news. And beside this, some other recent is agro-terrorism. So these are some of the topics we can accommodate in the phytopath news. With this, once again, congrats to the organizers, particularly the North Zone President and Councillor, for a great success of this today's North Zone program. And thank you very much. Over to Abhishek.
Thank you, Dr. Mondal and Dr. Gagoi. So anyone among the participants who want to speak something about the day or any suggestion or anything, it's most welcome.
Ajay, madam.
Yes, sir.
This is I congratulate you that this is you organized a very nice webinar, and actually you deserve the appreciation, and all the lectures were very nice, and I appreciate you and your team, Dr. Abhishek Sharma, yourself, Dr. Narinder Singh, all others for organizing all this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who wants to say something?
From other zone also, we have seen Dr. Niranjan. And also, morning time also, more others participate.
I am attending all of
Dr. Ashwini Kumar. Dr. Ashwini Kumar. Ashwini Kumar, sir.
Congratulations. Highly appreciable, nicely conducted, well organized, and we will not have anything from the audit regarding the samosas and teas objections. And, time has been saved, lot of money has been saved of the institutions definitely. As well as of the country, as well as of the international community. Otherwise they will have to fly here. Yes. But we got all the information, really updates of the what is happening recently, particularly on the yellow rust, leaf blight, yellow rust and canal bunt. All the information was up to date. So my appreciations and congratulations. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Niranjana, you want to say something?
Dr. Niranjana, I have seen Dr. Ragas Pandey, Dr. Shesa from many other places.
Yeah. Madam, it's really a wonderful conference, and I will not hesitate to say international. And the most important on the wheat and barley, what slide they have shown, the lecture learned people has given. I have enjoyed my whole day with you. So I congratulate the team.
I think you are traveling while traveling.
Yeah, it's a wonder because I visit a different country. I got this wonderful seminar. So I congratulate from my heart to all the speaker as well as student, and special organizers. So really great people. You have organized a great seminar. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Thank you, Dr. Pandey. And
Dr. Pader. Dr. Pader is there from Kashmir.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm here.
sir, can you tell the status of this lady? What's
Aisha?
Aisha? Is
Aisha.
she pursuing PhD or is she has completed MSc? And what is she doing?
Yeah, she is pursuing masters.
She is pursuing masters.
Okay.
Half of the work. She presented half of her work.
Oh, okay.
Okay. इन्हों ने 2-3 students लिए ना? You only.
Yes, from extreme south also, I could see Dr. Nalathambi, Dr. Niranjan sir is there on queue. So, sir,
Yes, I wanted to tell something.
sir, your voice is very, very low.
No, it is all right. Now it's okay.
Here you come closer to the this camera.
Camera is fine. Camera is no problem.
No, actually, catcher is not functioning. Very low. Voice is very low.
Voice is
Morning, yeah, morning time also it was very low voice.
Now?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
Now it is okay?
Yes.
So I congratulate the organizers for brainstorming session, this one. Only one point I wanted to emphasize here is brainstorming session has oriented a lot of important diseases. But these diseases, what we are seeing from last so many years, this kernel burnt, all deletion, and last 100 years plant pathology is orienting around this all what we today addressed by the all scientists. We are working very hardly to control these diseases.
Yes.
हो गया आ रहा है क्या सुन रहा है
Sound, sir.
Sound का problem है, sir. Sound is not coming properly, sir. I think your mic is not receiving properly.
But from my side, I don't have any problem.
Now it is okay completely.
Now it is okay.
Yes.
So these diseases we are managing from last 100 years. It was entered in the 100-year plant pathology also. These are all the very important diseases. Still, breeders are struggling to develop a new varieties by managing this kind of diseases. But in the major crops. But in this way, this brainstorming session is helpful a lot for the scientists who are working in the area of these particular diseases, what we addressed since from the morning. And then again, it needs to work again. How many years it will go to work and to completely eradicating of this disease is not possible. Eradication is not possible, Gugai, these diseases.
No.
Your kernel burnt and your Delicia and if you go for any other...
Sir, as long as the crop will be remaining, human being will be remaining, disease will also be remaining.
Disease will remain, but breeders' duty to develop the newer varieties of resistance. Resistant varieties you have to go for. Of course, lot of resistant varieties have come. Otherwise, if resistant varieties are not there, you do not get the crop. Especially wheat kernel punch. If you are not developing a resistant variety, you won't get the crop even now today. But still, the scientists are working, and this type of brainstorming session for other diseases also, I am suggesting you to hold it. For example, downy mildews. For example, downy mildew.
Yeah.
Are you hearing? Downy mildew, you are not able to so far, especially smut of wheat and downy mildew of pearl millet, downy mildew of sorghum, downy mildew of maize. Still is the challenging part for the plant pathologists to manage. So you should have one brainstorming session. I would like to organize, no problem, because our center is the downy mildew center of pearl millet. You know that. We have worked a lot on the pearl millet, downy mildew. We have produced more than 60 PhD theses and more than 500 publications on downy mildew, pearl millet alone. So that we are happy to organize one brainstorming session on pearl millet downy mildew or other downy mildew.
Yeah. We will definitely see that in our coming days. Sure.
Requesting secretary to give an opportunity to organize one brainstorming session on downy mildew.
Sure. It's
Thank
good
you.
proposal.
Otherwise, it's wonderful. Congratulations. I enjoyed since from the morning and very good lectures. And society is congratulating from my side and on behalf of all of my scientists who are watched your brainstorming session. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Anyone? So yeah.
Next, Sanjeev Sharma.
Next, Dr. Sanjeev Sharma from Shimla.
Yes,
Remarks.
sir.
Your remarks, sir.
Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate the IPS team, the team based at headquarters as well as the zonal team based at PAU Ludhiana for organizing this nice brainstorming session on the important topics of international importance diseases. And I also want to congratulate the contestants for presenting their results of such programs very nicely and in a very conclusive manner. So credit goes to the IPS for organizing this event. And in the past, they also organized several events. And in future, I foresee that they will organize such events, keeping in mind the importance of the disease of national or international importance. Thank you very much.
Yes. Dr. Naladambi from Wellington, Tamil Nadu.
Yes, Dr. Abin, could you hear me?
Yeah, a bit louder.
Yeah, congratulations to the organizer, Madam Bispal and the team. And today it is exclusively for the wheat disease. Lot of new information on the wheat disease, particularly from the speakers from abroad. It was wonderful. At least Madam could able to bring this important people working on the wheat, particularly from the CIMIT. And since we are also working on wheat at Wellington, and they really shared a lot of new information. And it will be very useful for the new programs. And again, I will congratulate the team and the Western, the North, and particularly Dr. Robin. And I think last 1 month, I think the whole month you are busy with this only. Anyway, it is good. And we hope that in the other zones also will address this kind of specific problem in their respective zone. And ultimately, the purpose of the virtual symposium is fulfilled. What we were discussing in the beginning, and now it is in realities we are seeing in every zone. And really, it's very nice to see that, and very economical and very informative. No need of TA, DA, nothing. And simply we can share a lot of information. Congratulations to Dr. Robin to continue the same thing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Now I would like to speak.
Yes. Welcome.
Now it is the time to give the results. That's for as nicely told Dr. Sanjeev that each and everyone presented very nicely, but someone has to win and someone has to lose. In that case, this for MJ Nursing Award, the two persons have to be nominated for the annual meeting. The first one is Asiya Nabi and second is Jashanpreet Kaur. That's for Nursing Academy Award. And for the APS travel, it is Sumaya Wani is selected for this one. I congratulate all these students and their advisors for the nice presentation, etc. And its IPS team for granting them this suitable award, etc. for visiting the US and etc. Thank you very much.
So finally, we have reached to the end of today's celebration. And Bispal, she will propose now. Thanks.
Yes, Dr. You want to say something?
Sir, आवाज नहीं आ रही गोगोई sir.
आवाज आ रही है, it's audible.
You want to say something?
Anything else, sir?
No, it's okay. I think this is too much for everybody because for you.
Everybody is tired.
And especially I have observed Naresh Mehta sir continuously without any break. But I doubt whether he could take lunch or not.
No lunch. No lunch.
Take for only 10 minutes.
When he was having lunch, we disturbed him.
Before taking the lunch, I was called to attend the meeting.
Yes, sir. He was supposed to have just lunch.
So, Dr. Abhishek and Dr. Jaspal, you can wind up.
Thank you. I think it's done. Thank you very much, everyone. So hope to see you soon, physically, maybe in the National Symposium of IPS or INSOP. So I think these words I want to thank Dr. Gogoi, Dr. Naresh Mehta, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Premlal Kashyap, Dr. Nala Thambi, Dr. Mandal, Raju, everyone who is present over here, and Dr. Gujar, and especially Ma'am Praveen Shuneja, Dr. Naranjana, Dr. Pandey, who were here from morning till evening, since morning till evening. So thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Just here, I want to mention, as you were telling that we are hopeful to meet physically in the annual meeting, but already we
I know you have planned virtually.
I think we don't see any hope, but this we have decided the dates.
Still, we are hoping, sir.
Maybe in the later part of the year somewhere.
11, 12, 13 March 2021.
Yeah, okay, definitely.
Dr. Robin, kindly give the reminder.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, Dr. Robin, a small
Yes.
suggestion that let us remind all our respected members to cast their nomination without failing. Because
Right. Actually,
you have done a lot of exercise on the online nomination.
yes, right. It is.
Yeah, let us practice it and let us
Thank you.
advantage.
Thank you, Dr. Nala Thambi. Actually, we decided to send reminder to each one of the members who will be taking part online this nomination. So tomorrow, and still I request all the members present here, because this nomination, this proposal will be this over on 29th of this month. So that's why you don't be lethargic. So if you are suppose planning to nominate somebody, please, it is very simple. But only thing is that your mobile number and also email ID should be registered with our this IPS. Then only you can open.
Yeah.
If you have problem, you can send the mail ID and mobile number to IPS mail ID. So we can update your mail ID and mobile number.
Yeah.
Okay, those who are listening, they can just nominate the person from their zone. And finally, again, we congratulate the winners and their advisors, Dr. Pedder and Dr. Mehraj, Dr. Jaspal. And once again, we thank Dr. Mehta, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Robin, Dr. Mandal, and Dr. Gujar, everyone, one and all, actually. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations.